here this morning, shrugging off geopolitical tensions to head higher after what we saw heading into the weekend. Market did end a little bit lower, as you can see, heading into the weekend. But yeah, back to the upside here in a pretty big way, led by energy shares this morning, following what happened over the weekend in Venezuela. We'll talk about that. A lot of eyes on CVX shares. CVX shares, really the only US-based energy company with current ties to Venezuela. XOM has done work in the past in Venezuela, but CVX, the one to watch if you're looking for direct stock-related ties to what happened over Venezuela. Oil itself, it's higher, but not really significant moves to the upside here. Natural gas did have a move, came right back down, so we'll talk about that coming up ahead of as well. A lot of jobs data to come this week. But we'll get non-farm payrolls end of the week. On Friday, we'll get the key number, the initial weekly initial job number coming up as well. But the first Monday trading session of 2026. Good to be back. Good to have everyone except Sharif. We all came back and Sharif took off on vacation. So Miss Adara with me this morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Welcome back,
Thank
Brendan,
you.
And thank you guys all for being here with us this morning. I think it should be an exciting day of news for sure. I was saying to Brendan off camera, it's really oil and upgrades and downgrades, but some of these upgrades and downgrades are very interesting. ASML getting its second upgrade in 2 days. Who are getting a downgrade here? PayPal getting a downgrade with Moniz Crespi and Hart basically saying, hey, we wish we had sold when it was going higher. Quite literally, really interesting stuff here. But again, a lot of these catalysts are going to be either in the upgrade, downgrade space or in oil. That being said, we do have crypto, I think, certainly going to be on watch here as well, breaking out of that 90,500 area, next area of resistance, 94K right now, trading around 93.
Yeah, and it's worth noting crypto and gold as well to the upside. Everyone looking for maybe a little bit of safe haven action ahead of the new trading week with what happened again over the weekend in Venezuela. I was just hearing Kashkari making some comments right now about the job market specifically. Saying the job market is clearly cooling, speaking on CNBC right now, but nevertheless, the market doesn't seem to matter here. This is Novo Nordisk, a couple days in a row, the upside here. NVO on the NYSE just taking out $53. Their GLP-1 pill hitting shelves as of today, so a little bit of a bid for NVO, but again, the focus is going to be on oil. The focus is going to be on energy companies specifically. I think there was maybe a little more reaction expected from this morning, but as far as the futures go, as far as oil is concerned, I mean, oil is higher, as I said, but not really.
I was actually reading something, I believe, on CNBC this morning as well. They were talking to some analysts who said, you know, this short-term move in oil is not really going to be what you necessarily think it's going to be. That being said, if oil is going to be in play, I think maybe also look at some of these cruise lines and these airlines, right? These plays that are going to be, I guess, antipathy plays to strengthen oil. So that could be something to watch for as well.
Yeah, I mean, massive reserves Venezuela has, but very limited production currently. As I said, CVX, the only company directly operating in Venezuela currently. The only U.S. company, but there are some that are listed over in Europe currently. But that's what CVX looks like right now, all the way up to 166 here. Coming back in a little bit here this morning, giving this back. But massive, massive $10 gap to start the week here, guys, for Chevron. Happy January and happy 2026. Good morning.
Good morning, and good to have almost everybody back for sure. But yeah, a little turmoil over the weekend.
Yeah.
And what's crazy about it is, like, I understand that everyone's gonna be like, oh my goodness, look, how's the market gonna react to this? Well, if you really look at things, like a lot of the tech, you have a lot of tech names that have gapped more. Oil itself, not that big of a move, as you know. Like, at the end of the day, this isn't really seen as a supply issue right now. Venezuela is not that big in terms of production daily. So you can look at CVS. That said, I don't think this is going to be the trading focus as much as you might think in oil. I would venture to say, you know, you can look back at like silver's gapped up and Bitcoin, and some of that flight to safety might move a little bit more. And then you've got with CS and with TSM numbers, a bunch of chip names that are doing really well, and then start to think about some of the defense names that might be moving around. So I don't know necessarily that it's going to be oil that you want to look at the most today, but there is a wealth moving, so there will be plenty to watch. So want to make sure you're locked and loaded, you're in the right place, and stay focused because in days like today where there might be a little bit extra volatility, you don't want to like shank your plays wide right or anything like that.
No, you don't want to do that. Well, you're not at that stage yet. I was saying to you, I think the Jacksonville Jaguars, I think that'll be a okay matchup. Both of us have to go on the road there next week. Yeah, football is gonna be good, I think. And I missed last night's the kick you're talking about there with how far was that?
The 44-yarder.
44. Yeah, I saw the highlight this morning and to lose by one there, too bad for the Ravens.
Bad.
Raheem, well, I don't feel that bad for him, but I feel bad for the Ravens there. And but anyways, yeah, that sucks. I thought you were also referencing the Bills there, the wide. There he is. How was everything, Randy? Happy New Year. Good. Yeah, I see you beat it before the weather today.
Here.
There you go. Get that, Randy. Get out of here.
It's just the carpet guy dropped that off.
Oh, carpet guy. Okay. Yeah, gold up 2% today, silver up. I mean, I think the playbook's going to remain the same for a little bit here as we continue to watch some of these fixed assets. Like these different asset classes here. Oil, it's now 70 GLD.AD. Okay, there it is. Silver up 4% as well. Thing is like it's now 77 barrels of oil to buy 1 ounce of gold. And that ratio used to be in the 30s to 40s. So we're getting all, twisted up here with gold and silver prices as opposed to what exactly oil is doing here today. And the biggest reserves in the world there in Venezuela. So we'll see if Chevron can go in there and help, pull some of that out of the ground. And I think oil prices go south from here now, right? And so we'll see CL / just more demand, more supply going to be getting hit now, put on the market. So if we go into here, we go February crude oil, $57. We'll see if we can hang around here for a bit, up 1%. Thought it would have been up a little bit more, but I can see the reason for this to come back in. I like some of the refiners today in a Valero or something like that. If we're going to talk all about oil, let's go charts. Let's go. There's Valero up 7%. So, wow, like talk about buying names that were on good little levels there. This 160 marker, I mean, some of the energy trades are going to start to look real good right about now. So, yeah, if you got a part of that, and, someone made a bunch of money on Poly Market apparently, putting that bet that they were going to go get him the day before, and apparently that wound up happening there. So, yeah, and then all the other names, I just wonder if it's just the new year, the new sort of themes of, I don't know, we talked about oil, that might be a good theme. We talked about gold and silver, but what about an old theme that just continues to kick higher right now, and it's the AI trade with NVIDIA upside this morning, AMD upside this morning, our good friend Intel's upside one more time here. Like if you're able to buy some AMD at 200, congratulations. That's up 3%. Here's Intel up 4% today as well. Back over $40, so my thing up, but congratulations to that one as that's, yeah, there it is. As that's been a good little run there for Intel, as if you held out on not getting out of anything, breaking through the 50 period, you've been well rewarded now for Intel going back up to the upside. So we should have Michael Noss on today. He'll talk about a whole bunch of things, I'd imagine, including Bitcoin, which is getting a nice bump up as well. We didn't even talk about Bitcoin yet, and that's up 3 or 4% as well today, depending on what you're looking at. That closing price, there it is, 3.5% for BTC today, back over 93,000. It was ticking earlier. So yeah, I think it's a risk-on atmosphere right now. No, I mean the ES is up a 1/4 point, Nasdaq's up 0.7.
Some of the Chinese names are down.
Oh, are they? Okay.
I mean, like obviously we understand the geopolitical aspect to this because a lot of things are proxy-ish, and so China names are going to be down. Oddly enough, despite good Foxconn numbers, Apple is oddly flat. Like all of these tech names are super strong and gapping up, but it's mostly. Like if I look at my quote board, and my quote board isn't representative of the entire market. Like look what's not up today. Like Netflix, Meta, Apple, Baba, JP Morgan, man, financials were really good last week. Uber catch the downgrade, and then NIO, they got their deliveries. And speaking of deliveries, yeah, there's so much has happened since we got now my chart doesn't want to load Tesla. It's that bad, huh? Now Tesla's back up a little bit after Friday when they got their deliveries. Big disappointment in terms of price action for sure. I mean, I think most people didn't expect it was going to be great numbers from Tesla, but let's see if we can get back to that 450. 450 was kind of a key, obviously key price area. Closed there Wednesday and then tried to bounce the first time at that 450. Up 1.5%, but given where it was on Friday, not that big of a bounce here for Tesla. So there's a lot to look at, not just sort of what's in play now, but look at what was moving into last week, and then you'll find some runners. As we head back to the desk, I'll leave you with one more that you probably didn't, if you haven't looked, you might not have realized. Ooh. SMR is up 8.5 points. So there's a lot moving today. Don't get me wrong, like you do want to focus in, but here's a name all the way back down into those teens. And big day on Friday, looking for a little continuation today here on SMR. Everybody needs that power. These guys need something to sell. But, just details, right? Details.
Yeah, that's good. I didn't even realize that. That's great. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I think it is a risk-on day. I thought the NASDAQ and ES should actually be up a little bit more than this, I would figure. Is it the banks that are, they're still up too. Okay, guys, we are ready to go today. It should be a good one. As we said, welcome back to Brendan. We've got Adara at the desk as well. Joe is back, so we want to say thank you to Obi last week for filling in, and Joe is back now, so we'll have some upgrades and downgrades, some options plays as well. Randy's back in the building, so we got our bananas coming through here today. We've got the caterers back, so yeah, there's the bananas back there as well. And like I said, we should have Michael, and it should be a really good fun day to go here today. But I guess Obi will be on the midday again, so not missing him for too far right now. People saying nice tan, Joe, but I haven't really seen. Yeah, okay, he's got a little bit of a tan. I see the nose. I see it. Okay, I haven't looked at him in the face here. I just heard him come in today, and it was so we welcome back Joe. It's always great to have a full team. I mean, we're minus Sharif, but it seems like these days we're always minus some. Wasn't Sharif just on vacation though? I feel like didn't he just come back from somewhere?
I don't remember.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but anyways, it's good for him, and we have time to spend, and this is the time to do it. Right now, it's a little bit of a snowstorm outside.
Oh, we had great topography.
So yes,
it would have been even better with a little bit more cover.
Well, today you're going to definitely have a lot of cover. There's a lot of cover happening here today. So, anyways, yeah, welcome back to everybody. It's a brand new year, and it looks like it's risk on one more time here in this market. So, let's go back over to the desk and see what Brendan and Adair are up to.
I mean, it's a good point in the sense that we could see a lot of different narratives come into play this week as well. It's the first day today. Most of the institutional side might be back in the market for the first time since going on holidays. So you might see a little bit higher volume. You might see a little bit of different themed action starting to take place as well. Sean mentioned the AI trade, the inflation talk still lingering in the background. Just be aware, Kashkari is still speaking on CNBC currently. We'll keep an eye on that. You brought up a good point, though, this one, Halliburton and some of the infrastructure or oil field services is the actual group they're in. But Halliburton, the SLBs of the world, catching quite a bit here as well. And this all around the potential of something needing rebuilding or potential of these types of companies maybe getting access to this market for the first time.
Yeah, I think it's like what's interesting here, again, as you said, is it's not just CVX making this move, right? Obviously, that's maybe one of the largest movers, but I think at one point SLB was actually up more than CVX. So it's very clear the market's viewing this as not just a CVX specific issue, but rather something that's going to impact this whole space maybe for a while. President Trump did indicate that they'd like to be working here in Venezuela. There are reports he's going to be stationing someone from his team within Venezuela for that purpose. And then also, in general, as you get geopolitical tensions, oil is usually a good place to look. So I think there's a lot of confluence, for lack of a better term here, in factors that will keep this oil space looking interesting regardless of Venezuela specifically.
Natural gas now down 6% on the day, futures anyways, down 6% on the day. So heading in the opposite direction as crude oil in a significant manner here. Bitcoin, the other maybe significant talking point here to the upside, as we mentioned, MSTR. I just saw they crossed, what was it, 50 billion total? Strategy's Bitcoin holdings reaching 673,783 Bitcoin, worth 50.5 billion total as of the start of the new week. As of every other week, we get a report from them on where they're sitting as far as their holdings concerned. So that's a new high, I believe, for them.
Yeah, it's a good look there for MSTR. Stock-wise, maybe not so much. We're like, a little bit away still from key areas of resistance for them to test. I will mention, though, Goldman Sachs, I believe, issuing some analyst notes on Coinbase and Robinhood, upgrading Coinbase, but Robinhood just maintaining a buy rating and lowering the price target. So lots of plays in this crypto space on watch for sure if you're not just trying to play it like the IBIT.
Yeah, individually, there's MSTR, 164 strategy coming into play, 164. We're above, guys, this entire range from the past week and a half, not just last week, but week and a half, we'll call it, over the holidays here on obviously low volatility and low volume trading. But significant levels could be tested here for MicroStrategy today.
Yeah, it's got a little ways to go, at least for strategy's sake. Like it's probably $6 or $7 away from, I think, really breaking out. But you can't complain too much. You've at least broken away from this little consolidation. But when I kind of go back into this daily chart, like the top end of this range is about $7, $8 away, and then you'll throw into the factor Bitcoin itself. Well, 94, we've gotten up to test 94 a couple times recently. I mean, somewhat recently, because you got to go all the way back into like early December since that last test. But we're still more or less in the same range. And the one thing I'm looking at as we get up there, there's some resistance up here at 94. I'll be looking at IBIT. If we get up to that price, we get to 94, then on IBIT it's like the 53.5 to 53.75 level. I'd be looking for a fade. But even if that breaks out, just thinking higher time frame, even if that breaks out, this prior support we've been looking at for a while because it's been holding for so long. They held for so long in Bitcoin. Since it broke that trend line, it's actually turned into resistance. So even if you were to, this move pop us in close to 100, you still haven't broken that support, which is turning into resistance on BTC. So yeah, like on a short term, absolutely. Like I'm going to be looking at IBIT today. I think there's room to get into that 53.5 to 53.75 level. It's such a gigantic gap. It's kind of hard to look at pullbacks in the prior highs when you make this big of a gap up on IBIT. So, I lean into things like, hey, can we actually hold on to VWAP early? Just start playing alongside of the trend, which if you looked at it on Friday, once it gave you that higher low dip buy, you were kind of good to go to just start buying dips on trend until it got to resistance. I'm thinking that when it comes to IBIT. But higher time frame, I don't think you've really broken out yet because we still have some resistance to contend with for IBIT. But, flight to safety here is good news because realistically, that's one of the things that you want Bitcoin to be. So the fact that it's gapping up with the metals today would be a good thing.
I gotta say shout out to Chaz. I think this is the reason why. I mean, everything Neil said makes a lot of sense, but look at this. This is estimated Bitcoin holdings of major entities. Okay, so Nakamoto, so shout out to Elon Musk. He has 1.1 million coins. BlackRock with IBIT holding 770,000. There's your MicroStrategy, Brendan, as you just mentioned, 672,000 and growing. There's Venezuela. So Venezuela had double, apparently, the Bitcoin that the US government had right there. So you want to talk about supply getting diminished a little bit here. Potentially now, you take 600,000 Bitcoins off the market and you potentially have, so go check that out. I'll put this here if you want to go see it here. I'll put it in the in our little chat there. Get part of our chat, by the way. Make sure you do join, man. I don't understand how we're still stuck on 548,000 here. Was it 549 now? Let me bring this down. Just guys, if you're watching right now, 548, only 2,000 watching. We are now starting a little bit earlier at 8 a.m. So all of you guys know that already. But 548,000, I feel like we've been there for a month. Let's get that going here. Just got to get 2,000 more, and we're up to 550,000 subscribers, and you got to get in part of our chat. And if you do that, then we can see what exactly you guys are talking about, and we can help you. But I want to thank Chaz for sending me this. I mean, I thought that was pretty interesting here. So creating another huge move up there for Bitcoin. Today, of course, we have IBIT, CVX, Comcast, Uber, and PayPal to the downside. ISM Manufacturing coming out here. And yeah, my wife made some nice, this is the Elliott Tree Farm. This is what we go to for our maple syrup. So we were talking about that, and my wife made some nice waffles with strawberry and so on and so forth. You got to put some of this on. So big shout out to these guys here, Elliott Tree Farm with the maple syrup. Getting low, man, on that one. And someone sent me some different pitchers of maple syrup. So we gotta celebrate that here in Canada for sure. But yeah, I don't know why I'm on JP Morgan still, but yeah, that's an interesting call there for IBIT and for crypto. I think it goes higher, and then we want to test that $100,000 psychological mark. So yeah, Bitcoin right there with 600,000 Bitcoins apparently seized. I don't know if that's true or not, but that seems like a lot. So I don't know how you just seize them, but maybe they got that magical key to unlock those Bitcoins, and we'll see if that hits the market or not. And if it does, you're going to get a huge supply hitting the market, which is going to create the price to go to the downside. But if the U.S. government is all about this crypto reserve, then did they just get 600,000 more Bitcoins, or what was going on there? So here we go, man. NASDAQ up 0.64, ES up 0.23. So yeah, this should be a very, very interesting look and a very interesting trade today for Bitcoin. Maybe something we could talk to Michael about for sure. Yeah, be something to do with that. I don't know how much Fartcoin Venezuela had or anything like that, but maybe something there. So.
The how they would seize it is the interesting question.
Yeah,
that's the big one for sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, the how doesn't necessarily matter. You don't worry about that too much when it comes to trading.
Yeah, I don't know if
you react to it, but certainly something to watch. Before we go over to, I think we're going to Joe.
Oh,
we actually have some options.
That'd be nice.
Activity in a quick little bit, but I was just sort of scanning through when you said JP Morgan. For some reason, I don't know, like where my head just went over to like SoFi. I was like, wait, I haven't looked at SoFi this morning. There's a host, and this isn't really up that much, but there's a host of stocks, or at least a few stocks, at least anyways, that I was looking at this morning, where like we were just talking about MicroStrategy, where you haven't really busted through. Like you got like a little resistance level or a consolidation level, and you haven't broken through. But this one is very, very close to busting out the top here. And if you look at it on a 15-minute, which I had up just a second ago, like you get through 27, like 3/4 or 27.8, like SoFi. Outside of the obvious 28 even, the 50-period moving average, but that's been a wall of resistance for a while. And I saw some people talk about how the market hasn't really been going, and you have different sectors going in waves. That's one fintech name to keep our eye on, because when we're sitting here in like a condensing range on the Qs and condensing range on the ES, you want these like individual sectors and names to start breaking out. So you can get that next move up. So SoFi just got on my radar for sure. But we said we had him back. He's right here. He's got the tan. But more importantly, Joey Options has some options, obviously. Talk.
Lots of options here this morning, guys. Some interesting activity over Friday's session. But yes, great to be back and happy to be back with you guys. But let's get right into things. It's funny Neil was just talking about SoFi, because at the top of the list here on the options activity expiring this Friday, guys, at that $28 level, we have approximately 13,800 contracts were traded, with 8,210 still remaining currently open that will expire this Friday. Now, as for Boeing striking a deal with Israel for those F-15 fighter jets, guys, strike price $230, expiring not this week, the following Friday. Still some open interest at that specific level. That's going to be $230 once again. 10,700 contracts still currently open. Friday's session was relatively strong, so looking for a little bit of continuation in strength here this morning. Now, as for the volume, we're sitting around 2,600, and then Applied Digital as well, too, guys. A relatively strong session on Friday at that $30 level. Once again, expiring 2 weeks from now, we're sitting around 11,300 contracts still currently open. That may grow in size leading into that expiration date. Now, as for the volume, relatively cool 1,900 contracts traded, open and closed on Friday's session. Now, as for some more activity, guys, the call of the day, we're going to be taking a look at Apple. Yes, that $280 strike price. It's funny to think that expiring this week, still relatively cheap, guys. You have a dollar spread, but you're also sitting at around a quarter for these contracts, specifically on the ask $27 and on the bid $26 if you're looking to write. Now, as for your delta exposure, guys, considering it is an out-the-money contract, you're sitting around 0.092, and your gamma exposure is going to be relatively light as well. Now, as for the at-the-money implied volatility, this is cool, so this could be somewhat of a bullish signal, guys, but volume and open interest sitting around 22,400, open interest around 29,200, and I'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades, guys.
Yes, sir. Joey Options will be back, and it's always good to have him back. And interestingly enough, Apple's a weird one today. I got to admit, like everything looks so bullish. Market's up, most of tech is up, obviously oil, Bitcoin, and heck, we have like random, when we talk about some of the nuclear stocks kind of running today. But Apple, down a third. And it's almost as like the malaise that everything had been in, like that side range. It tried to break it in a huge way on Friday and was one of the larger rejections, because Apple went from going absolute ham at the open on Friday to like down significantly. Like you had 3 days in a row with like a $1.50 to $2 range, and then all of a sudden you put in like a $9 range on Apple. Thanks, Randy. Got the refill early as well. I get used to this again. Yeah. So Apple, like that's one that I'm a bit conflicted on. Like it's hard to be bullish on this one today after the big reversal. I'm not so far as saying, oh yeah, Apple, I want to be a seller here at 272 or whatever. But this one does look a little bit distinctly different. So I'm kind of staying away from Apple. Like it lost that rejection. If I zoom it in here, that rejection that you saw on Friday, like look at that wick. Like it's real. It's not a very good looking candle. And it loses the 50 period. And it confirms that little bit of a downtrend. So I'd be gonna stay away on Apple today just to see if it can settle itself down. Heck of a reversal. I mean, we know the market reversed, but the way Apple did was a little bit more disturbing, I suppose, would be the best way to think about it, than some of the other names that we're going to be looking at today. So Apple, a bit of a hands-off for me, at least to observe the price action. But I'm not bullish on that one today.
You mentioned it was one of the least active names in the Mag 7 there. So, yeah, for me, I really like the Google trade today. We'll see if that can get going. It's flat right now. I think if I was saying risk on, this is one of the better names for me in the market that I want to get involved with on any kind of dips here in 2026. We're going to go over a bunch of different names that we like, heading into the year. Wow, look at Marvell. Let's go, man. We'll fire off a little bit of a hot dog cannon here as Marvell nicely cooking off the bottom as well. I didn't realize that's up to $92 right here, and that's starting to go as, many of these names right now going. And we had a dip down. I don't know if you guys noticed this last week, but Tesla is on a little bit of a down push here as well. Into the 50-period moving average right now goes Tesla. 6 or 7 or 8 straight down days for TSLA. So we'll see if that one can pick back up a little bit here. But it is great to have Joe back. I'm working on the list right now. A trade that we could look at as well for 2026 would be Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. We had some news last week from Bill Ackman, not news, but that he's really still interested in Fannie and Freddie. So a little bit of a bump from 10 to 11 there. So we can watch out for some Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac into this year. And then, of course, the big plays today, XOM, however, not moving the same way as Chevron, still nicely cooking to the upside as well. A couple points here, almost 3%, heading lower initially here this morning, but still up 3. Really nice to see XOM off that bottom. I really think Valero has one of the bigger runways here as well. So up 8% for Valero as someone's got to refine all this newly found oil wealth from the United States. And we're just going to see how that all gets managed, right? So down over there in Venezuela, and got some messages from some Venezuelan friends, and they're more than happy that this thing went down. So we'll just wait now to see if they have re-elections. What's going to happen there in Venezuela? I think Maduro's being arraigned today in some
this morning.
Lower Manhattan courts there. So I just love the fact that he was in that Nike tech suit. That was awesome. What he was in there. That's one of my favorite jumpsuits. That he was in there and being arrested in style former Venezuelan president, whether or not he was actually elected properly or not. We'll find out more about that in the upcoming weeks and months. I don't know how long this will take to settle, of course, but
not that quickly.
I don't think he's going to be a free man anytime soon.
But what's crazy about it, and I know that before we go back to the desk, and we'll get back to that desk in a second, if you got to get a little tinfoil hat, if you see some of these stocks, I don't know, you had Valero up, but it was very noticeable on Halliburton on Friday. Like, look at a 15-minute chart of Halliburton, and then look at what ended up happening, and then the gap up. So, like, sometimes there were signs, and I feel like, like when you have basically program buying all day on Friday, from almost start to finish on a name like Halliburton, then we see that kind of action. Like, there were some hints out there, like whoever put that bet on that this was gonna happen in the poly market. I guess maybe they had some insider information, but I feel like somebody was buying up Halliburton and thought that'd be the case too. And as you were saying before, like I don't think it's an oil, like spot oil, or I mean to this extent Chevron, but it's already starting to give it back. I think you got to look at some other names that'll be a little bit stronger based on this. It's a little more expensive to extract Venezuelan oil than other places in the world, right? So right now, the shock isn't in spot oil. You're going to find it in other places. And don't sleep on some of the defense names as well. So it's going to be pretty good. But we have a good friend that we're going to get to. It's Monday. So you know who we're going to talk to. It is the NOS boss. We'll see what's on his mind.
I mean, I was all excited for monthly charts, but then he has to come and talk about seasonality. So let's bring him right in and get a look at, I mean, we've had this conversation before. First of all, Happy New Year, Michael Noss. Good to see you. It's been a couple of weeks.
Happy New Year and welcome back. And yeah, you missed the monthly charts. We did that on Friday with Sharif, so
my bad.
Should have been tuning in on your vacation.
I will go back and rewatch, definitely. We've had this conversation before, you and I, about the on and off years of a U.S. election cycle, and being in the middle, seasonality-wise. What are we looking at here going into 2026?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, I promise, for people who might be getting bored of seasonality, this is the last seasonality talk, probably for the year. But like I talk about, I like the year-end seasonality stuff because it's about taxes and you can't avoid those. And then election seasonality because that's about elections. So maybe a reminder as we get a little bit closer, but that will be about it. So those are the two things I focus on. They mostly all happen at the end of the year. So this is from Nautilus Research. Shout out if I steal a chart. I want to quote where I got it from. And this is every year of the market broken down by their election cycle. In the US, they have a 4-year consistent election cycle. So we're able to chart that out. And if we're focusing on the black line, that's showing us what happens on average for each one. So you have your election year, right? That was 2024, in which you have your election going in. There's some choppiness right before the election. And then generally speaking, regardless of party or outcome, you have a nice push into the end of the year. I believe just due to, you're feeling good about it finally being done, right? It's you know who's running the country, you know roughly what policies they could do, that type of thing. Then you have the post-election year, which is normally bullish, because again, most years are normally bullish. And then you get your midterm year, which that's what we're coming into right now in 2026. So the red line is how the market has performed. It's always going to be more volatile than the black line, because the black line is an average, and then the red line is what actually happened. But you can see roughly we've done what we should. We had a positive year in 2024, which we should have, and we had a positive year in 2025, and that happened roughly how it should have, with a good surge into the end of last year. And then we have 2026 coming up, and this is what's going to potentially happen this year. And what you normally see is this sideways kind of choppy mess all the way into November. And this is, again, in my opinion, just because you get a lot of mudslinging in elections. You don't know who's going to be in power and what policies they're going to like or dislike. And it creates a lot of confusion in the market. And then near the end of the year, often you get a resolution with the election done, and then some sort of a climb into the end of the year. So the next chart is just to zoom in for just the election year in general, just the midterm year. So the black line is all other years. So if you average out every other year that's not a midterm year, that's roughly what it looks like. And then the blue line we're focusing on here is the midterm election year. And you can see just a lot of mess all the way up into October and November, and then again a little bit of a push into the end of the year. So that's a zoomed in chart. So it just shows that while this is happening and no one knows really who's going to be in charge, you get this chop, and then into the end of the year it pushes. So I drew probably the worst chart that I've ever drawn, but I tried to trace out what this would look like on the SPY in the last one. And the thing is, we're already in a range. So this last chart just shows we're in this range. So there is a world, if we follow the seasonality perfectly, that this is kind of what the ugly chart looks like, where we are just hanging out in this range, up a bit, down a bit, right? Probably won't be as clean as staying inside these lines, but we could be in these lines all the way until summer or later next year into October, and then potentially get that breakout. So why this is important is because I think this should really help kind of define things like what kind of trades you could potentially take. Maybe a little bit more mean reversion or buying dips, selling rips. That might make a little bit more sense until the election's done. Also, depending on what party could potentially be in charge, you could see different sectors outperform and underperform, which is going to be kind of my last point here, is that if the market is choppy, that doesn't mean that every sector is choppy. Generally, what it means is that you have some sectors really outperforming and some sectors dramatically underperforming. And between those two things, that creates the overall industry, the overall market of stocks to be choppy. But so, you might see solar go if one party looks like it's in favor, or marijuana stocks, or oil or coal or something like this. So a choppy market means maybe don't focus on the big guys that control the market, but maybe look a little bit under the hood, not so much about different sectors, but even different industries of who may benefit, and just be ready for chop. And I know there's a lot of traders out there that give back a lot of money that they've made in bull markets and choppy markets, trying to take swings on potentially things that might not happen. So just make sure that you know that this is the potential that's going to happen, and just build your plan for this year accordingly.
It is easy, I feel, to maybe see something like that and then put yourself in a mindset where, okay, I'm going to be cautious. Going forward, I'm going to take things slow, maybe nibble here, nibble there, but overall, I'm going to be cautious. If we find that, for whatever reason, this is an outlier, if it's up or if it's down, regardless of the direction, this year is an outlier. How do you approach that? How do you approach when it doesn't end up playing out the way it has in the past?
For me, that's the most interesting part, right? And we talked about this when we talked about, the Santa Claus rally and the January effect and all these positive influences that happen into the end of the year. The market held up okay, right? We had a little bit of a pullback, but if we just kind of fell apart during Christmas, that's a sign of, okay, we had all of these tailwinds, but they weren't enough. So whatever the headwinds were are more powerful than we thought. And I would look at it the same as if the market just breaks out and just starts ripping this year. I might be a little bit late to the party because of my assumption that there's some choppy action, but I would almost take that as an even stronger sign that all of this uncertainty of what's going to happen with the election, the market just doesn't care. Whatever the narrative is at the time that's pushing us is outweighing all of that.
And if that is the case, is there a specific, in your mind, just off the top of your head, a specific area that you would go to first?
Well, Brendan, because you didn't watch our monthly chart segment, tisk tisk. Two sectors that the two sectors that really stood out to me on a monthly chart, especially going into the last year, were finance and healthcare. We had a pullback in tech. The Qs are lagging us now, and they haven't really been all year if you just look relative to all-time highs. But healthcare held up really strong into the end of the year and is just right against all-time highs, and that's very interesting. And then we have finance and big financial companies breaking out last month when the market was pulling back. So those two sectors are really interesting to me. I think that might have to do, again, I'm Canadian. I don't have a dog in the election fight, but you might think that one party is going to be kinder to healthcare companies than the other. That might be something to watch. Whatever ends up happening in that area, those are the two I'm interested in, just because they held up the best when the markets had this little pullback.
Great stuff, as always. I think it's going to be fascinating over the next few weeks here, in the next couple of months, definitely, as we get a feel for the narrative and the direction and the overall, direction we're heading from a global standpoint into that late summer and into early fall, as you said. Michael Noss, we'll talk again soon. Thanks for this.
Talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Yes, as always, thank you, Michael. And we saw on Friday, when Michael was talking about some of the healthcare names. I know one of the ones that was brought up a lot, at least in our chat, and pretty much always is going to be UNH. You got to figure it can't be a bad thing. The way the midterms are heading right now, if the Democrats do strongly there, that can't be a bad thing for healthcare stocks, generally speaking. Although I'd venture to say usually, they tend to do well in both parties, but it could be good for UNH. The only issue I have with this one, you're talking about things that can break out. And I said when I was going over SoFi that there were a lot of stocks that have this sort of pattern where you're pretty much rubbing up into a pretty big breakout spot or potential breakout spot. UNH fits that bill. It hasn't happened yet. I think you probably need to be a little bit more patient with it as it's higher highs into a flat top. Usually that'll resolve itself pretty well with a breakout, but it's not there yet. So again, patience. And you don't want to be going before this stock decides to make its move because it's done this before and long consolidation, and then you don't get the breakout. And then sometimes you get the consolidation and then you get the breakaway and you can trend up for a bit. So this one's setting up that it's ready to go again, maybe even get above the 200 period moving average for the first time in a very long time. Yeah, but we've already gone over some of the financial names. Not always healthcare. I think this one's on the verge here, UNH, of making a secondary push.
Yeah, we also got, I was just actually thinking about adding this to the watch list right here because it's on our watch list, and that's Oscar Health, and they got upgraded. I was actually just trying to search through the upgrades, upgraded by Barclays right there, Oscar Health. So yeah, this could be another name there. It's funny that Neil mentioned that because I was literally just topping up the sticky note right here and was thinking about adding Oscar, just trying to find some levels here. Breaking through that $15 marker seems to be a nice little spot there for OSCR. And then Adara mentioned it earlier, and I missed this note earlier today, but Boeing catching a nice, it's not a bid here yet, but it's been catching a nice bid off that $200 mark as well. We'll have to wait to see what's going on with Boeing. And again, more international travel happening now, and we'll see if we can get some peace in the nation. We have Ukraine and Russia. I heard some talks here this morning again about some more interesting developments there. I don't really know exactly what was happening there, so I'm not going to mention it, but we'll see if Boeing can continue its pretty epic climb here over the last month. From December 1st, Boeing was $180 or so stock. Now you're up to $230 with Boeing still trying to go. And then, China was real hot last week as well, and seemingly cooling off just a little bit off that $40 mark, but we'll see what happens there. It is down 1.28%, but cooling off of 40 there is FXI, and we'll see if that can come into play here today as well, back into a nice little key level. Look, I'll be trading the futures a little bit today, so we have this cool graphic that we'll try to hit with the TQQs. There's some levels that I want to look at here. For now, I'm trying to look long. I think we got risk on with Bitcoin, oils to the upside, gold to the upside, silvers to the upside. The NASDAQ is up, the ES is up, major indexes, or major sectors like finance is up as well here today. So it seems like we're in almost a perfect storm of risk here. We'll find out what's going downside now. I mean, does anyone have a stock? Oh, Uber was down on a downgrade. So if you're going to look short on something here, if you just think there's a lot of euphoria in the market, and there might be, right, here today, Uber on a downgrade could be something, and I believe PayPal might have been the other one that was catching a little bit of a shrapnel here from the bigs. Yeah, down a little bit, not as much as the other name, Uber, down. But other than that, man, I don't see too much going through here today. With draft, Chinese was, that's why I called up FXI. So maybe it is just that. Oh, people are saying Meta is down as well. Okay, well, that's interesting with the NASDAQ being where it is. DraftKings, I think, could be an interesting play there. I'm looking at this one breaking right here, DraftKings. So you're trying to get out, like what a great breakout this could be, man. You want to talk about a flat bottom, what about a flat top break right there, 36.50 right there for DraftKings. What a move over the last couple months for DKNG, and right back upside as the NFL's hit the playoffs, and then obviously with college winding and being finished now in football, they're almost winding down. But a few more big plays to come in college football, but the majority of that is now easing. And what the Blue Jays got that third baseman from Japan. I think it's a decent signing, right? I mean, cheap enough, right? 20 or less than 20?
I think the fact that he only got 4 years and $15 million
Oh, 15 each year? Okay.
Might be telling that look, either the market for players...
He's a bit older, isn't he, though?
He's only 27 years old.
Oh, he's only 27, okay.
So I think with a couple of the guys that have come from Japan, it's either it's a slower market or maybe they're not as good as everyone thinks, but I think it's a good signing for it. I kind of hope it doesn't mean that we're not going to get Bo back, though.
Oh, yeah, wow.
More or less what it means.
Well, we have Ernie Clement. Yeah, our infield is kind of set right now, right? So we'll see what that
seems like a really good player. He was in the WBC and did well, but I like Bo.
I don't think you say no to Bo because you got some random Japanese guy.
I hope not.
We'll see.
I hope not. But
apparently he wants to play second base now with other teams as well. So anyways,
what else is down?
I'll wait to see about Bo.
Even Netflix is down.
Bo Jackson. Too. Oh, Netflix. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, like Meta, Apple.
Oh, yeah, Netflix might break 90.
Netflix, like all these, the ones that are down, like they're not down much. It's almost as if they just kind of haven't done anything. Oh, that's right, the split. Well, they just kind of haven't done anything. And Netflix does not have Apple's chart. Like Apple had the kindness to at least be up for the first 15 minutes of the day on Friday. Netflix, not so much. If also in the, if you're looking in the space, as we say, don't forget VRST, which is that spinoff, opens up today, or first day of trade today. We're going to have some upgrades and downgrades. One of the stocks that's down, I know, is on the downgrade list. That would be Uber, but curious to see what else finds its way to the board, because last week we had an unusually low number of downgrades.
Yes,
I think there was
almost
like,
none.
It was like one or two at best per day and a bunch of upgrades. So let's see what we have today with Joe.
All right, guys, at the top of the list this morning, we're going to have Adobe, Netflix coming up momentarily, but a couple of these names here, guys, on the downgrade. From those previous highs, we're looking down around 48% here in ADBE, so not too good of a look, guys. We're getting that downgrade from $500 to $400, also going from a buy to a hold by Jefferies. You can see that we're down in the pre-market sessions as well, too. Now, as for Domino's Pizza, we're down 1% this morning, going from a buy to a hold by Cowen. Now, as for Netflix, we're down 32% off of those previous highs as well, too, guys, and this is coming after the split. Once that trend breaks, maybe we'll get somewhat of a recovery, but the downtrend still seems fully intact. Price target being lowered to $100. And then also PayPal on the downgrades list as well too. We're going from a buy to a neutral weight as well. We're positive 0.1%. Now, as for some of the upgrades, we're going to end some things on a positive note. We have Arista by Piper Sandler getting that price target raised to $159, going from a neutral to an overweight. Now, Citizens Financial also getting the nod, guys, going from neutral to overweight. You're up approximately 0.75% here this pre-market session. By Citigroup, you're getting the nod. Now, as for Coinbase, guys, Goldman Sachs, you can see that we're experiencing a little bit of a bump here in the crypto space. Bitcoin touching up to $93,000. We're getting that price target raised on Coinbase to $303 by Goldman Sachs. And then IBM also getting the final nod as well too, guys. Price target being raised from $360, going from a hold to a buy by Jefferies.
Yeah, that Netflix, they're not looking too good for them.
I know it's up, but that $90 break is imminent here, it looks like.
It looks like it could happen. But good news for, well, maybe the outlook upgrade or not. IBM had already bounced off 290. So this was one on Friday, which fell right into support, and you catch the upgrade right when it bounces off of that support. So go figure. You say time that one right. Should be on watch to see if it can get back above. It'll be like 96.25 or so. But I like some IBM. If you're looking at the quantum space or quantum exposure without having to worry about whether the company makes money or not, this would be a good place to go. Like it's them, Alphabet, Microsoft, where you get that potential of big time upside, at least in terms of the quantum space. That said, everyone always wants to look at the Rigettis and IonQs of the world because they offer the whole like 10-bagger, type of hope and dream. And some of those might be in play today, although I would venture to tell you that if you're looking for like the gappers and runners, it tends to be in the nuclears today, not these guys. This was a good. Rigetti had a good day. I believe IonQ was okay as well on Friday, but there isn't much going on with them. Like I'd be looking more at SMR and the nuclear plays than I would Rigetti. But I do like some IBM. I think that 290 is held pretty well. You just need to get a little bit of continuation, and that's a stock that should be back at its highs unless something profound happens that we're not seeing coming in the market.
All right, what's up to everybody? Yeah, we see some runners there. What's up to JL, DVLT, MNTS, Micron? We're going to get to everything. We still have, and welcome, by the way, we are now live at 8 a.m. So set your calendars and your clocks, your alarm clocks. I guess you don't have to set your calendar. Set your alarms just a little bit earlier for 8 a.m. Make sure you do hit that subscribe button. Get us to 550, man. But yeah, this is Adobe, not a great stock to look at if you are long. I mean, we just had a very, very big rejection right there of the 200 period moving average at that $360. So those of us worried about what AI, Canva, some different platforms there, et cetera, for Adobe and for, creating different content, that's just kind of broke right off of that 200 period moving average. So I believe they caught a downgrade today, and that's not going to help out this stock at all. So I do not like Adobe off of that recent rejection. So if you're in that stock, just be careful. I would almost exit it, actually, because you just had a pretty big fail of the break of that 200 period at 360. So Adobe, I would say, is gone to the downside now. But you about Adobe because he'll be here at 11 o'clock joining Joe, Sharif, and Joe swap. Sharif heads to Mexico. Joe comes back to Mexico, but I know he's out somewhere. So that is for sure. Somewhere more than here, I would also, at this point, unless you're a skier or something like that, you do not want to be outside right now here today. Maybe ice fishing. I'm going
to go out on a limb and say that Sharif is not ice fishing.
No, he is not ice fishing. He is down somewhere nice and cool.
Do you ever ice fish?
I've never ice fished before. I wouldn't mind doing it. I don't know. Brendan seems like an ice fishing guy. Brendan, you ever ice fished before?
Ramin's literally laughing in the back at that comment. So yeah, no. Never been ice fishing, have you?
No,
Nor would I.
A place where I think all of us I would have.
No, that is very unappealing to me. You guys mentioned Adobe. I was just actually reading through that note from Jeffries to the downside for Adobe among a few other ones that are selling off. Derry, you mentioned this one, OKTA, nice bounce back after a pretty ugly day on Friday on a buyback.
Yeah, it's a $1 billion buyback here for OKTA. They just announced this program. It's worth noting pretty light volume on this move, guys. As you can kind of see here, pretty choppy. But this whole market getting hit pretty hard. Adobe and Okta, maybe two of the most obvious names that got hit here on Friday. But yeah, I mean, maybe an opportunity here for a rally. That 86.50 right now, just under that. That's going to be the reaction high. Coming off that 84 level base, let's see what we do here today on OKTA. But yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of hard to find catalysts today that aren't upgrades or downgrades. One of them here is OKTA.
A couple of people were mentioning ETFs and a way to maybe look at the energy play or the energy idea through ETFs. Because if this is going to be a multiple week type of situation or multiple month, maybe, who knows, even type of situation. I just brought up XLE while the guys were talking there. 47.50, if you zoom out on a daily chart, is a decent level. We were trying to hold there briefly this morning above 47.50, comes back in. It's now firmly back below 47.50. But guys, thoughts here, on a potential for a couple of weeks worth of a move here might not be worth it on such a bounce or such a gap to the upside today, but an XLE or an ETF type of idea for the energy play.
Yeah, I think you could look at that as well. But I mean, when you consider the fact that it's not necessarily spot oil or the traditional oil names that have made the biggest moves, you might want to get yourself on some crack, which, believe it or not, is the it's refiners ETF.
Crack.am?
It is.
I never heard of that one. When Brendan had it up, I was like, what are we talking about? The crack prices are gone up here recently, or what?
Cocaine's a hell of a joke. No, I'm just whatever, man. So anyways, CRAK is it's like a refiner ETF.
You can't go wrong going long on crack.
I don't even know why I'm chuckling at this one. Like, we could try to be serious about this. And then you throw in the fact that, I mean, if we're talking about Venezuela, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. But this one up 5%. In all seriousness, like, it might have a multi-day rally, as Brendan was mentioning. The one thing I would caution is this is not like incredibly liquid. Like, this would be, like, this is more something that you could swing. You flat out wouldn't day trade. It doesn't actually do any real volume. And on top of that, like, you're going to have some bigger spreads. It'll be a little bit better after the open, but this certainly wouldn't be like a day trading type of thing. But if you wanted to look at some of the refiners, that's a place that you could go for sure.
Yeah, for me, it's funny because I was actually looking over some of the portfolio last couple of weeks, and the only exposure that I really had, oh shoot, it's not going to look good here. I got to bring this out on this one because of the reverse. But XLE right now is breaking out of just this little monthly channel right here. We're up to 47.50 right now on XLE. So you're all the way up here right now looking to break back above this 49 area. So XLE could be something to look at here on a daily chart as well, trying to break higher. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. You know, we saw OIH, the oil holders, and we actually looked, I mean, as Neil mentioned with Halliburton and everything, this was actually on a huge run last week as well. Look what happened on Friday before any of this happened. So you got from 280 up to 295 or so, and there goes OIH as well, the oil holders. So do your own research and figure out who's involved in what stock, but in what ETF. But there it goes, like off the 50-period moving average, OIH for the WIN. Unlike our juniors last night, the World Juniors lost to Czechia 7-5 or 6-4. I had the over in that game, so that was fine. But not good to see them lose last night. But yeah, OIH nicely cooking there to the upside. I'm going to be in Minnesota, I think in May. So I'll see everybody there in Minnesota. But OIH nicely cooking there, and CVX has been the one that's been to the upside. But there's tons of ETF in the oil space. So I would say if there are specific names, like Brendan mentioned there with the crack, with the XLE, with OIH, and then CVX, XOM, Valero is a big name. There's just a lot of names
to look at
in here. Or oil itself, I think oil can actually come back into the downside here, because all you're really doing, in my opinion anyways, is you're just kind of unlocking more oil here. Here it is here, February 26th. So I know it's nicely to the upside right here, but with the largest reserves in the world, Venezuela, and if the United States is looking to make a little bit of money back here on, you know, I guess add to their economy, so on and so forth, that's what we know that they're trying to do. I could see them putting some more oil to the market and creating a little bit of a downside push to the price of oil, but up 1% right now. We'll see if it makes a difference at the pumps or not. That's one of Trump's mandates, right, is to get the cost of energy down. So we'll wait to see if that is affected into the market. But
time, that's the thing.
Yeah, we don't know the plan either.
They're so far behind technologically. Like, there's so much work that would need to be done to get production there to a higher level and cheaper. So like that's where the infrastructure comes in. That's where like the refiners come in, and that's where CVX, who actually already is doing business down there, comes in. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But certainly there's lots of different ways instead of spot oil that you want to be able to play it. As just heard in my ear, we just had Nvidia popping. The market's not doing this much this morning. Oh, come on, chart. The market's not doing a heck of a lot this morning, but it has been very slowly, wow, okay, grinding higher. It's just the only reason we heard is because it just made a little bit of a break of the high for NVDA. And don't forget, starting today, you've got, well, this evening anyways, at CES, you've got Jensen Huang, Lisa Su, even Intel's got a presentation today. All of it's going to be aftermarket, so the chips are also going to be in play today. As we head to 9, there's so much. Make sure you check that watch list, the free watch list, so you can sort of follow along on all the stories that are moving the markets here today, because it's so easy to get overwhelmed thinking, oh, it's all going to be about Venezuela and it's all going to be about energy. That's not really the case. Like there's, like we said, like whether it's the metals, whether it's crypto, I mean, some of the nuclear names are going. Now you have a bunch of chip names that all have their own individual catalysts. So make sure you hunker on down, grab that watch list, check it out, read up, as we're about to go through some of those things.
Ooh,
over at the
9 o'clock.
Starting 9.
Bringing a note here for Micron, guys. A little bit of a pop here right now for MU, back to 324.70 or so. But it did have a bit of a spike down and then right back up again. Huge day on Friday when the overall market and tech specifically was down. But Micron looking to extend that gain, saying the RAM shortages will last beyond the entire year of 2026. So Micron trying to milk that rally from last trading day a little bit more if they possibly can. But as you guys said, if you haven't done so yet, below in the description is a link that will get you to that. If anyone is new here, good morning. First of all, come join us every single day at 8 a.m. Eastern when the market is open. Top link in the description below, though, will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything on it that is moving around in the pre-market in one neat little package. Comes right to your inbox for you every single day. Let's talk about this oil trade from an intraday or short-term perspective. Who knows? Maybe, as the guys were just saying, maybe we get a quick fade. Some of these things gapping up pretty huge this morning. So path of least resistance on some of these oil names, maybe back to the downside to start things off here this morning.
I think certainly with some of these oil places we mentioned, it's not just going to be the obvious names like Chevron with links to Venezuela. There's also going to be kind of plays in that overall oil space. We know Halliburton and SLB have talked about a couple times. Those have also been to the upside. Also just like other kind of oil companies as well. XOM, we know Randy talks about this one as well. OXY, they're not all going to be up to the extent of Chevron or SLB and Halliburton, but they're all going to have some type of move. And the other way maybe you want to play oil a little bit out there perhaps is by taking a look at some of these cruise lines and airlines. We know, of course, because they use oil, if there is a move in the price of oil, these will tend to kind of move in antipathy. So the opposite of whatever direction the oil plays are doing. UNG as well on watch.
Yeah, big day on Friday for some of these as well, going into what happened over the weekend. Somebody knew something, maybe, guys. CVX or XOM, or where are we going here?
I traded an energy name today that's not SMR, a nuclear name. It would be Halliburton, but I think these all need to settle down. You know, we can start with Chevron. I mean, Chevron, they're the ones that they already have a presence and, again, investments down in Venezuela. So there's a logical first step in terms of potentially expanding that, and there would be some long-term upside. That could take a while to play out. Unfortunately, like if you look at what's basically happening on XOM, it gapped right into like range highs. Got to go all the way back to, hey, that's April of 2023. Last time we were really breaching the 170 level, we gapped into that and have been falling back in all morning long, as everyone sort of grapples with the reality that we don't really know what it's going to mean in the short term for these guys, or for like an XOM or any of them. That said, I mean, you feel it's like some of the stronger names have been like the Valeros and the Halliburtons, up 8%. All the charts look the same, gap up, slightly move down, and then a little bit of a bounce. But when I look at Halliburton, this is a little bit different. Tons of room to get back into some highs, almost like a clean V shape. In here, you have this prior resistance at like 32, which if you can hold on to that in the opening range, I think you'd be all systems go. But my first fear would be, essentially, we're just gapping up and then sliding back in. You know, if we're not holding this 31.5, the level shown on the daily chart just there on the first 15, even the first 30 minutes, then I don't even want to be involved in here. Because then I think you might be better off with like looking for some swing opportunities, like we're pointing out in that CRAK. ETF or like a refiner ETF. As far as the day trade goes, I want to see us actually hold these levels in the first 30 minutes because that's a pretty hefty gap. And then you factor in all the buying that was going on in this stock all Friday, probably an easy ring to register for whomever was doing all that accumulating, because that was clearly programmed on Halliburton on Friday.
Yeah, we saw OIH going upside. We saw a bunch of these names starting to go to the upside, and I don't know. It's there was also somebody that made $400,000 or $500,000 on Polymarket that they guessed, within a couple hours that was going to happen. That was like as of January, whatever it was, 3rd, that they were going to invade Venezuela, and apparently someone made some money there as well. This is what oil's doing right now, so it's kind of still stuck right now, not really breaking too much higher, only up 1% here. So I don't think crude oil is really going to be the place to look today, and if anything, I think this drives the price of oil down, but to what Neil mentioned there's still technological advances that need to happen over there to produce the same amount of barrels that they need to put online to really affect the market. But it's a nice discussion there with crude oil. So I already went over to XLE just thinking, and again, if you just go over, you're trying to break through. You're not going to see it on here, and unfortunately, I called it up on the E-Signal. What's up, E-Signal? This is brought to you by E-Signal, this segment. Yeah, 47.50. So you're all the way up here right now on the daily chart, trying to break through on XLE. So I like the way this one looks there. I got to fix that chart in a minute as well. So I'd go XLE long. And then just because everyone's talking about Chevron, I'm always using the 200 period moving average. So right now with 1.5 million shares, that's a pretty decent spot, $162. Let's see if it falls back into that. That would be a spot for me to look at there for CVX. Did you show the imbalances?
No.
Okay, so let's have a quick little look because most of these names are on, a lot of the oil names are going to be on the New York, right? So there it is. So there's Halliburton, as Neil mentioned there. There's CVX, as I mentioned, and then there's SMR as well. So Schlumberger on the buy side. So if you're going to look over here, definitely more buys than sells. It's interesting to see silver coming with the sell side, but look what silver just did. Silver just busted a buck right there, 68 to 69er. Nice move there. XMR, BMNR, XOM. That's a mix between XOM and SMR. XMR there, their Monero. XMR is a cryptocurrency. But there's Cliffs as well. So on here, Boyle is another name there for natural gas and oil ETFs. We even forgot about nat gas as well. So lots of names on here that are in the energy space. So definitely something to look at as you see this goes the opposite way today. Boyle is, just hold on a second. It's triple, is it triple? It's nat gas. It just says Ultra Bloomberg Nat Gas. So I knew it was Nat Gas, but it just says Ultra. So I don't know if this is a 2X or what, but there goes Nat Gas to the downside, getting absolutely crushed today. So you could look at Boyle there as well for something to look at. All right, a trade that is not over yet. I mean, this AI, we had, who was it? It wasn't Mitch. Well, it was Steve Tileman talked about it. Was he the guy that said it was in the sixth inning or something? Okay, it was Steve. Okay, so don't want to misquote. But let's go find out what the story is today about the AI trade, as most of these stocks hitting, not new highs, but definitely hitting highs for the session right now as the NASDAQ is starting to climb.
Yeah, it's the most reliable trade, or continues to be the most reliable trade right now. I mean, NVIDIA 1.7, 1.8 right now. Intel up nearly 5, Palantir nearly 4% right now. Really, it doesn't have to be a single stock, or I mean, if you want to pick out a single stock, go for it. But as a theme right now, the entire AI group still rallying.
Yeah, they're doing really well. And I mean, as you mentioned specifically here, Brendan, some of them were actually really strong, even with that dump the rest of the market more or less had on Friday. Now, of course, I'm talking about Micron, which closed at all-time highs after rallying quite literally all session. They're gapping up today again as well. I do want to talk about CES 2026. This conference is happening this week. Kind of hard to read here, but I'll try my best to zoom in on the key points. Today, which is not even the first day of the conference, it's just their media day, we are going to be getting here Qualcomm Snapdragon from 12 to 2 p.m. Eastern, NVIDIA keynote with Jensen Huang, then we're going to be getting an AMD keynote with Lisa Su. In between those keynotes, both of which are after the bell, we're going to be getting an Intel launch event for this Panther Lake or Ultra Series 3. On Tuesday, we're going to be getting Mobileye doing a presentation. Wednesday, we've got Qualcomm, Adobe, HP, Caterpillar as well. So there's like a lot throughout the week in the AI space. Definitely do not miss out. I will be posting a TTV research version of this calendar on X soon.
The name CES at one point was significantly weighted towards the consumer aspect of it. This show has entirely turned into an AI show.
Oh, yeah.
100%. And last year it was specifically around automobiles and autonomous driving and the car end of the spectrum. This year, a lot more use cases coming into play for AI in general. So they might need to rename consumer electronics, guys, to just the AI show in Las Vegas this week.
Oh, you know what? I feel like it might take some time to do that because it's such like an iconic event and everyone knows it. But no, it's 100% true. I mean, you hear even like Caterpillar. They're another, like, not low-key. I mean, everyone by now understands the AI applications there. But today I'm actually looking at Intel and AMD. It's not so much NVIDIA, unfortunately. And it just comes down to Well, first of all, AMD was ridiculous. Well, I mean, Intel's up one of the most, so that's one of the reasons to like it. But AMD was the most ridiculous in terms of volatility on Friday. And when you look at what happened, it was a pretty ugly, clean move because like the first candle broke out 220, and then we pulled back, and then essentially bounced 220 to come right back into the top. So like it was very wild right off the open. Like if you didn't get that first move, you had to wait all the way back in for it to retest that breakout level before it came back. And we're above the 50 period again on the daily now. So any kind of a dip, your body gets you down to about like 225 or so for sure with AMD. And if it does just one of these, I don't know what they call it, like an A or whatever these shape recoveries are, where it goes all the way and then instead of a V shape, it comes all the way back. I'm willing to buy that breakout price again. But my first look is in and around that 225 on a dip. Because right now we're doing pretty much nothing on AMD. And then Intel, I feel pretty similarly about Intel. The difference why I might be looking at Intel first is, well, Intel didn't give up the move on Friday. Like Intel bounced and held higher lows at 39 the entire time. So it was a better trend trade. It's already broken clean through the 50 period, so it's a day ahead of AMD on its move. So this one just seems a little bit better. Like the 40 level, obviously going to like that one. The even dollars tend to be pretty good over there with Intel. And then you can look at like the 40 and the third for Intel as well. But it's really the 40 and the 39 that I'll be focused on. Not so much NVIDIA today. It's going to be AMD and Intel.
Yeah, I actually have Intel written down. We can talk about AMD. I mean, 190 I think should be a pretty cool and key level there for NVIDIA. We'll talk about that when it does come through. But yeah, for me today, it's Intel and TQs. There is a note that there is going to be some CES talk regarding Intel. I think it's tonight. But I just kind of like this area long here for Intel of $40. So we'll see if that can come in. I'll put the sticky note here, the link into the chat. But it's on my mind. It's a relatively cheap stock, obviously, as compared to a Broadcom or an NVIDIA, AMD, anything like that. It's only a $40 name. But yeah, if we can pull right back into here, that was Friday's high. So somewhere back in, we are starting to pull just a little bit in on Intel. We've seen the market give us a range early on. And if we do dip back into VWAP or into the 50-period moving average, I actually do think that we can get Intel in and around this $40 mark. I mean, we write things down when we come in on the day. And, I was looking at the dark pools came into $40, could be a level there. Not in love with the $40 mark as like this is a break and be-all, end-all level. But if we do come in, I think it's worth testing. So dip buys for Intel right there into $40. Yes, please give me some more on that one. And then thank you, Randy. Give me your oil trades today. Your predictor of Venezuela there. Really paying off here. I know you're more into XOM, but Chevron nicely cooking there. XOM, Randy, I remember when you and I, we were all here, you're talking about this at $100, $105, 110. Now you're up to 120 right there on XOM as we continue to sort of climb the ladder there on the oil trade. You missed this talk by about 5 minutes, but there it is, breaking through 120 and off to the races, Randy, goes XOM. So we really like that one. But yeah, for me today, Intel down there at $40, something to look at. And then, like Broadcom continues to want to work as well. But it's, has a ways to go to get back up to its all-time highs of 400 and, no surprise here, $420 as that's roughly the highest. We've got a little ways to go. So if you want to pick up trade in any of these names, Intel's near that top. Broadcom still has a way to go. So watch out for Broadcom maybe busting through this day's high. Why not, man? 350, I mean, it's going to happen right away, but this could be a good level break early, 350, 450, and then you use this 353 as your base. So yeah, looking at Broadcom and Intel today as well. Yeah, look, I got on the list, I see there, what's up, Sir Milfs a lot? That's a good name. I just want to say that IBIT is on the radar. We're going to get to crypto in just a matter of seconds. But for right now, Randy brought us red mugs.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, yeah,
they're like,
hopefully.
They're Tron mugs. Like the new Tron.
Oh yeah, the new Tron. Yeah, is that on? That's not in the theaters. That's actually out now, isn't it? Like,
You can. I know you can rent it on streaming.
Oh, okay. So then it is out because I know the Tesla got Tron mode a while ago. So I was like, generally speaking,
But it must
so
be in the
stupid.
theater. So.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know enough about Tron.
I don't know.
We almost went to see a movie. I was going to take them to that Anaconda with Jack Black and Paul Rudd. We never got to see. We didn't go. We got too busy. But I think so. I wanted to see it anyways. A PG movie, Anaconda. There. Apparently, Ice Cube is in it. Near.
It's PG.
Yeah.
Surprised by that.
Yeah. It's Jack Black and Paul Rudd.
I guess it's true. It's more comedy.
Yeah. All right, terribly awesome movie. Hey, what's up? Yeah, Tron. Maybe you meant. I don't know which movie's good or bad.
Is terribly awesome referring to guys?
I don't think many people saw Anaconda.
Anaconda or the Tron movie.
Probably the Tron movie. I don't think people saw Anaconda. Maybe
Anaconda's probably like it's like snakes on a plane kind of deal. You know what you're getting into. You're not trying to take it incredibly seriously. You just want to see, a giant snake. And some people and
deal with some people. Anaconda, yeah. And there was that big shark movie too that they had. It was LL Cool J. Didn't Samuel L. Jackson get eaten by that shark that one time?
Deep Blue Sea. Was it that? Was that one?
I don't think the sea part's in there. Maybe Deep Blue.
Deep Blue. I don't know. But he's giving that inspirational speech, and then he gets got.
Yeah, I know.
Hilarious.
It's like a big fun
hilarious.
thing.
I love that movie.
Netflix down, bouncing off $90 back up to 90. Yeah, you're right. Looks like people saying Deep Blue Sea, Cocaine Anaconda. Yeah, Cocaine Bear, one of the best movies of 2023 or whatever that was. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's 9:15. We're getting on in time here.
Not a lot of volume behind this, but Qualcomm just spiking up here. Decent move, $4 worth of a move for Qualcomm. The Dragon Wing IQ10 series robotics processor at CES was just launched, I guess, or announced here. So again, not a lot of volume behind this move, but spike there for Qualcomm. Let's talk Tesla as well. Not spiking, but higher this morning after a pretty ugly day to end the week on delivery numbers last week. If you missed it, more negativity around the automotive side. That headline, though, caught my eye. That was actually out over the weekend. Elon targeting 10,000 Starship rockets annually. That's on the back of him also saying he's going to get to 1 million or more Optimus robots out of production by 2027, which is impressive on both ends of the scale. If Starship is obviously, or SpaceX, more specifically, one of the companies that we see come public this year.
And I think that's the thing with Tesla. You always have to think of what's company-specific story, and then also what's an Elon Musk-specific story, because the stock does tend to move on both. Now, interesting what you said here off of the robotaxis. Cantor Fitzgerald coming out here with a catalyst watch list for Tesla for 2026. They do mention robotaxis, but also, I think kind of interesting, they think that the company could be getting to supervised FSD in China and Europe within the first half of 2026. Now, also, Tesla's China wholesales, that's their second best month ever for China wholesales for December 2025, coming in here at 97,171 vehicles. This is second only to their performance in November of 2022.
Yeah, again, not a huge move here so far this morning, guys, for Tesla, but I mean, we're right back to the top end of the pre-market range anyways currently. Long way to go even just to get back to Friday levels.
Yeah, it's one of those, okay, so if we know when it comes to Elon that some of these lofty targets that he sets, don't hold him to that. 1 million robots by 2020. If they pull that off, it's $1,000 stock by then, if they could pull that off, in my opinion. But again, a lot of times you see a timeline like that, and then you sort of think, okay, well, probably closer to 28 or 29, maybe even 30. Just push it out into the future, because that's what the market's looking for right now, more than the delivery numbers. Now, I know I was talking about a lot of things that were bouncing or breaking back above the 50-period moving average, and Tesla has a really decent chance to do that. But I don't know that this move is out of the water unless on the 15-minute, I think that's exactly how I put it in my note. On the 15-minute, it needs to hold $450. That's actually, $4 or $5 above where that 50 period on the daily is. But again, it's just a daily chart. I want to see that 450 back in vogue before I'm thinking longs on Tesla. So at least for today, if we have one of these kind of topping tail wicks that we've had so many times here on Tesla, some better examples, more harsh examples like that, and then over here. But it did the same thing on Friday, where the first thing is a false breakout and we can't hold above 450. Then this one turns into just, it's a short till it's not kind of deal. And there hasn't been an update. Now, I'm pretty much bullish on the day today. Like pretty much everything is going to be a long idea, except for if we get that false break. And I know what those candles look like. It's a complete topping tail. You got to fail that breakout. We have to close underneath. But if the 15-minute holds above, then Tesla joins the party. If it doesn't, then this one stays a fade till it's not. So lofty expectations for Elon. I'm with him on that for the long term for Tesla, but for today, just want to see that juice through 450, or I'm not going to be a buyer at all. If anything, I'd be looking for the reversal if we get that false breakout.
Wholesale sales in China, the second best month in Tesla's history. So maybe we're getting some better numbers from them now. So yeah, but not doing too much here early. We're going to have to wait to see what those imbalances have to say for Tesla. And I think if you just sort of zoom back out on this name, you are going to look to see if we can hold sort of this 440 to 2 or so area that we had seen as a top for Friday. So that would be an area for me to look at there for Tesla. It's not on the radar today, but it could be, and we'd have to get down into 440 for that to be a thing right now for me. Looking at something to break the top, I just don't know if there's good enough news in the stock to do that today. But yeah, I like what Neil's saying. 450 is still right there. So if you're going to take out some sort of a top there today, watch out. Like 446.50, that's been sort of that pre-market high there with these dark pools at 8 o'clock. So you could definitely have a look there on a break long. But then you're still going to run into 450. I would make sure to get out of at least 2/3 of your position by the time you get to 450, and then you just wait to see what winds up going on there. Rivian is an interesting name to me as well. That's now below $20, so we did have a move up to 22 or so for Rivian, and now you're down more than 10% from its highs, almost 13% there from its highs on Rivian, and looking to see what it wants to do now at that $20 mark, right? So that's actually pretty fine to have this happen. Pull back in now, trying to hold 19. So if we do dip down into here on a risk on kind of a day, I think we can buy some Rivian today. So let's wait to see if Rivian can come in into that $19 range or so. GM continues to be a nice little winner. I don't know if it's doing anything today, but this marker back to the 200 period, you still have a while to go to get to that. So that's still cooking upside as well. $80 break potentially incoming for GM. But I really like Rivian. And then for some of the Chinese names that are down today, NIO at a key level of $5 might be worth a look today, now down 2%. So we've seen some of these Chinese EVs also gotten hit there. That high tick about mid last week, it's down 10% now. Look at this $5 mark there on NIO. So you're coming right into this. Looks like the bottom of 480 or so. So another really great look for some support. So you are getting some names that are coming in here today and could be bought. Look at this, like $8 down to $5. So, you're really getting crushed. That's down 60% there. You lost 3 on 8, 40%. So nice move down there on NIO, like down 35, 40% in 2 months there is NIO. So maybe we do find some love down here somewhere if China can figure it out. And, look, better sales there, wholesale inventory, second best month in Tesla's history. Okay, 922 right now. Just a couple more. Crypto, I know, is on everyone's mind. Some of the altcoins starting to go as well right now. We can watch out for some Solana, some Ripple, Bitcoin. BMNR was on our list there today.
Coinbase making moves.
Coinbase, Hut 8, Mara, we talked about that last week, in and around that $10 mark. Let's go find the story here with crypto. Were there 600,000 Bitcoin seized or not, I guess?
Heading back to the upside right now is Bitcoin, IBIT anyways, trying to get going off 5250. Nice gap here to deal with this morning on this one, along with crypto itself as a group, as a whole, all to the upside, as the guys were saying. What a difference a year makes here. Bank of America joining JP Morgan, Citigroup, Morgan Stanley by now recommending Bitcoin as a certain portfolio allocation right across the board. We sat here a year ago wondering when more institutional money was going to start pouring into the crypto markets in general. Yes, obviously it has already, but now they're just coming straight out saying everyone should have it.
Which I think, yeah, interesting look here. And it continues to show, as you said, a change in the tides when it comes to banks and how they feel about crypto. The story is on our watch list as well, so you can read a little bit more about that. But in the meantime, I want to quickly focus here on some comments from another bank, Goldman Sachs, On two crypto stocks. One of them is Coinbase here. Coinbase getting an upgrade here from neutral to buy from our friends here at Goldman Sachs. But meanwhile, Robinhood getting a little bit of a less positive note here from Goldman. Now, again, Goldman still maintaining a buy rating here on HOOD. But they actually dropped their price target here by a couple dollars, literally $3 here, 164 to 161. They said they do see some near to medium term growth coming from wallet share gains amongst highly profitable active traders for HOOD. But again, here, I think worth noting Goldman Sachs having an eye on both Robinhood and Coinbase here.
Multi-day rally anyways, continuing here, guys. For Bitcoin specifically, where are we going as far as intraday action here for crypto markets?
Well, I mean, you'd like to think that we have a chance to test 94. Because that's, just looking at IBIT, I'm going to try to show you like the local high up here is like 53.5 to 53.85 or 53.8. That'll be approximately 94K if we get there. There's a little bit of diddling that's happening right now where like we've gapped through major support, and that was that, you know, that 90,000 area on BTC. So like if you fill in the gap, like you could fall, and if you do fall to 51.5, like that's where I'd be buying today, no questions asked. Like that was your turnaround spot so many times when we're range bound, but there's a ways to go before we get there. So on the way to 53.5, 53.8, which would be that 94K, there's a lot of room. And when there's this kind of a move and I want to trade it, I got to start thinking about, okay, well, VWAP has to hold, maybe break this downtrend that we're sitting in. For now, we're trending back, so I want to wait for a trend break, at least until we get to some prior highs. But that's such a long ways away. I don't want to wait too long. If we can break this trend that we've been putting in lower highs on since we sat down this morning, then I think Bitcoin's a go. If we do get to that 94,000 area, I think there's a reversion up there, but there's such a long way. Before you get there, you got to look for some long. So VWAP, trend break in here. If I zoom that in, just to give you an idea what I'm talking about. Like you've been putting in some lower highs in the pre-market. I think if we can bust that and start showing strength above making some higher lows, then you're looking Bitcoin long.
Yeah, look, I have the same idea written down here, but I'm going to wait. I mean, it's gone up, nothing but upside right there. But I just have, there's that 600K. I said wild rumor circulating, seized from Venezuela. So I really want to see what Bitcoin winds up doing there today. But Tesla's at pre-market highs. We're just hearing that. But I think IBIT has a very, very good chance of ripping through this top. I don't really have a stock that I want to like punch the top in, but I do think that this Bitcoin does have a chance to run today, breaking through 93,000 and then just up and away here for BTC. This is what it looks like on a 15-minute chart right now for Bitcoin. So, you know, we're trying to break through that top. It's actually 93,250 or so. If we can break through that and then we just continue to go higher and then we say, what's going to try to stop it right there? I mean, you broke through right here, 92. You went right up to 93.5. So it's just like some of these levels getting breached and then going. So a nice little pullback into the 50-period moving average, now trying to hold it for Bitcoin. So yeah, 93.2 or so. And if that's going to be the high, that must be somewhere around here, 52.8, 52.9, 53 or so for IBIT. Now, I wrote down a dip buy opportunity in this name. And again, it was around 51.50. It looks like we're between 52 to 52.20 right now. Let's just wait to see the reason why we wrote down 51.50. That's the top from Friday. And we write these things down an hour and a half ago. So obviously, crypto has not moved back in, and it's relatively stable up here right now. So dip buys on Bitcoin make it even better. And I am thinking about a breakout right now of BTC. I'm just a little wishy-washy on what this market wants to do right off the open. We do have the imbalances are now out for the NASDAQ names as well. Big runner today, Data Vault, DVLT, now above $1. We've talked about that in the past couple of days as well. That's up 30% now, getting that above $1. Right now, ASST trying to get there. There's another name, MNTS, which is trying to move. I don't see it on here. Apple coming with a sell, SOXL with a sell as well, XOM with a buy, SMR with a buy, just some names that might be, and then CVX and Halliburton continue to be the ones as well. But there's SMR breaking through $18, up 12%. So yeah, man, with only 2.5 minutes left, let's go figure out the only down name pretty much. I mean, there's Chinese names, but as far as IT and tech names go, let's go find out the story on Uber on a downgrade, and then we'll be right back to start some trading.
Just hearing QCOM here moving again, I guess back down maybe. The initial move though surrounding CES, if anyone mentioned that, there was a new product launch for Qualcomm, huge spike, 175 up to 179 there for Qualcomm. Coming back in a little bit at this point. Yeah, let's talk about this Uber story. Moved downside this morning. There was a gap, slight gap to the upside. We gave all that back. Right through Friday levels now, we're heading down even more on, looks like an investigation into the board here.
Oh, so I was seeing a downgrade as well here from Melius, so I'll talk about that, but I'll look into that investigation for you guys. Melius downgrading Uber from hold to sell. That came out this morning, $73 price target, which is well below where we're currently trading. Basically saying that they have some concerns here about AV or autonomous vehicle competition for Uber. They're saying, you know, great that Uber's trying to do some partnerships, but AV competition is going to be too aggressive, especially into 2026, that UBER is not really going to be able to necessarily compete, at least not in their view. So that's the deal here with this downgrade. I was not aware of this investigation.
Yeah, it's just a law firm looking into fiduciary responsibilities and duties of the board specifically. Berger Montauk, never heard of it, but I mean, a couple of things causing that move to the downside this morning. For Uber guys, as we bounce currently for this one, thoughts?
Yeah, I think in a day where there's a lot that's looking strong, I mean, having this one in your back pocket, the investigation not necessarily, it's not huge, but it's not good news either. This wasn't that bad on Friday. It was relatively strong, but I see a head and shoulders pattern that if it can't get above 82.50, then I think you want to stick this one in the back burner for today. Just one last thing. I did have an idea for a dip buy in silver at $67, which given that, or SLV I should say, given that it's already approaching 69.5, actually breaking 69.5, just going to have to amend that a little bit. I'm going to start looking for it at about the 68 level on a bit of a dip by the dip. So I mean the metals are going up, but when we sat down, I mean silver hadn't made this move.
Everything
now
is
it's really starting to go.
Everything is gone, man.
Pretty much everything.
Yeah, Intel's gone now. The futures are gone now. With only 10 seconds left, the futures are going to be up 1%. We did put some money into the ES on Friday, so that's up 0.5% right now as well. We continue to go. Marvell's up nicely. There it is. 3, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We are now open. Welcome, everybody. We are going to be looking at the TQs. We'll watch some silver today. We'll watch some IBIT trying to open up here as well. There goes SMR, just ticking a little down. Thank you so much, Joey Bless, for your $1.99. We will look at Lockheed Martin in just a matter of time. But there goes IBIT right now. Okay, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Futures trying to go upside. We did see that Tesla was near its high of the day as we just got to 450, man, then fell back. We got to 448.50 there. Nice little fall back in there for potentially along there in Tesla. And then the other name that we didn't get to late, but we got to early was Oscar Health. We'll see if they can catch a bid down here near $15. That's what I wrote down on the note as an upgrade from Barclays. Hits that name. But there goes the NASDAQ, man, starting to go a little bit higher. They're now up 1.1%. I think it's just, I mean, yeah, I was going to say some of the chip names, like there goes to Intel up 6% right there, touching out at $42. Intel on the move higher for now.
Yeah, Intel going nuts. AMD up, actually was up almost 5% just now as it's heading higher and higher. SMR, which we didn't really talk about, I guess not that much, was double digits. Now it's really starting to come back in here. So SMR losing all of the pre-market gains and time. Right back into 17.5. Maybe let this one settle down a bit here. Tesla does not get to 450. I was thinking kind of a fade if it failed that 450 break, but no breakout. You know, hasn't even reached that level yet. Silver. Gonna check on silver. Yeah, looking for a pullback in silver. I like 67. Change the mind a little bit, obviously, when it goes up that far. I'll start looking at this in and around the 68 level on a dip buys. I do like the metals for a little bit of a relief rally. They were all trend down on Friday, and I like this gap up. We need to hold some of these higher lows. So the market's first move a little bit back into the downside as some of these names are starting to give up their gains. Got to be patient to try to catch some of these bids.
Yeah, someone not giving up any of their gains right now is Google. Google is on one, man. Google up $2 straight up right now. I know it's pulling back a little bit from 319, but the spread and the way the stock is moving, very, very interesting here for Google. So let's try to catch some bids on this one. Look at the futures, man. Just got cracked just a little bit there to the downside right now. So we're going to wait to see if we hear any news. CVX pulling back just a little bit into 160. Whoa, that was right at the 200 period. That could have been a buy over there on CVX. We'll check out what's going on XOM. I mean, had mentioned that all of this probably does react negatively today. Light sweet crude, they're going to the upside, but right now it's some of these names pulling back in a little bit. We looked at Valero there. Okay, that's not doing too much. Was Halliburton doing anything? That was a big one today as well, 32 bucks. I think pulling back just a little bit. Come on, charts. All right, yeah, so just back down just a tad bit here. All right, man, with the future style, find to come back in here. Find if there's some names that we like. I liked IBIT there, not moving right now. I liked Intel back if we got anything a little lower on Intel on news for them today. Right back into the 50 period. That could be a trade here for INTC. Just trying to be a little patient. It's only 3 minutes in, willing to put something on. It's probably Intel at 41. Not horrible. I wrote down 40 long, but maybe 41 for now. Looks like the pre-market low is coming in for Intel one more time here.
Yeah, even some of the small cappers are starting to pull back. There's a small one called INBS, which I hadn't looked at, that has halted to the upside. DVLT, its power move on Friday, that's starting to fall through, but even the topping tail candle so far for Data Vault is that's starting to pull back a little bit. Looking at obviously AMD, Silver, and Intel, the three things that I'm on watch currently. AMD's almost all the way back. That was a lot faster of a pullback. On Friday, it didn't pull back at all on that opening candle, but we are pulling back into that 230 area for support, while Intel is approaching its pre-market lows, and Silver is on its pullback as well. Silver not near VWAP yet. They're all getting pretty darn close to hopefully catching some bids. As the NASDAQ, we're still up almost 1%, but there hasn't been too much buying at the open yet.
No, we just have one position. I'll just hit this siren for you. It's right now at 41. Okay, I mean, if this goes away, we're just going to try Intel here on a move down. Pretty aggressive dollar move straight to the downside. So we're along here at 09s, and yeah, maybe not the greatest look. We just got to be patient if it just doesn't come in. We had written down 40 longs. Okay, so let's just give this a little bit of room here. I'm only going to give it 10 cents or so. We'll take some out there at 16s on this just to get a little piece out. Now we're long at 05s. But yeah, for right now, just trying to give this a little bit of, there he goes, get some more 14s out. Give Intel a little bit of room to see if we can grow into a bid at some point. But if we do lose this 40 right here, basically the low of the pre-market, we're going to get out $40.89. So out of a little bit there, but still have pretty much the full load here. We're into 75% still of this trade on, oh, here we go, of INTC. Here it goes. There's the break. So we're going to be out of this if it breaks $40.89. Looks like that might happen soon. And we'll get out of that right now. But yeah, the market coming back in just a little bit, and Intel not holding the bids. So we'll have to wait for 40 bucks to come in right here as we take out the pre-market lows right now for Intel. Was not expecting that. But hey, man, the market is a funny thing and gives you sometimes what you don't want. We'll get there it goes. Okay, I was going to say we'll get out a little bit if it goes back above 41, but no chance there as Intel breaks the pre-market low and is now getting lower. How low can we go? We'll find out very, very soon. But good out for me there on Intel at least. Believe it or not, like now Tesla's all of a sudden going to the upside. So like everything that was strong is starting to look weak, but still waiting for these dips to come in here. Looks like, if you're just going to show you like what I'm looking at for silver, there's your higher lows. You're pulling right into the possible trend line from the pre-market. So if this holds, I want to be long silver. Just going to keep it here because that's where I want to transact next. But there's Tesla right at 450 bucks. So it did wick that 450. It's trying to break higher. I did think this one could have a potential failed breakout, but that's, you know, it's going to have to close above there on the 15 minutes. So give it another 10 minutes before I'm bullish on Tesla. Now, this market's still dropping in here, so I want to be real patient. Like, show that bid before we jump in. Intel closes the gap if it gets to 40. If we get to the prior high, that's like a standard pullback in a prior high play, and it's already halfway there. So silver, Intel, pretty much everything pulling back in here, and AMD's pulling back pretty heavily as well. I already showed you guys SMR, which had pulled back. Just looking for something to show signs of a bid before trying to grab some longs in here. Yeah, I'm going to look at some Palantir. Palantir does make a move right back into 172, so we'll see if we can catch a bid if that does drop back into 172 again. Therefore, Palantir, that's getting hit pretty good. It's a good thing we did get out of our Intel. We'll have to slap a fail on that one, but hey, just like we talked about on Friday, you know, take your hits and just take the medicine and get away from that right now as the market continues to make an extra leg down, but bouncing off VWAP is something there. We didn't get quite into our TQQ trade. trade that we wanted to get into there. $53 area long there for the NASDAQ for me on the TQs. Oh man, almost came into that, but we did not. I do still want to buy some Intel if it does retrace a little bit more into those levels. What about some NVIDIA down up here as well? Trying to pull back into 190 maybe is a good look there, but still a ways away from that. I still like Intel's coming into the level that initially I liked at $40, so that could be a trade there. Marvell actually holding out okay. I like Marvell. We've talked about one of the plays for me moving forward would be MRVL, so we'll see if that can hold a bid here at 92.50. But yeah, Intel might be my only trade today. Might be my next one too. Oh, that bounce rate back upside crazy. SMR. Oh man, that's too bad.
Looking at so I'm sitting there looking for the silver bounce, and SMR comes right into the pre-market lows and finds obvious support there. Well, I shouldn't say obvious support, but it finds some clean support. SMR on the absolute warpath to the upside. Maybe shouldn't use that pun today. 12% here for SMR. That's looking incredibly strong. I still like that silver bounce, and I'm about to get into it, but can't ignore this. This is an obvious breakout of the lows here on SMR. And if it went, look, we've seen this stock go 20% in a day. Don't look at this and say it's up 12%, it can't go any further. So hopefully the next available dip, if we get some kind of a higher low, I'm not chasing this at the highs when everything is sort of pulling back in here. I'm on the bid at 40 if we get down there on Intel. It's just a matter of getting there. And I know we're looking at some crypto names in particular, specifically IBIT. It doesn't come close to filling in the gap, but it's right back above the volume weighted average price. So if we can start holding this, then that can be a long for me. It's about 52.5 on IBIT would be that level. We're just teetering underneath 93K here on Bitcoin, spot Bitcoin that is. So that's looking good, but that was a missed opportunity I do feel in SMR while I was looking over at silver, which just came in for me. So I'm on the bid of IBIT in front of VWAP because that looks like it's holding. SLV finally did a bit of a turn. I don't know why. Well, I know why, because if I hit save, sometimes my chart crashes, so I'll just keep redrawing these sometimes. But bouncing off the trend line, we got a little bit of green here on silver, so look for the push back into the high of the day, if we can. It's SMR's world, and we're all just living in it, unfortunately. We didn't get into that one.
Yeah, no, oh man. You know what else? So I'm into the future, well, I'm into the TQs right now, just against that little wick bottom right into there. We could use our 200 period of 30. But I don't want to get too caught up right now. We're just going to see if we do get a bounce spot opportunity here for the NASDAQ. So we are going to go into that play and just see if we can get some 59s maybe. We'll take something out there, as that would be VWAP coming into play. Okay, so we get a 59 there. Nice move higher right now anyways on the NASDAQ. But still, okay, well, it's a good out because here it comes falling right back down again. Wow. Just trying to wait to see if something's going to happen here. Maybe nothing is, but a name that we talked about early. Okay, here, this one's falling back in again. There goes Palantir. So we're into Palantir and the futures both going southbound right now. But look at SoFi at the day's high right now. So financials, tech getting hit for sure, but it's the financial side of things right now that are trying to go. All right, man, here goes Palantir. I guess I got to look at this one as that's trying to make some moves now. We're long at 05s here. Let's put something out at 24. Oh, we just missed. Okay, we get it. All right, so here goes a little bit of a higher move now for Palantir. We'll take some 20 cents or so, whoopsies, on this one. There we go. The NASDAQ just came out there. So, all right, that's falling down right now. So a couple good outs there, but there goes Palantir starting to rip higher, and we do get our 40 long now on Intel. So we've got Intel long. We've got Palantir looks like it's going to be a winner.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I barely hit 40, but we're only long now at $40 and 10 cents or so. But right now, it's going to be a good trade for me here on Palantir, guys. There goes Palantir. Let's go. Yeah, 670s. Here goes Palantir. Yes, man, we're almost back to Greensville here, just on PLTR, but we need Intel now to start running as well. Maybe the Qs. We can always get back into them, but we did get stopped out there right on the 200 period moving average.
No, I was about to say, I'm like, Intel didn't hit. And then I got
then you got it, yeah.
I got 40.05s like literally seconds after, and it wasn't even seconds. It was like 1 second after. But a few things have started to bounce. That
there's a dollar.
Bitcoin just bounced off that higher low. We're going to try to get this one into the high of the day, which will be a break of 93 just happened, so it'll be a little bit higher than 93K, but 52.5 or so. We'll look for the next out. And then we're buying dips into the volume weighted average price. Silver also trying to bounce. And as mentioned, Intel fills in the gap, but this is the one that's the weakest. fills in the gap all the way to prior highs, but it still hasn't put in a green candle. Like everything else has put in some actual bounces, whereas this is just trying to bounce here on Intel. It might be still too early. It's only 9:42. A lot of these opening moves, when it's this heavy, there hasn't even been, like I said, no green candles on Intel just yet, but so far, so good on that bid. iBit just tagged that high today, so we'll look to buy the next available dip buy into the volume weighted average price one more time. So at least that one working out, although Intel's still teetering a bit.
Yeah, we've
not out of the woods. This one's not out of the woods yet.
We've got a big one right there. So I got at least one good idea right there. As we talked about buying some Palantir on the dip, we are now $1.80 now in the money and green on the day now. So that didn't take too long. One good trade making it all back, and then there goes Intel right now as well. See if we can get some 27 fills on INTC. But yeah, man, there it is, back to Greensville right now, and that was just off of just taking small. That's too bad. We should be hella green if we still had this trade on. But just taking small hits and then finding the big ones and really cashing in on this Palantir move right now. Took a decent amount of shares there. So now we're going to get some. I'm waiting at 194 now. Or 174, sorry, to see if we can get, I wish 194, see if we get something out. I'll just offer 92s on EdgeX. There it is, we'll take a little bit there. As we're starting to get back upside there. Palantir, come on, man, break through. There it is, yes, sir, we get that one now. Now, next look, highs, 174.40s. We'll put another bid offer there. See if we can grab that as yes, sir. There it is, man. Back to Greensville now on the day. So that didn't take too long, but yeah, a couple of trades early. Give me that 38 there on Intel. Good trading so far. Man, all we wrote down today on Intel was $40 long. Just should have waited for it. There it comes, nicely cooking there on Intel. And yeah, it's the Palantir show as we go. And we still should be long on the futures, but we are not. MNTS was a nice little runner for many of you there today. The most recent halt is this go futures, go everything. ASTI, yeah, just halted right now on the scanner. That just halted to the upside, ASTI. So there's a big one there. But yeah, too bad that we're out of this skew trade. We literally punched out the bottom. I should have just held it against that 200 period moving average. But you know what? We got refocused, and now we are $2 in the money, and we just got our 40 fill there on Palantir. As we said, we were going to wait for that. Nice move higher. Now we wait for 175. PLTR and Alex Karp, they're on one today. Nice move back. Thankfully, we have that one. But yeah, good banger on there. And I see you got silver and Intel. And Intel's working, and we cashed out of about 45% of our Intel. So let's see what happens now.
Yeah, I'm at a 3/4 of it. It's really starting to languish a little bit. Look, it's still a couple of green candles, but look, I don't like the look of this topping tail candle. Like our first green candle is not a very bullish one, so I took another leg out when it started to show that weakness. Silver with a nice bounce. Bitcoin already got to the high. Silver was able to hold that trend. Going to look to buy on the trend line as long as it holds and play it into the high of the day. Bitcoin and iBit continues to break, but okay, that's what we're in. Look at Tesla. 3.5% now to the upside on Tesla. So just to go over some names that we haven't really covered too much for you. Tesla absolutely barnstorming higher, and adjacent to some of this AI trade, let's just say, the strongest AI name on Friday was probably CoreWeave. That's a false break of the high on CoreWeave. So just watch out for this one. It could be a little bit dicey right here for CoreWeave, up 2.5%, but it's pulling back into some prior highs. And we haven't really talked too much about NVIDIA. NVIDIA also pulling back and going right down the same way that CoreWeave is. So we talk about Intel because we're in it, but it's pretty much all of these other chip names adjacent are having the same fate as well. That's why I'm not really reloading that one, but we are going to look to see if we can get silver into the high of the day. Bounce off VWAP to play into the high. That's the way I want to go. Usually this thing isn't breaking out in the first 15 or 20 minutes. It tends to be a bit range bound, and it moves a bit more in the afternoon. So I want to make sure we're taking our profit out in front of that high of the day, which I'm going to grab right here if we can get just underneath the 69.5. We got almost 68.5. We'll take that if we can get it to the upside. Oh yeah, and by the way, remember SMR? That'll be the miss, because SMR still chilling at the highs. Super strong day for them, 13% for SMR on what has been a very inside morning for the overall market, but there are some explosive movers out there.
Yeah, don't, no more explosive. This is, I mean, you might have missed SMR, but we did not miss Palantir right there. This was a level that we had called out, 172. We called that out a couple times, and we're just lucky that it fell in. I mean, it actually goes against us about almost to the point where it stops us out, to be honest with you. 171.80s or so was the bottom there, but we are getting cleaned out of this one. We are now out of 20+%, only have 20% left so far on this name there, PLTR. But coming right back in, man, is Intel. And we just said that we were trying to get a little lighter on Intel, so we actually did do that, as Neil was talking, back into the 20s again. I'm going to give this one to 39.70s or so. It is breaking through $40. Man, that was definitely a wrong. Intel's going to be my worst P&L name here, but we make double on Palantir that we wind up losing. Well, this position pending. We're down right now on this position on Intel. So let's wait to see if Intel winds up cooking or not. I'm not going to reload it. I'm going to reload it a little bit lower, in and around 50, sorry, not 51s, that's IBIT. We're going to load Intel at 39.80s. So if it does come in, and then we're going to give it, my stop was 39.70. So I don't want to give this one too much room. We can reload a little. I mean, you know what? Let's just reload a little bit down here at 40 flat, just because that's the level that we had wrote down. And then here comes Palantir. We'll get a little bit out here in 90s. Ooh, we just missed that 90, Phil. Oh no, we got it. No, that was 20s. Okay, we just missed that little bump up there. There it is. We got it there on Palantir. Look, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into Beta Pro by Global X. So we want to thank them again for the sponsor. They look to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether or not you're bullish or bearish, these guys are built to win. And they also take the risk out of your hedging with the US dollar versus Canadian. Join these guys, one of the biggest players in the levered ETF market. It's Beta Pro over here by Global X. So scan that QR code to find out more and see if that is the right trade for you or not. Beta Pro by Global X. Okay. I know we're looking at a bunch of different names there. Crypto now 93, so that's trying to go back up to the upside. I think you just got out of your IBIT, so that looks like a good trade there.
Yeah, I'm out of all three of the longs, and the only one that didn't get out on the way up was actually Intel, because I took the last out when it's hooked that 40 level, but IBIT's starting to come right back in. So it actually breaches that 53 level. I was out at the pre-market. It's not really the pre-market high, it's 24-hour market, but you know what I mean when I say that, hopefully. I'm looking for this VWAP to try to hold here at about 52.6. If it can, then I'll look to reload that one, while silver, again, that one holding up a little bit better. Would still love to buy it back on the trend, but that will require a little bit of patience for it to come back in there. And we already mentioned Intel. I know you're already on it as well. So just going to quickly pivot over to SMR to see if this one's going to start to come back in a little bit. So SMR up that 13%, looking incredibly strong here. Just want some kind of a dip where we can find maybe a little bottoming tail action, something that'll be able to get us into that's a long. I mean, so far so good on the Monday. Just going to have to be patient for some of the re-entries. The only stock that I didn't trade, and thank goodness not, I feel like taking both AMD and Intel would have been a bit of a mistake. So we only went over to Intel. AMD still filling the gap, loses the prior high. Now coming all the way back into, hey, the dip buy I liked was 225. Well, we're screaming into this now. The market's not moving much, but AMD's now only up 1% after being, what was it, like 4.25? Like that's super strong. So about another $1 here, and we get to a dip zone that I like on AMD. So again, silver looking for the dip. IBIT still holding out some strength, at least for now. And I know, we're talking about specific chip names. We haven't talked about the memory names like Micron. Micron's already red.
Oh, wow.
So it's all of them are headed back into the downside. Actually, you could make an argument that Micron's initial candle was one of the heaviest, and it's still trending down. So there is some weakness, not just in the overall market and the chip name, but sort of across the board. As the memory names have been strong. Not so much this morning, everybody.
Oh, Intel, NVIDIA's right here at 189.50. That could be definitely a longer trade as well. So we take actually advantage of our most recent reload and get some out as we popped right back into that 25 area again. So we take a reload there, we get some out as we do talk about that we're trying to get a little lighter on this Intel trade. But I'm going to wait for 39.80 and then give it 10 or so cents as Intel, man, always disappoints, I feel like. It kind of moves when you don't expect it to, I feel like. And then when you're looking long, it puts and punches you in the face. Like that was $42 down to 40. So you're down 4% or so right now. The bank index we're just hearing right now, or seeing right now, at all-time highs. There goes JP Morgan. Wow, what a runner that was today. What a runner Citigroup, I thought, was taking out 119 or so today. Yeah, 121 and change there for Citigroup as that just continues its extension. And oh man, do we ever like this one? It's not a Dollar Club name because we're not in it right yet, but it's SoFi, $28, man. We really like that name there, and we'll see if that one can pick up just a little bit as well. Let's go Palantir, get back, man. See if we can put an offer right here at 174. Okay, well, that was easy. We do get that 174, Phil, just making sure I don't have too many offers. 174.50 is my next offer. We'll see if we can get that. And look, man, we just missed that. We're at 39.80s, 39.81 for Intel as it pops a little bit off that drop. Hopefully a little bit of a more pop associated with that one. And we should have, obviously looking back at this, bought that NVIDIA near the day's low. But yeah, JP Morgan, big surprise there. I see you guys in the chat that's running. Yeah, no surprise at all. And then IBIT, what a good mover that has been obviously today. My hands are getting real cold. I don't know if yours are cold or not, but I might have to go get another coffee right up in there. Okay, there's Intel. Good hold for us on Intel there, right back up to 20 again. So we offer out some 20s. Let's go, Intel. Did you just make a bottom? I hope so, but I'm going to put another offer at 25. Let's go to 24, see if we get that. Then the next offer after that is going to be hopefully higher. But so far, so good as we continue to be just green on the day. And we actually will lose on our futures trade early right there, although it kind of worked. And then Intel will be still down on Intel position pending, but that looks like that'll be a red day as we focused on that 41 a little bit too much. You should have waited for 40. And then Palantir has brought them all back to life for me as that one still trying to go a little bit higher. So 2 for 3, but green to flat on the day. And yeah, maybe we should start looking. Yeah, you're back on IBIT. So what I'll do here is just introduce this, and then we'll have a look at this in a couple seconds. So this is the sort of our locator that we're trying to find and figure out what you guys want. If you type in the chat TQQs or SLV or whatever you want, you'll get a symbol up here, and that will be something for us to talk about. So Data Vault today up to 1.37, $1.37, up 36%. Good name there. Data Vault has been really moving around. NVIDIA, or did I just see Oracle? Yeah, Oracle there up on the day. Netflix bouncing. It got to $90 at one point. There, I'll pause this. Micron 315. There's Tesla, by the way, broke through 342. 342.
350.
Yeah, 450.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. We have too many of these prices are in our minds right now, but yeah, that's a good one there. And there goes Palantir. So we actually get that 42 fill there. So good little trade there on Intel. And then before I go, I know Neil's got Bitcoin, so just hold on to that one. CVX pulling all the way back, Neil, and breaking its day low. So the oil trade, not as hot maybe as it was to start with, cooling down quite nicely there, oil.
I'm not going to lie, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the oil move is not as big as that people might be expecting. Certainly, just because you have that shock in the gap up doesn't mean you get continuation. It didn't logically make sense that some of those names would continue. We looked at some Halliburton, but even that's not doing anything. But if you look over at crypto, that's really starting to go here. Bitcoin still up that 4%, but that last dip, well, that wasn't much of a dip to get involved in, as you can see the bottoming tail candle that IBIT put in. Yeah, good luck. It absolutely just filled in the gap almost instantaneously. So now I'm trying to buy over that pre-market high if we can get it. Silver has also broken out. It might be. Well, I guess it might be AMD off that 225. Like that right now, if I'm not going to get the other two dip buys in the stocks that had already worked, SMR is not dipping at all as that continues to go. That's the only one that I didn't trade. So I might have to go over to an AMD. Intel worked for me. SMR didn't get into. Silver worked. IBIT worked. Still waiting for both of those for another entry here. And if we don't get a little bit of a dip soon in IBIT, not sure. We might have to back off until we get to about 10 o'clock. A lot of times that opening range will set some other things up here. But for now, this market looks, like I said, this NASDAQ, it's not doing a heck of a lot. Like this is basically a chop fest on the futures. Like you've hit the bottom, you've hit the top, you've rejected it, and we're just kind of diddling in the middle. So if it's not trending, if I don't have a trend that I'm joining, like join an uptrend in IBIT, try to jump back in and rejoin the trend here in silver. Like that's what I'm looking at this moment. Without that, I don't want to be punching any highs or shorting any bottoms, not when you have a bit of a choppy market here and everything. Like I said, diddling is just the term I use. With the futures are essentially just caught in the middle of a range, and you don't want to get whipped around too much. When they're in the middle, I don't want to be buying any highs at all. So patience is going to have to be a bit of a virtue here. If we can catch another clean dip, like we did on silver, then I'd go ahead with that, or maybe even Bitcoin, just to show you guys a little confirmation here. I like silver, but you could be trading gold, more or less doing the same thing. GLD is going to be trend up as well. You've just got to be, focused on, whatever's part of your plan. As far as I'm concerned, I want to stick with this one. I don't know about that AMD though.
Yeah.
I look at AMD, it's at the level. I'm just not seeing any buyers. Every time I look at the tape, it's like it bounces a little bit and then just gets slammed again. So like the sellers are still in control. So it might be at 225 and filling in the gap, but it's not really showing any signs of life yet. Just even a green candle would just be enough to take a shot here on AMD. But I'm going to be patient with it. No need to just take a hit because I feel like trading something.
No, that's 100% right. We don't. I mean, I still think it's still. I know it's relatively freezing in here. I just asked Randy for another coffee so we can reload our hand warmth coming through here. So hopefully he'll be able to come through with that one as well. I literally my fingertips. I think I have a problem with the circulation. I always say it to my wife. It's like my feet are freezing all the time. But okay, so I don't know. But for right now, yeah, I don't have too much coffee left. To see if we can hold on to this one just a little bit. But we did have a little bit of a reload. We didn't get into the very bottom here. So we did take a little bit of Intel there. I still want to try to get that 39.80 or so spot there for Intel. But remember, this market is right now just very, very range bound, as Neil just mentioned. I think it is important that we stick to our plan. So if a stock is not sort of measuring up to it right now, then just don't force anything. There will be some trades to happen at some point, and you got to just wait for them, find them, locate them, and then hit them when they do show up. And I think we were very lucky enough to get, this is a perfect example there, a downside there on PLTR. All right, Data Vault, welcome everybody. Make sure you do hit the like. Oh, we have US ISM manufacturing PMI. We can go to Adara for that very, very soon. But look at Data Vault. I just want to show this to everybody. There's 700,000 shares right there at 130. This name is getting rocked to the downside right now. Data Vault looking like it wants to turn around completely right now. So look at Data Vault, big seller right there. Get the heck out and then get back in if it breaks 130. Might be advice here for DVLT as that looks to turn itself around. Intel as well, trying to bounce off of those levels. We'll be talking more about trading when we get back from Midday. Number time, 10 o'clock.
In 17 seconds, we're going to be getting the ISM manufacturing PMI for the month of December. Forecast here, 48.4, prior print, 48.2, so we're expecting a very slight uptick from the previous print for this metric. 47.9, so that is below the forecast 48.4 and the previous print of 48.2. Again, 47.9 here for the ISM manufacturing PMI for the month of December. Market not reacting too much, continuing in this range that we have here in the Qs with higher lows and higher highs. Though again, we are far from that initial wick high that we made on the day around 620s. Let's talk about NVIDIA. I think the whole AI space on watch. Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, all three of these companies set to be represented at the CES 2026 Media Day today. But NVIDIA also getting a bit of a headline around 9 a.m. from the information suggesting that their ambitions to solve manufacturing, quote unquote, are right now showing slow returns. Another sector beyond AI that's absolutely going to be on watch is going to be oil. Chevron specifically. They are currently the only major American producer that still operates in Venezuela. And of course, Venezuela on watch here after the Trump administration getting involved here with President Trump himself saying that U.S. oil companies are going to be investing in Venezuela's oil industry. Other sectors on watch beyond oil and AI also include crypto, with Bitcoin, of course, trying to continue its, now I guess we're poised to have a 5-day winning streak right now for BTC. Now, before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. There are millions of concussions but zero approved therapies. Oragenics, OGEN on the NYSE, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead, book a meeting today. Back to Neil and Sean, just a reminder as well that ISM PMI data 47.9 versus 48.4 expected did come in lower than expectation. Back to you.
All right, so thank you, Adara. Yeah, I mean, the market didn't really like it, but they didn't hate it either. But look at Intel. I took another shot right there where we said we would, and yeah, it fell through. So we have to hit another fail right there, putting me red right now on the day because we tried it again on Intel. 270 now in the money, though, on the TQQs. Intel, we might have got stopped out at near the bottom. There again, thank you so much, Randy, for the coffees. We were just saying how cold it feels like it is in here, but maybe it is just us. All right, so I'm gonna get in another piece there as, yeah, this just continued to run higher, and that is Palantir. All right, maybe it doesn't wanna give me those outs, so we'll take a 40 and we'll wait for 50s. But yeah, lower takes here on the market in general, especially in the chip space. That's the only name that's hit me today has been Intel. And it was on here, man. We had Intel and IBIT. We lost our position board, but we'll get it back in a minute. I just got to get a fill.
AMD has gone like nuclear to the.
Yeah, well, look at, I mean, all these names. There we go. It should be back here.
Yeah, there's one green candle since the open on AMD, and that 225. I mean, thank goodness didn't try. I'm trying to dip by in Bitcoin. We'll see. Or IBIT. Yeah, whatever, Bitcoin. We'll see how that one goes. But it's looking really, really bad here for AMD, and that's despite the fact the Nasdaq is bouncing. Look, we're making a hold VWAP as we speak. So like the Nasdaq is trying to bounce here. It's just a matter of finding some of that strength. So while Adara was giving us the number, not that I expected it would move the IBIT, we held trend and broke it, then kind of regained the trend again. So I hop back in. Just see the higher lows. You guys can imagine it there. I'm drawing my trend line. Sometimes it's crashing my chart. So I'm going to try and limit some of that. But we're still making some higher lows. I did hop back in. We'll try to take the high. I still think there's plenty of room here in Bitcoin. But I just want to show this daily chart on IBIT. See that top up there? No matter what happens, if we get up to like another 1 to 1.5%, then I think it's a fade on Bitcoin. But for now, we're back into the long. Silver. Again, you're actually seeing some real strength here, like silver breaking through the high as we speak. It didn't really give too much of a dip, but I don't want to buy too many things on small dips near the high of the day, so just want to be a little bit careful with this. I do want to jump back in if we get a chance. I don't want to stick that fork necessarily in Intel, because there is one other place that I could look for a bounce, and that's its prior close. So it filled in the gap. That was a bit of a bounce spot. And the next logical place would be the close price at 39.3. I guess it's closer to 39.4, or maybe even like a trend break. So if it can break trend, that's one way to get in. The other one would be to just wait for that absolute low. Right now, just back into IBIT, tracking some other names for you guys. Tesla, and right back into the high. So this, I mean, there's plenty of strength in the market if you're just looking away from the chips, right? Like 3.5% here for Tesla and absolutely rocking to the upside. As you already mentioned, some of the financial names looking good.
Yeah.
SoFi, bye-bye SoFi. 3.7%.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, this one, SoFi this would be the turn on SoFi. It's been waiting for this for a while.
Oh.
I think that's pretty clean there for them. So if you're looking for a swing on SoFi, you could start that one today.
Yeah, I really.
I didn't buy back in yet on SoFi.
Oh no, okay.
Well, I didn't sell that much. I sold like 80% of my SoFi position, but the intention was this quarter to get some back in. You just got to grasp the cup, man.
I've been grasping the cup.
I've been grasping from Randy.
Trust me, I've been grasping this cup. Yeah, Joey Ops over there having a great time. I can't wait to see Joey Chills on the midday show here today with Obi. But we do have a new position, and that was NVIDIA off 190. So we take out some at 190.25s, just trying to hold on to this for a longer trade. I actually like this trade for a longer bid. We're gonna actually just hold on to the I only got it at 10% there at 190.25. I'm trying to hold until we get into the low of the day. I do want to buy some more if we can get into 189. So right there, 189.75 or so is my next bid opportunity there. I am willing to go long on Intel again, by the way. If that does come in, let's go Palantir. Let's go NVIDIA for now. My Intel trade is a break of 40. If we break 40, I'm going long again. So I have to wait for that to come through, but we'll just continue. It doesn't look like NVIDIA wants to go too much. We'll offer some 31s there. Nah, turns around completely there. Yeah, I don't know. It looked like the market wanted to go there, and NVIDIA does not go anywhere as high as it should have there on a market rip. So yeah, definitely something going on here, man. CES today does not seem to be the stock, creating too much opportunity for many of these chip names. As I was saying, I really liked Broadcom, and that name I mean, you don't go long just because you like the way a stock looks. You got to wait for levels to hit or whatever. Broadcom never got going at all today. As soon as the market opened, we had fallen right back in on AVGO. So again, I really like this name to diversify away from NVIDIA, but in the same time, you're in that same basket over and over and over again. If you're looking at chip names, it never stops, right? There's so many different opportunities. Gold up 3%, so that continues to go a little bit higher here as, a flight to safety potentially, as the world's got a little more complicated over the weekend, needless to say. And then SLV as well, up 6% near the day's high, looking to break out through $70 again on silver. We got as high as 72 or change on SLV as spot silver, so up 5.5% there today as that continues.
It's getting really ugly for some of the oil names.
Oh, is it? Yeah, CVX it's still not green, or still green, right?
Well, yeah.
Trying to turn though.
The CVX is up 2%, but there hasn't been much bounce. This actually is trying to fill in the gap. Remember, we were sort of saying maybe look elsewhere. This couldn't even hold the prior high. Thank goodness we didn't get involved in this. I think I think I almost have to look at this 158. That seems a little bit too far. I get it that maybe there shouldn't have been that much follow through, but come on. This is going to give up this much of the move. I like the 158. I might give that a bit of a look. I thought Halliburton would be a better opportunity to try and catch some kind of a dip, and this won't even attempt to break the trend. Like every time I looked over, I'm like, ooh, Halliburton looks like it could start to break out. No, lower high, lost VWAP, now breaking the lows. There's just nothing doing in some of these energy names as well, unless the only energy name that's showing its pep in its step is SMR, which has nothing to do, my understanding, nothing to do with what happened over the weekend at all. It's just doing its own thing. So IBIT, pull back in, couldn't breach that high. If we lose this pre-market top again, then I'm just going to jump out of this and maybe wait for the VWAP is what I'm looking for, trying to spin out. But if we can hold that higher low, just waiting for a reload. I want to see another green candle before we jump into that one. And yeah, I mean, someone just said in the chat, why not just short Halliburton? Well, I mean, sometimes you have my bias was this one I liked for a better continuation play than the other oil or sector names. So I was looking for a long entry on it. So when I see it at those resistance spots, I'm looking for it to break out and break that trend. You look at a key price level, you got to make a decision which way you want to go. Thankfully, I didn't actually take a long, but you're right, could have gone short, but that was not my read on Halliburton. So I'm just going to end up not trading it because there's just no long setup yet. And I'm not writing these off all day, but just nothing yet for Halliburton.
All right, everybody. Thank you for once again for watching. What is BVC? This is showing up on our Bit Ventures. Okay, so another crypto. Oh, it's only 65,000 shares. Okay, so yeah, not so nice. Maybe right there. NVIDIA did drip down. We were 5 cents away from getting filled. We're at 189.77. It goes to 189.80. Sorry, scratch that. We were 3 or 4 cents away from getting filled, so hopefully that can come through. Palantir, we're still cooking on that one. DVLT, we could have a quick look. We did see that size kind of chasing it down a little bit there right now. We must have broken through. Yeah, we did break through 130, got rid of that size there. I don't really see a monster print on this, so I don't know if there was one. Now there's some size at 25, but again, 105 million shares right here for Data Vault today, up 25%, watching to see about that 150 high. I mean, no surprise there that we pull back off of in and around this 150. If you look down here on the daily chart, that was the most recent high about a week and a half ago was 150. So paying attention to that. We do know that our NVIDIA trade is coming up, and I was just actually looking at that right now as we get some more shares now on NVIDIA as it hits near the low. I was just gonna try to average into this one as light, not as light as possible, but not overly heavy on this trade. But if it does come back up, we do have some shares now long at 85s. It just went into the O's again. So if we can come back up into 190, I think we should get some more out as here it comes, just bleeding down, man. NVIDIA, not much size on the level 2s right now. Must be a lot of hidden shares. Only 37 million shares, but man, we're getting lower on this. We should have taken some out when it got to 190 there. We just got long and it did bust back through 190 and then faded off of that. And it doesn't look like it wants to go So I'm at 189.95. There we go. We get a little bit out there for a dime. Go now. If we see, we need some pressure relieved. Okay, we'll take some. We didn't even get O's there. We'll take some O's out right now and see if we can't get a little bit of a bid now happening for us on NVDA. So slightly in the money now on NVIDIA, putting me back into the green one more time here today. But man, it's been a funny ride. We'll take some more out there at O's again at 98s actually. But there it goes, man. We're going to wait to see if NVIDIA can climb a little bit back upside there. As the futures are working, it's the chip names that are not. So yeah, I don't know. Don't want to die on this hill, but it looks like I am willing to do it a little bit here as we go back into the chip trade with a long of an NVIDIA. It's just at the bottom of its range today. So we'll take that one to the long side and just, we're going to go over some sectors. We do have to cut back to Adara at some point, but look at JP Morgan and the banks, man. Just what a monster move up to 335. Really liking the exposure we have in this space. But yeah, it doesn't look like NVIDIA wants to go either. You're looking at AMD. We're having some issues right now. There it goes. Yes, there goes NVIDIA. We just got 190.10s right there. Good move there for NVIDIA. Let's see how high we can fly now.
Yeah, AMD put in a pretty decent sized reversal candle in here.
Came right back in again.
IBIT is, look, IBIT's doing a better job of its bounce, but I mean, it's only trying. We're still in a very big time range on the overall futures, but see that bottoming tail? Not huge volume, but obvious bottoming tail candle. So I jump in. It's kind of a trend break because if I do that, there you can see we also broke the trend line, but then I have to follow my rules too. Like if we lose 224, it's about 224.7. If we lose that, then I got to jump out of this trade. IBIT as well, attempting to make a run back into the highs, but that's a little different because I'm not buying it at VWAP. I'm kind of getting it above the pre-market high in here. For now, it's holding, but it's also very slowly sliding back in. So first time in AMD, we'll see if it can hold on, but that prior bar is going to be my, as I said, that trend line break trying to go. Tesla has no troubles breaking higher. The Nasdaq's range bound. I look up, Tesla's making another fresh high, 4% for them, but it's going to be AMD right here. Just waited for it to show some kind of a bid. If it's not going to go with that kind of a reversal candle, it might not be the day for advanced micro devices. Could be back into the advanced money destroyer, like if I'm not going to get a good clean move off of those lows. So I'm just going to jump out here, although it didn't break the prior bar. If I say prior bar is the exit, and it actually missed the prior bar by 11 cents, all right, I'm going to jump back in where we got out and go back to where the stop should have been, because I obviously keystroked that. And the stop should be under the prior bar low. It's only about 10, 11 cents difference, but I just misplaced a digit. So I'll just jump right back in and then replace that stop. So still IBIT, still an AMD, and wish that I could get into, not wish, would like to get into silver. It's getting close. I feel like the way some of these dips have gone, you really want to let it get to your level, because we're almost at VWAP here on SLV, and that was one of the cleaner ones. Not going to buy too early on silver. Up 5.5 points, but again, you know, coming back in a little bit here and struggling at those highs. You want to get your entry right, because even AMD, it's just not there. We're right back into the lows. Like that one is a fail. Could have almost stayed away from it. Going to go back to what is actually trending up.
All right. Yeah, good tries there on AMD. We're in the same thing with NVIDIA. We're trying here, and we're going to give ourselves a little bit more rope here and just see what winds up happening with NVIDIA near these lows. So that's going to be a trade for me. All right, Google CVX. Yo, what's up, Notorious Dinkelberg? You want to look over there? We just talked a little bit about CVX giving it all back, but bouncing off of 160 again. So that could be a good little level there. If you just sort of think about, you know, you're looking for catalysts in this space, and obviously we have one today with Venezuela, and we know that Chevron's the operator over there, so we did have a nice bump up of 7% or so at the highs for CVX, but then it just came right back in right there. And oil is actually part of the story today too, as we go CL, and then we go over to the February contract rate here, and we see that oil had a move up to 58, pulling back to 57.50, and now kind of leveling off, still up that 1+% or so on oil. And then we had nat gas with Boyle really got hit to the downside today, and that's still going down down 13 and change percentage points now there for Boyle. Yeah, the Palantir trade is still working. We just got another piece out of Palantir, though, at 174. Just trying to let that one settle down just a wee bit, and maybe we can get some love back in for some Palantir if that wants to go. But here we go, man. All my eyes right now are just right here. I'm going to get another piece out. There you go. Take a 98, Phil. Here it goes. We'll see if we can get this now. I'm waiting at one. I'm going to cancel this 190.15 and just put an order right now at 10s. There it is. So we get our 190.15. Let's go, man. We stuck with NVIDIA. Now let's see if it can climb higher. My number one P&L stock on the day is Palantir. But right now, NVIDIA making a move and saying, what about me right now for NVIDIA as it climbs through some highs here. We're waiting at 190.50, see if we can get that. But there goes NVIDIA, man. We waited. We were very, very patient. Now we're right back into these highs again of the range. I mean, you're nowhere near the highs of the day. That'd be pretty sweet if we got back into there. But let's see if NVIDIA finally catches a little bit of a bid now. 190.30, some decent highs. So let's offer something out right now again at 19s or 17s, and then we'll see if we can, I don't know why we did 17 there. We'll see if we can get some of that, and then we'll see about a higher move now for NVDA. We just actually got out of only holding half of our position in this name now, but there it goes. Let's just wait to see if it can get going. Yeah, a little excited there because I thought NVIDIA was finally starting to break higher, and potentially it is not. I mean, if the market breaks, we know we have Palantir and we have NVIDIA kicking right there as well. We have not.
I just saw a question.
Go ahead, yeah,
I want to get to it. I wanted to try to put it on the board, but can't seem to find it on our little watcher. But Tony Koo. The official Tony Koo.
Yeah.
Guys, when there is a red or green arrow, does that mean entry or exit? So yeah, so I'll quickly, it's actually pretty simple. Every green arrow just means a buy, no matter what. But if you see it on, like, if I go green and then red, then I'm long, and the exit of a long position would be a red down arrow. If I'm short, which I don't actually have any shorts, so I can't really show you, if I was short, that'd be a down purple arrow, and then a green would be getting out of any kind of a short position. But in the case of a stock where you're going long, the buys are just all green. So it's, unless you can't really differentiate between covering a short and going into a long, outside of looking at the position board. And if you're short, then green arrows mean covering. But otherwise, green buy, red sell. If I had a short, then I would show you guys a purple, but there hasn't been one today, which is kind of weird. I can't remember the last time it was 10.20, and I hadn't even, not only not entered a short, but haven't really thought about one that I even like, but hopefully that makes any sense. AMD did double bottom at that 224. I'm thinking about getting back in. However, when I looked over at Intel is it's not a clean double bottom, but it filled the gap into the prior close, which is another level I'm looking at, and it's now breaking this little downtrend that it was in. So you're getting a nice little breakaway here on Intel, right around that prior low. So this is a more clean setup. Bitcoin's back at the highs. Silver's trying to get back to the highs. The market's at the highs. If we blow out the top, then maybe you get some continuation as well. And Sunny K, I'm not looking at super trend indicator. I have no idea what that even is.
What's up, Rusty Dutch? I will never apologize for the energy. So yeah, all good on that one. I'm glad to be here with you guys. And yeah, man, I mean, we're going to provide the energy because NVIDIA is lifting us right now. And there it goes, man, into the 30s. Good trade there for NVIDIA. We're sitting on $2.50 worth of profit right now. So we're pretty happy with what's been happening here as we have Bitcoin 93.6. That's starting to go. And everything's starting to print out for us, man. We had NVIDIA. We have Intel. We're waiting for Intel to break above 40 bucks. If it does, I think we go long there again as well. We'll go to Adara for now, but let's go Intel, let's go NVIDIA, and let's go Palantir, still $2. There's NVIDIA. Let's see if we can break through the 50 period and go over quickly to Miss Adara at the desk.
I will try to speed through these then with that in mind, Sean. We'll talk about Verify Me, VRME. This ticker has heard in the past, like all the small caps are going to be featuring today, breaking above the dollar level this morning after gapping up, announcing that it's apparently announcing plans for a strategic merger with Open World, which is a token economy leader. So Open World and VRME strategic merger. Then we have DVLT. This has been a frequent flyer, especially over the last couple weeks here. DVLT, Data Vault AI, announcing with available infrastructure, they're going to be scaling physical private edge cloud to deliver powerful zero trust cybersecurity, digital twin, and agentic data monetization to 100 cities in the U.S. this year. A lot of buzzwords here for DVLT. Last but not least, your Momentous AI, just Momentous here. MNTS, this name again has rallied in the past. Trading around $9 right now, announcing that they're developing an additive manufactured fuel tank that's scheduled to perform flight testing aboard its Vigoride 7 orbital service vehicle. So MNTS, VRME, and DVLT. Lots of plays on watch here today, guys. We'll send you back to Sean and Neil.
All right, you almost did it. We
think it's got that high.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. Yeah, Bitcoin 93.5 right now and ripping. We're almost getting our NVIDIA at 190.45. So we almost did that there with that throw over to Adara. Let's see if we can get it just a couple pennies away right now. We've been sitting here at 190.45 since since, oh no, my orders keep resetting every time I reset it, but it's been about at least 30 minutes or so that we sort of started this trade. There it is right there, 10:03. So we're talking about 20 minutes, waiting for this move now to come in. We just bounced off of it. All right, you know what? Let's take a 34. That's too bad. We were just a couple pennies away from grabbing that 45. We tried to be patient with it, and there it comes. Too bad. Pushing back down a little bit. We'll take some 15s there as an out for NVIDIA as it's trying to push down a little bit lower right there. It's funny because, yeah, I haven't taken a short either. And I do think if you're going to look for some shorts, you might want to think about the healthcare technology space today, where Eli Lilly today is down 3.5%. So that's not good. AbbVie down 4. These guys are all getting crushed today, man. The health technology index. Check out some XBI, some IBBs. But right now, these guys getting hit right now. Eli Lilly, J&J, AbbVie. This might be where the problem lies today. Not that there is a problem, but that's where it is. There's the health services, UNH. We did get an upgrade from Oscar. They're not in the S&P. We'll check out Oscar in just a...
Yet Humana's up 2%.
Yeah, I think it's very individual based on some of the stories that we see right here. Costco, again, nice move, up 2% as that gets going. And maybe the trade now is the short Walmart, long Costco. I don't know, they've been moving in Oppo directions. There's my target. Is that at $100 yet? We can wait to see what Target's doing. That's up just a little bit. But there's, wow, NVIDIA, too bad you just dropped down like that, my guy, because we were doing well on you. Still are, man. Still are nicely up. Oh, yeah, there's Target. Yeah, man, Target hit on Target, now above that 101. So we'll look to exit some of that here today at some point. All right, man, NVIDIA all the way back down again. There's your Intel, too.
Yeah, Intel was just trying to bounce a little bit here, but you're kind of breaking trend here on Bitcoin as well. So like it's still higher lows being put in, but if I kind of connect the dots after the opening candle or so, there's our first set of dips, and we're about to lose it. If we lose about 52.8, this one could be coming in on the back end, unfortunately, for Bitcoin. But I do like it. It's still relatively okay. It's just that the market's at the high and we're dipping. So if we don't catch the bid right in here at the pre-market sort of top level, that 52.8, then I'm going to have to jump out, and I won't even reload at this price either. As I said, Intel caught a bit of a trend break, not much. We're now back into 39.9. I didn't really get everything. I was sort of sitting here underneath 80s, 39.80s, and didn't get filled. But if it breaks 40, I think VWAP would be good enough, because that's right where we reversed on the first long, was at about 40.40. So if we get up there, I'm thinking out on Intel, as I believe we're going to Adara again at the desk.
These futures, man.
Enovix breaking here into a new day high. ENVX, seeing some, speculation here on X, suggesting that this company could have a partnership with Apple. Again, pure speculation and rumors. If there's anything confirmed, I'll let you know. But either way, the stock certainly likes this story. Keep an eye on CVX as well. I mean, we've been watching CVX all day with this Venezuela oil play, but seeing apparently shipping data. That's what I'm seeing, showing that a Chevron-chartered tanker carrying Venezuelan crude has departed from Venezuelan waters bound for the U.S. coast. So again, looks like we have this Chevron-chartered tank heading out to the U.S. Gulf Coast from Venezuela right now. Back to you.
what do I want to make of that?
Yeah, I don't know either what exactly is going on right here, but Nvidia is cranking, Neil, to the downside here.
Tesla just got a...
Yeah, the market's finally... Yeah, the market, I think, is finally giving some up here. So let's just be very careful with what we're thinking now in this market. I'm going to try to get out of some of this as the market is... I was just saying, like, sort of to Neil and to you guys as well, like, the market is at highs, and some of these names do not want to go in this space, and that is the chip space. So it does look like Intel's trying to get back to the upside. So maybe there is a little bit of something happening now.
It's at least trying.
Yeah, I'm trying to go long on Intel too, breaking through 40. Go ahead.
Tesla just caught a couple of, like a heavy move that was probably the biggest sell it's had in a little bit, but it's still holding some higher lows. Just watch out. Like, it was all simultaneous. I saw AMD catch a bit of a hit at the same moment that Tesla did. The only good news is at that same time, I was able to see, like, Bitcoin kind of caught the bid at the pre-market highs, so I will end up reloading this one, just going to jump on the bid there. And then, of course, Intel catching a bit of a bid. The energy names, like on that story, Halliburton is now going. So we've broken VWAP, we've broken trend. I think out of all the energy names, this is the one I'm most interested in. Up 9% in here today, but you can see a pretty clean break of trend here on Halliburton. So I'm going to get myself involved in front of VWAP. I'm going to try and grab it before it breaks out this 32.4, but if it breaks out 32.4, I'm also jumping long. So Halliburton, it's not a huge V-shaped recovery, but it's still a V-shaped recovery any way you want to cut that.
I think we're going to go to Adara. Yeah, I think so.
Back to Adara at the desk.
Amazon really strong today. I'm seeing CNBC reporting that apparently Amazon is going to be letting some users chat with Alexa Plus on the web, and I guess this is an attempt to take on ChatGPT here. So again, Amazon here competing with ChatGPT. They're going to be launching a website called Alexa.com, allowing certain users to chat with Alexa via their web browser. Interesting look here for AMZN. As we send you back over to Sean and Neil once again.
This is just like
Amazon.
So I'm going to be. I'm going to be green on the day here, but it's position pending every single freaking time right now because NVIDIA, we just got a great dip buy opportunity, and there it is. I'm just trying to cash them out, cash me outside, because we're just trying to wait to see if it wants to go. Okay, there's Intel. So now I'm going to go back $39.79. Hopefully we don't break too much lower than that, as we're going to go now long on Intel and breaking through $40 now on INTC, but we also have the long on NVIDIA as well. So take out a little bit more here. Let's go NVIDIA. Nice move to the upside. Now we just need Intel to make that money go. But Intel long right now as well. Palantir long, everything long as the market finally breaks through the highs.
Yeah, the market looking much stronger here than that. I mean, the ES broke through a high a while ago. Not a while ago, but before the NASDAQ. But the NASDAQ now just pressing through those tops. You're seeing the energy names start to come back to the upside. I'm trying to get into Halliburton, but even if you look over at load CVX, like, look at that nice bounce. It did fill in some of the gap, not all of the gap, and right back into the volume weighted average price. So we are catching the bounce that we're looking for. Was able to get that reload in IBIT as well as that continues to put in higher lows. Really, like, Bitcoin's just chilling between 93 and 94K at this point. And ETH is doing pretty well for those that are interested. 31.6 there on ETH. But we're kind of top end range bound here in Bitcoin. Like, we haven't made a fresh high. We're just bouncing off that pre-market top and sitting inside of a range. So we want to scalp inside of the range until proven otherwise. But the strength has come right back into the market. Now you're starting to see, I guess, the tide rising all of the ships, including some of the things that were weaker. I'm still going to get out in front of VWAP on Intel. I feel like that's a reasonable target of the way that this market has gone so far this morning. But let's be real. I want to check out some of the other names you guys have mentioned. I see in the chat from PMAC, and we have not looked at these.
Uh-oh, what is it?
Oh, just some of the defense names.
Okay.
Like Lockheed Martin LMT, that's been pulling back as well. Breakout early and then dip. Pretty much following what everything else had done. I'm not as big a fan of these guys as I would be in like a Raytheon or anything. I just feel like they're a little bit better of a name. But LMT, that's a pretty big reversal it's been putting in. Boeing, which, believe it or not, that's also a defense name too, everybody. Not that they get enough credit for it, I don't think, if you're an owner of the stock in your long term. This is also breaking out. Super strong move here for Boeing. Only up 0.5, but this is a stock which is absolutely on the turn. Do like to see some headwinds for them or in most cases, just tailwinds for Airbus. So in Halliburton, that one's trying to break through the top in here. Just feel 9% up. It has been these names a little bit better. Not like more of your infrastructure names when it comes to energy have been a little bit better this morning.
Yeah, finally here, we're finally starting to go, man. I've been getting out of Intel. Intel did not give me the pop that I thought it would, so I've been getting a whole bunch out at 9, 10s, 11s, just because I'm already out of half, believe it or not, and I'm just not happy with the way this is going. I'm going to get out another if I can get filled at 03. There it is. I'm just going to start to take some out because I don't want this name to sort of be the problem for me here today. It's already been the problem, so don't get into bad names if you keep on losing on them over and over again. We did try with Intel, it didn't go. So here on, even on NVIDIA, just sort of scalp nation here because the futures are going and we're not doing anything right now on the chip space, but it's the ES that's starting to kick. We did talk about DraftKings earlier as well. It's up to 10:30 right now. Get ready for Obi and Joe coming at 11. Does take that 36 area and just goes higher from that. There's DraftKings breaking through 36, and here was the sort of the look that I liked right there. I guess the real high, I guess, if you're going to wick this top, is 36.50, which is what we've been at right now. So this is looking interesting here for DK and G one more time there for anybody looking at DraftKings. That's looking like a good little long there. Come on, Intel, man. Although I still have half of this trade, I would still really like this to get going to the upside if we can. I'm going to put an offer. We haven't gotten 13s yet, so let's put an offer there, see if we're able to get that, and see if the market will reward us just a little bit. AMD and Marathon should be a good little look there. Yeah, breaking off $10. That's nice for Mara, so maybe that name can continue to climb today as well. Actually, a little bit of a pullback there for Mara. At the 200 period, this is not looking back to go right now. We're starting to go here, Neil, in the space. I know you've got some Intel as well. So far, so good here today, guys. NASDAQ starting to extend as well. But there goes NVIDIA, 50 cents, and here goes Intel right now as well. So far, so good on all of these reloads. We're going now upside in this market, guys.
Yeah, the market is absolutely cruising at this point, just a little bit better. I mean, obviously a lot better than it was before. Now that you have a few more participants, so Bitcoin's trying to break. I didn't look over at, see, this is a name I paid a little more attention to. Notice how BMNR is not doing anything as most of crypto was looking strong. This might be a spot. If there is some kind of capitulation off the top in Bitcoin or even in ETH, then I might look to BMNR, but I'd have to pay for low case to do that. For now, just noticing that there's relative weakness in this. Because I think I always do this, I usually do this, I haven't done it today, where I'm looking for where we actually weak and look for a short. If I had done that in chips earlier, maybe we'd have a chip short. But for now, we're in IBIT on the reload. It has not broken a fresh high, but we scalped it to the high, now want to hold on through. You've already seen Intel, and my goodness, Tesla, there is no stopping Tesla today. You can't stop Tesla. You can only hope to contain container. Sit 460. We've almost come all the way back. We're about $4 away, so 1% away from not giving everything up, but coming back into those Friday highs where everything was pretty nasty. The delivery numbers long-term have not meant anything to Tesla, but in the short term, sometimes they've sold off. I just feel like it hasn't been literally the next day that it's coming all the way back in. So the dip buyers, yeah, they were in full force on Tesla. The only new position was Halliburton on this breakout of the pre-market highs, but it's not really doing much. Like, it's consolidating off that top. And when I say the pre-market highs, I guess I'm really just talking about right before the open, because there were some higher lows. A lot of movement in some of the energy names overnight. So I'm really just talking about these highs here at 9:30. If we can't break much, I'm just going to have to scalp like 10, 20 cents out. It's a $30 stock as it is because it's just not really going. And I don't want to get trapped at the top. So if we lose a quarter, I'll just jump out and wait for a better dip buy price. But yeah, so far, so good. Intel is continuing to cruise. Looks like it's going to want VWAP. If it gets to VWAP and shows any weakness, I'm jumping out. Just want to respect what we've seen so far at that 40-40 level.
Yeah, we have. I had way too many shares, and it's too bad because I didn't trust myself. So we'll slap a fail on there. We could have made everything back on Intel. We smashed that $40 level, man. So yeah, 35 cents now well, 30 cents in the money and going higher right now through our $40 level is INTC. Yeah, man, we like this stock. We like this stock a lot there, but it is my only red name there. Actually, no, we actually are red a little bit on the futures. Unbelievable. We have the low of the day there in the NASDAQ. So yeah, that's cool. You're welcome for that one. We'll see if we can get a little bit back, though, through these kind of plays earlier rather than later. But there goes NVIDIA up to that 190.25 or so spot again. And then look what happens. Whoops, right back down again. So just be very careful with all of these bids and offers.
Comment of the day in the chat just now.
Okay, we're also noticing right here, we'll get that in a second, also noticing that Palantir, I only have like 2% left of Palantir. I may just get out of this on this recent break. I was actually waiting for 173 to break, so I think we'll just wait for that because we don't have too much left. But yeah, man, it is NVIDIA pulling back down right now pretty good. We're green on the day, but we should be greener, of course, always greener pastures. But yeah, what's up with that comment? I missed it.
We've got, and it's actually, believe it or not, a Jets fan. TX Jet fan. I have more winning trades than the Jets got interceptions all year. As you looked at Rig and Nike, and for anyone that doesn't follow football, the Jets yesterday became the first team in NFL history, I believe, to go an entire season without getting a single interception. In very Jets fashion. And the funny thing about it is the Bills started, well, they still started Josh, but they didn't throw a pass. We had our backups playing the whole game.
Yeah, I saw, yeah. Well, so the Jets had their backups too.
Oh, but still.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's, I'm not a Jets fan, by the way.
Remember, the NFL is funny because you actually want to lose, you know, if you're not a good team. So
tell that to some of the teams that kind of blew it at the end of the year.
Yeah, I don't
winning
know.
Some opportune games.
Coaching, I guess. But yeah, okay, so here we go, man. Pulling it right back. But we are still, you know, we're still nicely green on NVIDIA today. But all of this becomes questioned when the market does this. And we pull right back in. Despite the market barely pulling back, you do get a nice pullback in on NVIDIA. So, of course, we just do what we always do, Big Joe over there. We get down there. We just keep on trusting the process. That's all you can do, right? Trust the process over and over again. And then at the end of the day, you just looking to make yourself green. So we're green. I'm green on the day here. And I don't know where we're going to go. But so far, so good on that. And yeah, the oil names. We already looked at this again, but you know, there's not too much in the red side of things here today overall. And this here in the healthcare space. I got to get rid of this again. I'm starting to feel my hands a little bit more now, so that's good. But Tesla, Amazon, Meta, it's the financials is what we didn't actually go over too much. Now NVIDIA, it's funny because Intel is an absolute smoke show right now. We're loving Intel, but it's NVIDIA that's the one that's falling. Look at Goldman, man. I mean, wow. I own Goldman and JP Morgan in the space and some Capital One, not as much as that as I should. But Goldman 5% today, JP Morgan 3.25% as well. So I got to get over to here because, again, I do have some shares that I need to attend to now on NVIDIA as we just get a little bit of a reload down there again on NVDA. So, yeah, we'll wait for 75s. If we get those, great. If not, then, yeah, we probably do wind up getting punched out. My stop out on NVIDIA is 189.50 break. So if we break below 189.50, we'll give it a couple heartbeats and then get out of that immediately on that kind of a break. Because look at this, man. Pressure is busting this right now to the downside. So we just got out at some more Intel up there, but it looks like the problem is with NVIDIA pushing lower now. I'm going to get out some more. There you go. We get some 34s. More Intel out, and we just wait to see what our fate is going to be here on NVIDIA. But Palantir just makes another move. We got to get some more out upside right now. Look, it's a green day. I wish it was a little bit more of that, but you know, we did take a hit on Intel early and just trying to battle that back. So yeah, so far so good here. You know, a green day is a good one, but the market, I don't know. I feel like it's been a good long, and like you said, like we haven't really looked at shorts yet. Maybe now is about time. ES up 0.7, NASDAQ up 1%.
It's getting close to that time because, I mean, so many things fail to really push that next step through. Like Intel got right to the volume weighted average price and then starting to turn around a little bit. I jumped out of it. I said the target was going to be VWAP regardless. So it's like, you know, downward trending. We get a couple of longs that end up working out, but still proven otherwise, downward trending. Bitcoin, again, just like initially, yeah, good long, but we're really not busting through these highs anywhere that I can see. So it's not terribly crazy. And even Halliburton, Hal, open the pod bay doors, Hal, as this one, it gets up to the $0.50, but we kind of join this consolidation, and it's just not moving as much. So I'm going to go into scalp mode in here, or if we're going to play this range and it's just going to be a 25-cent range on Halliburton, then I'm going to buy the dips inside of the range and then wait for that volume-weighted average price, as I said. So looking for this to maybe follow through a little bit here. It's been good. The only one that didn't work was AMD, but pretty much everything else did, like silver, Intel, Halliburton, IBIT so far.
Oh, yeah.
Going to like it. But SoFi, I see you in the chat. That is what you call exorbitant strength. I hesitate to say the bottom is in on SoFi because it didn't really drop that far. But the downward trend is definitely broken today on SoFi. It gets that 50 period without getting the 200 period.
Oh.
I can officially now say that I am no longer stink bidding. Well, not yet. I'll probably cancel the lunch.
Go.
That 22 in my long term. Let's go to Adara and maybe talk about Sector Watch.
Let's go.
Yes.
Go sec.
Indeed, we are. Yeah, I mean, as Sean and Neil have mentioned here, quite a few sectors are standing out as weak, but other than that, generally some strength in the market. So we'll start with what's weak. Health tech, once again here. Eli Lilly on watch. Novo Nordisk here officially launching their oral GLP-1. That could be some competition for Lilly. AbbVie down about 4% here as well. Gilead down 3%. Johnson & Johnson down 3%. So Eli Lilly leading the way to the downside, but they are far from the only red name in the sector today. Consumer non-durables really weak, led by some downside here in Philip Morris and Altria, as these tobacco names, though Nike is strong within this sector. Utilities, weak here as well. Distribution, somewhat weak, but we'll have to talk these sectors that are strong because there are quite a few. Finance, once again, trying to push higher here. I was seeing earlier this morning, Morgan Stanley making a new all-time high. Producer manufacturing doing really well with Caterpillar up 3%, LRCX here, Lam Research up more than 6%. And we've got non-energy minerals, doing quite well. Retail trade, generally pretty strong with Costco and Amazon, both to the upside. And we'll talk here about these tech sectors. Tech services trying to bounce nicely here. Palantir got hit very hard on Friday. Right now, they're up 4% or so. Electronic tech does have some weakness. Cisco, Apple, and Broadcom all to the downside here, though you've got some strength in Qualcomm, which will be presenting here at 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. at CES 2026. Boeing also relatively strong today as well. So where there's weakness, you can usually find at least a couple points of strength to offset it, if not more. As again, lots of dark green here within these sectors in this market. Back to you.
All right, we're at 93.9.
Yeah, let's go Bitcoin. Let's go.
And ETH is right at 32. So I did say 94K was going to be a resistance level for me here today. I'm not married to the notion of, well, we get to 94, go short. It's not that simple. Going to let us try to gravitate a little bit further up. But I am going to start thinking about, okay, well, if we end up breaking this latest trend, I'll just jump out up here in front of the 94. If I see us wick 94,000 and lose it, I'll jump out and then go back into some of the support levels. But for now, all systems go on Bitcoin. Halliburton as well made a secondary push just now, but still just barely above the pre-market highs, bit range-bound consolidating, but now we're really starting to go. Ignore this 8 o'clock dark pool wick. It doesn't really mean anything. But what you can look at, and I wonder how, I should have asked Obi, or maybe anybody that would have looked at it. But if you look at the blue ocean, there was some serious activity, but most of it fell. And I wonder if that wasn't a bit of a sign, because we gapped up for obvious reasons, and then all you did is start selling back off again. You had some pretty significant resistance here around the 33 level. So when I look at that, and then juxtapose it with what's happening here, that 33, if it was resistance in the after hours, then I want to respect it here. There's nothing else to look at. Like there's nothing on the daily chart up here that's going to give you any sign. But this was trading on some volume in the aftermarket, or not the aftermarket. I should call it the overnight market is what I should say. And the overnight market, and that 33 was a bit of a wall. So if we get up there, I'm going to take the profit and run on Halliburton.
All right, well, there it is. took the profit and ran on NVIDIA because NVIDIA right now coming in like a plane crash right now finally takes out that bottom. So we get stopped out, but not after putting some of that cash in our pocket. So NVIDIA, good trading for sure there on NVDA. But yeah, breaking lower as we sort of sniffed that one out earlier, and we should have sniffed it out enough to just not reload it, but that's okay. We didn't do anything to put ourselves red on the stock, so it's actually a pretty good P&L number there for me today on NVIDIA. So we'll see what that's doing. And then we did get close to 175, so we get out again there on Palantir. We're just getting lighter and lighter on this name. I might just drop it all out right now on PLTR. So that could be a trade there. NVIDIA and Intel both moving around. But let's look at something else. Micron today as well could get looked at. So we'll have a quick little peek here on MU. Up still, but did get hit early. Wow, that fell down about $15 or so. I got into 311 there off of 326. So a nice little move down for Micron. Now trying to get its bearings and head back up there to the upside. There goes Micron, Advanced Micro Devices, Palantir. We're already on all of those. Let's check out what Netflix is doing as Netflix and Warner Brothers get heated up a little bit here to see where this name eventually is going to be going. Right now, Netflix, $90, good bounce off of that. We're just hearing that Halliburton right now hitting new highs, so that continues to go there as well. So congratulations on the Halliburton trade for anybody that's on HAL right now. Sometimes easiest trades just continue to be that, right? I mean, we talked about Halliburton early and didn't really look at it. There it goes. Nice move there to the upside on HAL. Stopped out on NVIDIA, waiting for some more there. SoFi is just an absolute monster. Look, I'm glad, I know Neil's in IBIT, which was good, but it was the number one idea today was IBIT, and just didn't get into any levels for me. But there goes SoFi, 27.50 opens up near and around there, up to $29. So that name just makes back everything that it did basically all in December. We had a nice downside trend into December there. SoFi is a name that I've been buying on dip, so we're really happy with the way that's performing there today. And one name that we haven't been looking at all is Marvell today. All right, I thought it was going to be worse than this, but still up 3% as it's trying to hold out. I don't know if we just got stopped out at the bottom there of NVIDIA, but we might have just made it again, 189.30 or so for NVDA. Still happy with our Intel position, but it's NVIDIA maybe that, a little bit of seller's remorse as that's coming right back upside again. So we'll have to wait to see, but it has been weak against the market there. So I'm not displeased with getting out of some of the NVIDIA there. It's still up on it, still my number 2 P&L name, but yeah, Intel, down on Intel, well, hugely up on Palantir, up on NVIDIA, and flat on the futures. So up on the day, but just nothing, not even making a day's goal yet, but up, and we'll figure out what's going on with NVIDIA and everything now. I just want to look for short in something. Maybe we can find that.
Yeah, I haven't found a short I like, but both the last two longs just got the target, so I'm going to jump quickly. I'm going to jump out of them for now. Halliburton got to about 32.8 before finding some resistance. Look, and actually, this is a bit of you at real trading. When you look at those 8 a.m. Candles, where you get these crazy dark pool and these crazy wicks, a lot of that is actually showing you some of the range of the overnight market. Now, it's worth double checking to make sure that it's true, but every time it lines up where you have resistance on that 8 a.m. candle, and then you can go to the blue ocean chart and it'll show you resistance there, we tag it, just gonna jump out of the trade. And then the same thing with, not the same thing, but a similar thing with IBIT. We basically tagged 93.9 something, like really, really close to 94, and then caught a bit of a curl. So so far, most of the longs, the only long that didn't work for me is going to be AMD, but the other 4 did, and AMD still looks like trash. So I'm kind of glad we didn't go back into this one. It's not really doing much of anything. It didn't go red, but it's not really holding out as well as the others. This is a difference. Like Intel, it gave you legitimate bounce plays. It goes into VWAP here. The first bounce gave you almost a full % move. And that's the reality. Like AMD, just not the one here today. So not gonna fight it. SMR, it's choppy, but still incredibly strong. Just never really found the way into SMR, but that's okay. You can't always get them all. We're able to get enough longs today. that we're looking pretty good.
Who's over there, Andre? We're hearing that Neil's mic people complain.
Yeah, I'll try to figure that out. Sometimes it's just like static electricity and not much I can do.
All right, it's all good. Yeah, we're going to go to Adair in a second here. Palantir, I'm just going to get out of this one as it's kind of dancing around. We're going to get out of Palantir if it breaks back down below 173.80. That is your VWAP area there. I just want to update that. Let's go over to Adara. It's Money Talks.
Indeed it is. Let's take a look here at the US dollar. DXY breaking out here of this prior area of support and resistance, at least locally, at 98.70, but not for long. It's quite the topping tail candle here we have on the daily chart for the DXY. DXY, though, while it is still green despite this topping tail candle, is actually poised for a 4-day green streak. So let's see if we're able to complete that here for that US dollar. Let's take a look at the yearly as well, because I don't think we took a 12-month look here at the US dollar. We were, in fact, red for last year. This year, again, mildly green to start the year with that 4-day winning streak, which is continuing from the tail end of 2025. Now, before we send you back to Sean and Neil, I also want to mention here with the US dollar, some economic data on tap for the rest of the week. Brendan did mention earlier this week there's going to be a lot of jobs data in focus. With that in mind, JOLTS job data at 10 a.m. That'll be coming out here on Wednesday. So Wednesday at 10 a.m., just around 48 hours from now. Then if you go over to Friday at 8:30 a.m., we're going to be getting non-farm payrolls. So 2 pretty big jobs prints to keep an eye on for later in the week. Tomorrow is going to be another lighter day when it comes to economic data, as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Okay. Thanks, Adara.
As always.
Yeah, just getting out of some more intel there on the high side. Yeah, just hearing that there's not too much news going on right now with oil or anything. CL, we can look at what oil is doing here. CLG is the code. So 58.32, up $1 right now is oil. So that's actually just gone pretty stair-stepped higher, just kept on going, man. We had one little dip opportunity there around 10.20, but nice upside play. Let's go, finally. We're starting to make some moves here. A nice move back there in oil, back there to the upside, but you know, the caterers are back. Last week, we had a little bit of back and forth ideas about what we're doing for lunch. We had Cabanos, which was really great.
It was great.
Shout out to Obi, which I assume is here. I don't see him yet on the midday, but Obi will be coming in there on the midday. So that was good. And then we had some sushi. We had last week we had ribs. Fabian copped some ribs there last week, so that was a good one there. But today we have the symbol of Greece, and that's the flag there. So yeah, I don't think it'll be tilapia too much anymore, but maybe it will. We've had some complaints.
I've already seen.
I don't know if we have Greek-filled flavored tilapia today, but today we have grilled Greek chicken, so that's always nice. Normally there's some tzatziki involved here. It's roasted eggplant and zucchini, so that's really nice, with some Greek roasted potatoes, and a Mediterranean chopped salad. So I think that works today. You know, a little souvlaki. Hopefully it's like a little grilled Greek chicken, roasted eggplant, zucchini, potatoes, and Mediterranean salad. Love some Greek salad. That should be good, man. Have the olives. You asked us about olives the other day, and we like olives, that's for sure. All right, right back in to NVIDIA. Let's go, man. Just waited for it to, yes. Okay, NVIDIA just now rifling up the top of my P&L board here as we got the reload in NVIDIA in the 50s. Now 30 cents in the money. See how higher we can get going now for NVIDIA. We've almost doubled our P&L now on NVIDIA just by this trade alone. Waited to see if we got a bottom and then went hard back into it. So yeah, we'll wait for NVIDIA, just trying to piece some more out as we get a little bit higher, understanding for sure that this trade is a slippery slope today. NVIDIA, scalp out, man. Scalp out of your AMDs, your Intels, all of that. The chip names not like the rest today. They're weaker.
Well, like some of the rest hopefully includes energy, but even HAL, it goes right to, remember that resistance we're talking about in the overnight market? It gets there, and we're pulling back in. So I do want to go for a reload here if we can bounce off of this 32.3 area here in Halberton. I did cancel my bid from before because it's a bit of a falling knife, but looking for that re-entry. If not around 32.3, if it doesn't consolidate there, would look for the volume-weighted average price, as that's one place. Usually I like some VWAP at this time of day, but I don't want to rush into it. I find it, like in the first 5-10 minutes of the day, or even in the first half an hour, like you can get more sharp bounces, but I'm looking for more consolidated bounces when you come into the middle of the day, which is what we're sitting in as we speak. I don't want to immediately think this about Intel, but usually if we're underneath VWAP at this time of day and you're trending down, I'm thinking about a VWAP short. I'm just not there yet on Intel because I feel pretty bullish about the daily chart on Intel. I felt pretty bullish going in here, but that's kind of nasty if you look at what happened at 42, my favorite number. If you look at what happened at 42, like if you can't find some buyers above 40 to 40, 50, I do feel that you could have one of those VWAP to the low of the day kind of deals here with Intel. All that said, AMD looks worse. So I think it's a little bit easier to say that with AMD as a potential short. AMD's just nowhere near this resistance at 226 change yet. So I might look for one of those two ones in the middle of the day for a short trade. Otherwise, it'll be look for the dip buy to get into Halliburton again. That worked. And one that I haven't touched since the open, because it hasn't really done much of anything, silver has a pretty clean trend on the 15-minute worth observing here. So what if I do this? Like there's my trend line. I'm going to venture to and then pop on over and go to my 3-minute where you can find that same trend line again. And you can see it's like it's breaking but holding pretty decently. I don't want to move that, but holding pretty decently. Like you're not really getting any follow through when we break that trend. So I'm going to go dip buying in silver, dip buying in Halliburton, but be patient with that one. Undecided on Intel what I want to do. So I'm going to stay away for now. I think I got away with a couple of decent longs on Intel, despite the fact that it was relatively weak.
Yeah, we just got away with something here too, man, because right now, man, that reload, hopefully you guys are... Actually, the copy trade today has been actually really good. We have one out right there on NVIDIA. Other than that, man, this is going to be a big, this might be now. I don't think it'll ever beat Palantir P&L-wise today as Palantir continues to climb higher right now. We're $3 in the money on Palantir, and we just put this one on, man, so we'll fire off the hot dog cannon. Now, there goes NVIDIA. Wow, okay. Something got underneath this one pretty good. There goes NVIDIA like a rocket ship right there back to the upside. There we go, man. We have hit our daily goal. So, yeah, we reloaded it, and now it is. There it is. So our deal, finally, man, it took us all day to hit this. And, you know, I'm not necessarily trying to hit goals. I just want to make sure that, you know, if we do put on the right amount of shares and the right positions, that we do have an opportunity to do this. And so there it goes. Nice day there today as we're going to go green, obviously, to the upside there. Roblox is a name that we haven't talked about too much. Don't want to get too much involved in this until we break $100 again. Roblox has been straight downside pressure there. And it came up in the chat, so I wanted to address it. Yeah, it looks like we could be getting a little bit of an area of sort of support here. We've wicked down into 80 or I guess it's 80, yeah, 78s or so a couple times. So we'll have to wait to see if 78 winds up holding there for Roblox. But yeah, a take of 100 gets us to that 200 period moving average. So yeah, there goes Roblox. Hopefully it can continue. So I'm just going to be in these same trades, man. I only have 4 symbols today. It's Intel. Good, huge trade from Intel right there, but it's my biggest red name as we tried to chase it there. We actually made okay there, gave it back on that little break, so could not get green, and right now a position, but we only have now like less than 10% left of that one. We still have a decent size, more than half of our NVIDIA trade still on. We'll see if that can get going. And then Palantir, man, getting lighter and lighter, but this name has been such a good one that I'm just kind of just waiting for it to see if we get anything going on. I'll put a 62 there, see if we can offer that. But we're almost out of here. I see Obi getting in the spot right now. So with only a minute and a half left, we'll be over to Joe and Obi. Then Neil and I are back at 2 p.m. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thank you for watching again today. Sidious. I mean, lots of people talking about everything here.
MNTS, some of these small cappers, I know we haven't really got through. I mean, Sharif's not here, so may not be covered potentially as much. But MNTS actually back above the volume weighted average price. So this is looking... Well, I mean, it's looking better than it was before. Like this was actually looking like it was going to be pretty nasty on MNTS off the open when it made its high at basically like 935, which if you ever make your high at 935 on a small capper, that's not going to be a good thing. But it's back above VWAP here and a potential to break back above the $10 level on MNTS. This, I just want to, for me, the reason why I personally am not a huge fan, I don't like reverse split. Like, here's your reverse split. There's the high, and then it goes trend down. It just failed that high after the reverse split at $11. So unless it gets back above that, you can't really squeeze. Shorts aren't in trouble. And the shorts that shorted this when it reversed are not in trouble if this thing is underneath $11. If anything, my guess is they probably reloaded and took more. So if it's not busting through $11, this one would be a hard pass, at least for myself. But I just wanted to give my personal reaction to that. Because sometimes we'll look at these charts, hey, it's gapping up, look at the volume. But the ones that are reverse splits, I would treat them very much differently than some of the other small cappers. Because there have been some solid small cap gappers that'll continue a bit better. So we're at 94K on Bitcoin. I still like any kind of a dip back into this 52.8 where we got it before. It'll be that, or potentially if silver can come back in on trend as well, we'll look to rejoin some of those names early. It's already 11 o'clock, which we just teased, of course. Joe is back, but you still got Obi. Obi putting in that work all day, every day. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But go get them, boys, on the midday, as we'll enjoy our Greek chicken.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Should be a good one. See you guys.
See ya.
Oh, no.
Yo, what's happening?
What's going on, everyone? Man. Oh, man, it's good to be back, man. Yeah,
Yes.
I know I missed you guys, missed the lads.
How was it?
Yeah, man, I don't know. It was a great time, man. A lot of good experiences, a lot of good stuff. I can't complain whatsoever. But Obi, is it ever expensive to go to Tulum? I was telling the people about it earlier today. Yeah,
What do you mean? Inflation's reached the other side of the world?
It's just a complete rinse job over there, man. Like $40 cocktails and everything like that. Yeah,
is that
insane. USD as well too. So only a couple of those going down. But it's great to be back with everyone. Especially with my guy, Obi. Sharif on vacation, so he decided to go a little bit south as well. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday, and hopefully you guys had a great New Year's as well, considering I didn't see you guys until Friday. I stepped into the chat for a little bit, but enough of that. Enough of the vacation talk. Let's get right into these markets and see what we have been trading on today's session. There's only been one name on my radar.
Okay.
And that is going to be BA. That's going to be Boeing, Obi. So right now, we go 1 for 2 on this name. Slightly red, considering we are still in it right now. We've got to do a little bit of a transaction. 229 is going to be my stop, but let's break down our first entry. So we were in at 229.40s. We're going to do... the roll call, man, it takes a little while to get back in. Okay, I'm gonna take a step back here before we talk about trading. We're going to get into some roll call. Trade Sniper, Jody Mills, what's up, Kat Mulfair? Who else do we got in here? One Life to Live Together, welcome back. He says, thank you very much. Brent Roth, what's going on? We got Gab Farigo, how are you doing, my friend? MF Dangerous, Mike P. DeRider, how could we forget you? Brown Lightning, a lot of familiar names, and I love seeing that, guys. Nerd Affiliated, okay, we like that one. Who else do we got? Arun Warrior, Brent Roth, a couple more. Who is it? We got One Life to Live, even though I already said that one. All right, guys, I'm glad everyone's in the chat, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Let's get right into what we were trading here on today's session. So we're going to start this off with Boeing. Why? Because what I seen on Friday was this. So we had a couple catalysts under this name specifically. I believe signing deals with the U.S. Navy and also with Israel for F-15 fighter jets. So I'm looking for the continuation in strength. You can see that we're up approximately 0.8% here in the intraday session, an hour and a half in, which is pretty good. But a lot of this is due to the gap up this morning. Now, as for the price action, it's a lot of sideways movement. We have officially broken the downtrend, so that's why I'm looking for a break of this 230 supply zone. This has been acting as a brick wall, guys. If we can break this, I think we have a pretty good opportunity to head into 231. That's going to be roughly around the high of the day, and that's going to be my primary target. But enough is enough. Let's talk about our previous trades. So you can see, once again, I mentioned that I was in at 229.40, and we had the continuous rejection. I took some off at a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, risking 50 cents, and I take some off at 55 cents. all right? But then we continuously kept bouncing off of VWAP. So I'm like, we're running into a supply zone. Let me take a little bit more. We run into it again, so on multiple occasions, we're running into the same zone. So I decide to remove approximately 50% of my position, a little bit more, that's it. Then we get stopped out break even. Second attempt was a no-go as it flushed clean to the downside, and I did not have my edge A stop in. I had my stop in. It gave me a little bit of slippage there, Obi, putting us slightly red on the day. But what we can now see is that I'm back in at 229.40, and I'm looking for that 230 level to break. If we break 229, then that's it. I'm going to take my 3 attempts on this name, and it can do whatever it would like to do after the fact. I would like for it to climb higher, but if it doesn't, by all means, I'm putting in myself, I believe, in a solid position, a strong name with multiple catalysts coming in on Friday and looking for that continuation of strength. This is a NYSE name, and it may take a little bit longer for it to get rolling. But as I'm currently seeing right now, it's not looking too good as we're starting to form a 5-minute shelf. And if that breaches, that's going to stop me out. But enough of me rambling on. Obi, how's your day been so far, brother?
Not too bad, not too bad. We had a little bit of a spicy weekend in terms of global events.
Yes, absolutely.
So definitely looking at some of those in-play names coming into the day today. And you know, I realized I got involved with a couple of names that maybe not a lot of people were watching. I know a lot of people were watching CVX and XOM and, you know, like a lot of oil stocks as well, which was a decent trade as well. But I do want to point out one of the trades that I took here for Pepsi and Coke.
Oh, Pepsi.
Now,
and
why
Coke.
do you think that's related to Venezuela at all? Hold on, let me pull up my. These futures are still on the prior contract on this PC, so H26 is the one that we're on. Let me pull that up. So apparently, I didn't know this until this morning, Venezuela has one of the highest consumption in Latin America for soda drinks.
Oh, okay.
And a little bit of confluence. Talking about confluence, not only did both of these names move in the pre-market because of that, they also came into daily and weekly breakdown levels. So I got short on Pepsi right off of the bat, right there. Didn't really reload again at VWAP. That was a good place to reload. But like it was just one of those where you just set it and forget it. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna slap this bid and then risk to the high, and let's see where it goes. Looking for that daily and weekly breakdown to follow through. And let me just pull up the chart here so we can look at it together. What does the daily and weekly breakdown look? So again, not only did it have strong confluence in from the news, from the Venezuelan news, but Pepsi on the weekly here. You know what, we'll go to the daily first. First of all, daily we've already been selling off. So daily breakdown coming in as well. Gap down, extension off of 142s. And take a look at this. Weekly breakdown, which is also a multi-month breakdown as well, a little bit of confluence, coming in and breaking through that 140. So that was pretty straightforward. Didn't really have to manage it that aggressively. I could have definitely got in more aggressively on the retest of this VWAP, but Coke is looking very similar as well. So let's take a look at our friend Coca-Cola. Similar kind of price action here. And prior day, again, more confluence, prior day already sold off pretty aggressively and closed near the lows, and this was also a trend continuation trade on top of the technical break, on top of the catalyst trade as well. Now, this was the explanation I kind of read in the morning here. You can see, if we can just click on that right there, boom. So I'm just going to read this out. Venezuela has historically been a key profit pool for global soda makers, supported by oil-linked income growth, dense urban populations, and some of the highest soft drink consumption levels in Latin America. I didn't have to read any further. I was like, all right, cool, that's nice. The price action came in this morning. We had some continuation off the open, and that's working out pretty nicely as well. Now, of course, I was also watching CVX. Right, CVX, gap up, nice little gap and crap, if you want to call it that, where you gap up, break those pre-market lows, kind of get that mean reversion back down into some prior levels. We've gotten a low of 159.32, so we came in maybe a little bit of a balance into 160s, and then a reversion back to VWAP there as well. Now we're just chilling in and around VWAP, which is sitting at 162.91s here on the day on CVX. But yeah, no, and the other thing that I got involved with was Amazon. Now Amazon, I took a little bit of a chop on this. Now, not necessarily in play, but it was running pretty aggressively off of the open. So I'm like, all right, there's a bit of a consistent buying happening here. So I'm going to wait for that buying to be done. Got involved a little bit, got stopped out as it traded higher, and then got right back in when that same kind of thing happened again for a pullback into VWAP. But I think we'll be right back from Midday.
Aware, guys, speaking of CVX and oil plays in Venezuela, we do have the UN Security Council currently holding an emergency meeting on U.S. operations in Venezuela. It's not totally clear how and or if this will be actually impacting these oil moves, but I'm going to be watching this meeting regardless, and if there's anything of note, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great stuff. Oh, no, nice shorts on Pepsi and our company there. Did you know there's like a town in Mexico that really only drinks Coca-Cola?
I've had the Mexican Coke.
It's all right. It's all right. It's a different. The sugar, I think, is a little bit different. You know what I mean?
It's slightly different.
Interesting stuff. All right, guys. Yeah, let's take a look across the board at what names we are going to be looking at today. I actually swayed away from some of the bigger tech names, the NVIDIAs, AMDs, and I had SMR up here. IBIT, obviously, we're going to be keeping an eye on, starting to slightly come into play. A nice curl over and a steady channel to the top side, so not too bad. There's QuantumScape as well. Strong activity in Friday session on those names. There's silver, you can't go wrong there. And then here is Boeing, okay? So like my number one trade idea going in from last night, just writing things down here and looking to find myself and put myself in the best position possible, but it doesn't seem to be the case, and it's not looking too good. This is Boeing down here, consistent lower highs, guys, and then now we're starting to head towards the neckline. I don't have too much more space before I get stopped out. The spread is insane at times. It's starting to tighten up a little bit, but it's going from 16 cents, a little bit higher, 7 cents. So the liquidity obviously being an issue here on Boeing, and I thought we would see some continuation, right? It just doesn't seem to be the narrative. So maybe some sideways price action, and we come back to it tomorrow to see if we're going to get that move, considering it doesn't seem like, as of right now, that it wants to continue to climb any higher. Now, as for Netflix, guys, you know I'm still currently swinging this name. We did break through some key support levels here, so if we did hold these lows, I was going to get out of dodge on this trade. So it broke through. If we opened up south of this candle right there, then it's like, we're going to get out of there. I've been all out of my IBIT position for quite some time on those contracts. I've had them for too long. I would need Bitcoin to climb substantially higher than what my entry price was to even get back to break even, just due to the fact of theta decay. So that thesis didn't work out, and this Netflix thesis, so far relatively flat, but we are shares here, so we don't have to worry about any forms of decay, which is extremely positive. Guys, I think it's not that I think it's so. What I've expressed over time is that there's a time and a place. I understand that some people only trade them, but there's a time and place in when you want to trade these contracts. And where we're currently sitting at right now in the market, I would say, hey, just be really, really cautious. And if you do want to go the contract route, you know my solution to decay is just buy extremely more time. And I know a lot of people are buying leaps as well. So I think you're headed in that right direction. But if you guys were paying attention this morning, with what Michael Noss was saying is that, hey, we might see a year of chop. And I kind of agree with them, because we're starting to head into that consolidation. If we go through some of the big tech names and we look at the NASDAQ and the SPY, we've been on a monster move. And I'm going to go on later in the session what we were talking about Microsoft in the middle of the summer, and look what it's up to now. So that's what I got going on. If we can head right back into 229.40s there on Boeing, which we're currently trading at 30s, maybe we'll look to add a little bit more. 230 is going to be that supply zone. If that has the ability to break, then by all means, I think we can be off to the races and head towards the high of the day, Obi.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm looking for the next trade here because, yeah, I did get stopped out of this Amazon because, I got involved with this short once again, as I did before, because I was just like, all right, this buying looks like it's done for now. So I do want to get involved once again, back through 233s on the break of trend for a potential reversion back into VWAP. But I still want to kind of stay involved with this one. Let's see where it'll take us here. Yeah, just kind of aggressive buying on the day today. Like we were up like almost 3-4%. And for no apparent reason here on Amazon. I tried to look for any sort of news. You can see here it's doing a little bit of relative volume, not only today but from yesterday as well. Yesterday was pretty intense. We had a strong bid off of the open, and then pure flush back through day lows, back through weekly lows. I talked about this consolidation almost day after day when I was on the show last week, and then we actually broke down that consolidation back through 230s for a swipe all the way down to 225s. Now we got to a low of 224.70s here, a little bit of a double bottom, and then look at this aggressive bid right off of the open there, and a decent reversion, I guess, through, if you're taking it through pre-market highs, through prior day consolidation highs here at 228s and some change, and even a back through 230 paid you pretty well because we got to a high of 233.55, now calming down a little bit as we kind of settle back down towards that VWAP. So a lot of buying off of the open. Now, of course, we had some strong market tailwind as well as the ES and the NASDAQ both bid up pretty aggressively off of the open. Another name that I was looking at was Tesla. Tesla here, another name that was sold off pretty aggressively. Now, multi-day selling. This was almost a record sell streak on Tesla. Interestingly enough, it was almost ignited by this 500 failure to follow through. We got all the way up to 498.83s, Joe.
Oh, man.
Almost there, and then breaks the trend, breaks some structure, and then we got back-to-back jacks for straight sellers in charge all the way from, what is that, December 22nd to January 2nd, and catching a little bit of a bid today with some distinctly different price action relative to what we've been having over the past couple of weeks here on Tesla. What are you guys looking at? I'm curious. Someone in the chat saying QBTS. Let's take a look at IONQ and then QBTS as well. Let's see how the quantum names are doing. Okay, all right. $50 incoming right now, 49.94. So some strength happening here at the same time. QBTS, let's take a look at this. Same kind of chart here. You know what's interesting, dude? I was reading this article.
Yeah.
I still haven't finished reading all of it, but I'm just like, oh my God, this is like we are living in those times. And then, funny enough, Elon posts yesterday that we are in the singularity. We have achieved some sort of singularity when it comes to AI, when it comes to artificial intelligence. Now, and people ask, like, what kind of singularity is he talking about? And technological singularity. So for those of you who know what that is, the progress is going to start to become extremely exponential, right? People were talking about how they're getting 10 years worth of work done over a weekend.
Yeah.
Using AI.
The efficiency of it.
The efficiency, the effectiveness is all, it's going to come so hard, so fast, you're not going to know what hit you in the face. And that's how fast this progress is going to be. So, I mean, it shows up. Why are these companies for the past year spending billions and billions of dollars in this AI infrastructure? For a good reason, because it is the modern arms race. Because if you have a super intelligence, think about all the decisions you can be making as a country, right? Think of the tactical advantage that you have over the rest of the world if you do have that, right? So regardless, all I know is that RAM is going crazy, so Micron was something I was looking at for a bit of continuation. Very strong close that we had prior day with relative volume as well, almost over 2 times. Came in for a little bit of a gap up, and we're getting some correction today coming in off of the open here. 325s all the way down to 310s. 310s? Yeah, 311.5s here on the day now, just kind of consolidating sideways as of right now on Micron. So I was looking for continuation. It did not do what I was looking for, so kind of took my eyes off of it. And one more name.
One more. What do we got over there, man?
NFLX. Now, no catalyst here necessarily, but we broke this consolidation prior day. This consolidation where we were kind of just chopping around in the low 90s here. People were like, okay, maybe we attempt to get back through 100. And I think I remember telling you, I'm waiting for 75s.
Oh.
Right? And then we broke that consolidation prior day with some relative volume. I was looking for continuation today on that daily breakdown, didn't really come in, but now we're kind of, seems like we've stepped down onto 90 here. So this is going to be interesting going forward to see where Netflix kind of takes us as of right now. But I don't know. I think I've seen more stranger things than this chart.
Ooh, I get what you did there, Obi. Yeah, other than Catalyst, it got a downgrade, this morning. All right, guys, let's hop out of Boeing here. It's not doing what we wanted to. It's been pretty choppy throughout the day. You can see the spread is wide as well, so we're not going to mess around with it. The intraday price action is not very clean whatsoever. I mean, ran into this trend line, started to reject it. So we'll take one win on it, 2 losses there on Boeing. And then we're down approximately half our shutdown right now. So plenty of risk, a little bit more, nothing substantial. So we're going to be looking for signs of strength. Boeing doesn't clearly look to be one right now. And I don't think it's going to be right now either. This is the liquidity before it goes on a run later in the afternoon, then I won't be participating in it because that's my 2 stabs, and I don't like the spread on that either. I know Adair likes the spreads on this one, so it took too long for it to break.
Which one are you talking about?
Boeing.
Oh yeah, Boeing's one of my friends, yeah.
Yeah, Boeing. Okay, Boeing's one of Adair's friends. Not my friend right now, but that's okay. This is the name of the game. We're out at 229. We did get a little bit of a pop, guys. That gave us approximately 40 cents, a little bit less, but then it came right against us. I was looking for the supply zone of 230 to be broken, and it did not work. So we'll have to document that one down. We'll take 100% stop out on that. It is a loss, and then we take approximately obviously a fixed amount too. There it goes, a nice little pop back up. So we had that stop out there. Now it's starting to climb higher. Let's find something else that we can trade. I just want to document that real quick and see what we got going on. But the channel is still fully intact, so whatever else it has, maybe the 3rd time's a charm, right? You have multiple attempts at the breakup here, so of that 230 level, 1, 2, 3, it failed to even come and test that 230 level, substantially lower, 20 cents. I guess that's not substantially, but it is a little bit lower, obviously, so the supply starting to increase maybe possibly. Your discipline is inspiring, says Hangry Wife. Hey, man, I'm not the most disciplined. Don't get it, do not get that mixed up. Sometimes I get frustrated as well too, and when that does happen, then discipline out the window. But for the most part, we try to remain disciplined and not get overly frustrated. So what I'm going to be looking at, Netflix relatively strong. We have QuantumScape on our radar. What was it, the one that you pulled up, Obi? QUBT.
Yeah, someone in the chat said QBTS.
QBTS. So when I'm going over charts yesterday, I'm like, okay, the quantum space is hot. Let's get QuantumScape up there, considering Friday's session was relatively strong. Let's pull it up here so we can take a look. And sure enough, there it is, right? So just looking for the continuation within strength, and we didn't get that. And this is what Boeing. So what I'm thinking here now is that I don't think maybe it's not today that we're going to get it. You get the consolidation, right? And then tomorrow is when you're going to have that stronger session. So you'll have that 3-bar style play, and then we'll look to come back to Boeing maybe tomorrow if everything sets up accordingly. And what I'm referring to here is, so you get that big move, you get a slight gap up because you close approximately at 227.80, you open up around 228.58, and then now you're slowly starting to take a breath. The first 15 minutes relatively strong, so hey, why not look for the continuation in strength? You get that pullback, you have the multiple holds of the volume weighted average price, and then you're going to look for that play of the high of the day test. And we weren't fortunate enough to get it. Maybe this is going to be the move where it goes now after I've taken my stabs, but that's all right. We'll find something else. We'll run through our scanner. Netflix finally starting to climb. My average is 92.44. Keep that in mind. So I am slightly out of the money on that. Nothing substantial in share size. Only 100 shares on that one. And we're going to look for a 10-point move, right? So we're going to look for that to climb right back into the hundreds. That is going to be my game plan. And then also, let's run through some of the quantum names. QBTS, we were just talking about that. We've seen it. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. IonQ. climbing higher. What's RGTI been up to throughout the day? So all relatively the same, with the exception of QuantumScape is QuantumScape the battery? Yeah, I'm pretty sure QuantumScape is the battery company. But anyways, aside from that, a lot of these quantum names, even though it has quantum in there,
Yeah.
I was
That was a funny one. He's always moving.
yeah. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that for so long, and I'm thinking it was an actual quantum play. So we got to do due diligence and read in a little bit more. But this nice hammer candle off of this pullback, I tried to get long, but orders got rejected, so I had to get this one unblocked here in order to trade it, considering it's $11. So I thought we would have been good to go, and then instantly you get that move higher, and I wasn't fortunate enough to partake in that. Ethereum, a lot of people are talking about here, Obi, as IBIT climbs up into 53.50. We're going to pull up the options chain momentarily. You guys know that, and take a look at what kind of supply zones we have. But there goes Boeing, stopping me out, and then now starting to climb a little bit higher. Those damn NYSE boys will get you every time.
Yeah, man, you gotta watch out for that. So in the chat, I asked you guys, what are you guys looking at? What's in play for you guys today? And you guys came up with some really good names. So let's go and take a look at some of those, because I'm not looking at all those names either. So let's see, John T. 697 in the chat saying NVO, pull up NVO, Novo Nordisk, and this thing is doing some significant relative volume, so good stuff. Thank you for pointing it out. I didn't have it on my radar, but a little bit of a breakout of that opening range high. Maybe we got that, opening session high as well. Opening range high was down here at 54s. We did get that break earlier for that 54.37 test, pulled all the way back in, reclaim the VWAP. I like this right here because, you look like you're selling off, you're pulling back in after a strong bid in the pre-market session. Again, pre-market session confluence with that relative volume above 3 times traded, and then a break of trend with those buyers stepping right back in, reclaiming VWAP, and then this consolidation here. Really, I like this a lot, where, you come in, you break the high a day, you come back in, you sell off, but you can't really sell off anymore. You start to consolidate sideways, you finally kind of break that push as well, kind of showing you that, okay, yeah, maybe buyers are very much in charge today, especially if they can hold it up near the highs for multiple minutes. That's almost 15 to 21 minutes there on Novo Nordisk. So good stuff here. Seems like it gave great opportunities. I don't know what to do with this right now, but thank you for pointing that out. Machiavelli in the chat saying, looking at MU call options. Okay, makes sense, man. This thing is hella strong, going to the higher time frame. We've been trending up weeks on end. Sure, you have a few red weeks along the way here, but trending up nonetheless since about the beginning of the year. We break that, were these all-time highs? Yeah, those were all-time highs on the breakout of 155. Let's see, let's get specific. 156.50 in the regular trading session were the all-time highs, and currently we are trading at 315. How crazy is that, man? Absolutely crazy. Over 100% push off of that breakout right there. From the low of the year, definitely over 100% push. We got about 430% from the low of the year, and that's around the time when, again, President Trump, he said, hey, this is a good time to buy.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So around April, that's where that bid came in, and we're up about 400% on Micron since then. So good call there. BE, Google, and crypto saying Ariando Day. 1324. All right, so let's take a quick look at Google here on the day. Oh boy, that's a lot of lines. Let me take all that off. It's more long. Like sometimes I forget to kind of erase my lines or leave a lot of long-term lines up on there. But today, a little bit of a chalk, man. I don't know really what to do with this here, but maybe if it's part of your playbook, then yeah, definitely something maybe that you're able to exercise on this. BE, Bloom Energy. We know a lot of people are looking at energy stocks on the day today, again, with the whole Venezuela situation. Yeah, 107.25 highs, a little bit of a chop, sideways action, so shake and bake is what I'm seeing here on BE. Look at XLE as well while we're here and see how that ETF is doing. Okay, this one a little bit more exercisable. We see that similar kind of move to CVX as well. Strong selling off of the open, 45.76 is day lows. And then when that buying steps right back in, we get that beautiful bid right back up to VWAP. But now all these names seem like they're kind of chopping around, holding off around VWAP, maybe for a little bit of a balancing act. We'll see. I'm being patient. I'm watching. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking at. And I see that Joe's taking a lot of notes today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. I'm just getting back to the old ways. Really, you know what, Obi? So I document my stuff on Notion, but I just found that things stuck better in my head when I wrote them down.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So that's when I first started. That's how I first started. I would document my trades via my notes, and I would document the actual charting. I would obviously save them within a log, but I just want to get back to writing things down, just what's in my mind, how things worked out, and just getting back to essentially the basics and seeing what we can do here in the new year, right? Why not start, day one instead of one day, as those like to typically say. I think that's a good motto to go, boy. Yeah, I log in notebook and digitally, says Ryan O'Day. No Loon. Tulum was amazing. Lots of fun there, guys. Lots of great experiences.
What was your highlight? Highlight of Tulum.
Oh, Zamna. Yeah, it's like a rave. I've never been to one before.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a different experience. Yeah, it was, but with a group of friends, so Celine and I did Zamna. It was insane for those who are familiar with it. And then we also had like a yacht party between me and my friends, so that was a lot of fun. So we got to go around the Mexico, go in the sea, do a little bit of snorkeling, swimming, jump off the boat and stuff like that. Do some 360s and stuff like that. I know Mike Peter, right? Yeah. So that was definitely, and a lot of good dinners as well too. So yeah, did you get up to anything special for New Year's?
Nothing crazy, man. Just like out for dinner.
Nice.
Went out with a couple of friends, and then nothing.
That was it.
Crazy.
Yeah. Next year I'll be in bed for New Year's. I'll be in bed by 11, so we won't be. So I already got that planned out. So we'll see.
That was Jose's plan as well. I was like, what are you doing for New Year's? He's like, I hope to be in bed by 10. So that's how it is. Would I consider a long on NVO? Dear Joe, that's very nice of you. Let's take a look at NVO here, guys. It's going to be the Novo Nordisk. Let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective. We're going to send it over to Adair in one moment. As we bounce off of these lows, guys, not too bad, 26%. Longer term, today, not too bad whatsoever. Let's actually change this here so we can see the side. Sorry, guys. It does this to me every morning. It's just a bug within the platform. So there it is, Novo Nordisk. A nice bounce off of these lows here at $43. Now looking to continue its ascent higher. But Adair, what do you have for us?
That for you guys is a 5-day winning streak here on BTC. That's right, every day since the start of the new year, Bitcoin has been green, and we do not look like we're going to end this streak today. Nice push to the upside for BTC. Now, as we've discussed previously, there's a support resistance level here around 94 halves, currently trading around 93.8. So we might actually test this resistance support today. Now, that's significant intraday. Of course, if you're trading any crypto tickers, so COIN, MSTR, etc., could be names to watch here. Speaking of Coinbase, both Coinbase and Robinhood getting analyst notes from Goldman Sachs this morning. Goldman upgrading Coinbase, but lowering its price target here for Robinhood despite maintaining a buy rating on the company. Before we send you back to Joe and Obi, or Joby, for more trading action, I want to take a moment here to mention, we're going to talk about this today, but I think it bears repeating, this Bank of America story. So B of A here recommending that clients hold up to 4% of their portfolio here in Bitcoin and other digital assets. Now, they're also lowering their barriers for high net worth investors to gain crypto exposure through investment vehicles, so IDIT, etc. With that in mind, as this recommendation comes into play, I definitely keep an eye here on these crypto ETFs, including but not limited to the aforementioned IBIT. Back to the Midday Boys.
Right on. Yeah, guys, let's see what everyone else's Henry says played. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's a joke or not. Headed to no Machiavelli. No, back in the day, I always wanted to do that, but not so much anymore. I'm a homebody. The more I discovered, I was on like day 3 of the vacation, and I'm like, can I go home already? But no, that's all right. You got to enjoy it while you can. As for the overall market, guys, we have the SPY continuing to slowly grind higher. The Q's almost put in a new high of the day. Some of the names that I'm looking at here, you can see that Boeing started to sell aggressively, ran right into that supply zone for the 4th time here, and then now rejected aggressively. So I'm glad that we didn't take an additional trade on that. We're going to find something that has a little bit more strength. People talking about Novo Nordisk. There it goes. You're now climbing up to 54.76. Looks like it's going to be headed towards that $55 mark. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. But considering we were trading Boeing, we didn't get to do this for quite some time. Let's take a look at the options chain, guys, and see what we got going on with BA, why we continuously reject 230. Now, as for the open interest, I don't think it's going to be large. This isn't the most commonly traded via options here. What's the 16th? Oh, okay, I had the 19th. Okay, I had something. Okay, I messed that up. The old dyslexia kicking in because I had some expiration on the 19th. The 16th is the Friday. So January 9th, guys, we're sitting on approximately 2,300 contracts currently open with 3,000 traded on the intraday session. Let's get over to this expiration cycle, and this is where the supply zone is going to fall into. So there we go. We're recognizing this. We're starting to reject it. 10,700 contracts. 5,900 traded on the intraday session. So keep an eye out on this, guys. Until this is lifted or close to a higher strike price, I'm going to be looking at this as a potential supply zone here on BA. Now, as for QuantumScape starting to reject aggressively, is this a liquid option? Not overly, right? We got a couple thousand here, but you can see the rest is within the hundreds. So we're going to put that to the side and see what we got going on. There's really strong names, so let's head over to the QUBT and see what we got going on over here. And if there's anything definitive that kind of just attracts us and say, hey, this could be a potential target, and I'm not seeing anything along those lines either. Market slowly starting to put in a top, I feel like, Obi. Let's let things grind out. If I do trade the overall market, I'm going to have to switch my focus over to the Mag 7, but I'm not really prepared to do that right now. I would prefer to keep my eyes on silver, SMR, as it's coming back into the volume-weighted average price. QuantumScape, that has now broke through some key support levels, continuous rejection of the volume-weighted average price. So let's see if we can find something. Obi, is there anything specific that you had your eyes on from last week leading into this week's spaces or anything along those lines, or what you got going on now?
Yeah, no, I think you definitely mentioned one of them, and that's silver. Man, dude, while you were gone, silver and gold definitely very, very much in play for a decent chunk of the past couple of weeks here. And yeah, stepping up on top of on top of prior day's levels, some of prior week's levels here. We got to a high. Let's just make this bigger. We got to a high last week of 70.76s, and we held a low of 63.53s there on SLV. That's on SLV. So today on the day, kind of knocking on the door of 70. Once again, you can see here a nice little consolidation in the upper part of today's price action, and knocking on the door, I guess, twice so far. You can see it could not get above 70 right here around 10:45, and then once again around 10:57, another knock that doesn't really get us through 70. So maybe we're poised for a little bit of a push going into the later half of the day here on SLV. That's what I'm watching here, and then of course GLD as well. Another name from last week. That 400 was a little choppy, but it seems like that 400 held or is holding for now as we gap up and hold above some of prior day prices on gold. But yeah, since the morning bid, we've been kind of chopping around here. Not as distinct as SLV, that 70 level on SLV, but still holding above VWAP and consolidating pretty decently here on the day. So that's really what I have on watch coming in from last week. What else did we have? I think we had some WBD stuff going on, maybe, perhaps, but nothing too crazy. Maybe was it UNH had something on Friday? Was definitely doing some relative volume. So yeah, I was watching that. That's coming into high a day as well. So maybe it's a sector move. We saw that Novo is also moving up. So UNH breaking beautiful V-shaped recovery, coming back into some areas from on Friday from last week. You can see that 340, a little bit of a supply zone. Didn't quite get through it, but we did run up all the way to 340 from 327s and some change. So that was a bit of an aggressive move. And yeah, that had a beautiful reversion as well. But seems like the buying is definitely here on the day today, as we could not sell off below this 335, 334 level here on UNH. So yeah, Novo you just mentioned as well, pushing for that 55. Maybe some strong selling on this past 3-minute candle, but let's take a quick look at XLV to see if this is a bit of a sector move here. Okay, XLV not really looking similar as we sold off coming in off of the open, maybe breaking prior week's lows as well, but a beautiful reversion back to VWAP happening as of right now. We held a low of 152.98 here and dwindling volume as well. You can see the volume kind of dissipating after the strong selling came in. So watching that a little bit here on XLV. Let's take a quick look at Pfizer as well. So Pfizer, let's see what you're up to. Okay, a little bit of a chop of 25, so nothing too crazy on this one. Maybe a VWAP fade is what I'm seeing right off of the bat, because we attempted to push prior day's highs once again, and then seller step right back in and around the same areas here on Pfizer. So that's really what I have on my watch right now. But yeah, let us know in the chat. What are you guys looking at? We talked about, everyone has a different playbook, right?
Yeah.
And it's interesting to kind of figure out what everyone has a taste for, and whether or not we can kind of implement some of our perspectives and potentially playbooks, price action playbooks specifically, on some of those tickers at the same time. Mara, can she bounce up? Asking TLY5XC. Okay, cool. Mara, let's take a look at some of these crypto names here. Bitcoin was what? I think last I checked back above 90, but we're just chopping around in that 90 zone as of right now. So Mara, nothing too crazy. We had a pretty strong day prior day. Once again, coming into the close, almost closing near day highs, gap up. No real significant continuation off of the open, but sideways chop as of right now. So maybe this is another instance of leg consolidation leg. I have no idea, but let's take a quick look at BTC here to see what we're up to. All right, so pushing past that 90, so 94s and some change is the high of today. We came in last night I was looking at this, and it was, back above 92, 93s as well. So broke out of this bit of a consolidation from the prior day as well. But this is just a 3-minute chart. Let's take a look at the weekly and see what is going on this here asset. So we are maybe potentially holding and bouncing. Right, take a look at that. Nice little pullback down to 80K. This was where buyers kind of stepped in earlier as well. Nice, beautiful stair step action here on top of these 21 highs. This 70 was what I was looking for, but we don't got to go back all the way back down to 70. This was a significant breakout when it did happen, and we pull back. And as of right now, we're making higher highs and higher lows on BTC. So, what was that? Let's go back to here. I just want to point out this bit of a trend that's been happening as well off of these breaks. So yeah, you already see some of the technicals I had on here before. Not a lot of technicals on BTC. You can see that comparatively when I'm looking at a Tesla or a Google, you see how many lines and arbitrary chart art that I have on those charts. But BTC, I like to look at multi-month time frames on this one because of the way it moves. And as of right now, holding this trend after a breakout of those prior double top at 70K, looking pretty healthy to say the least. So what I like to look at is, let's say, like a three-month chart here, and you can see here as well. Well within range, well within this uptrend as of right now. Nothing has really broken that significantly, except for that, the selling was pretty aggressive back through that 125. Everybody was expecting that 150 to come in real quick, but that 100 break, I say this often. I'm like, can you hold the quarter and can you print the half? So I like to sometimes work in the quarters. Guess what? We could not hold the quarter. We pulled back to the hole, and as of right now, we're doing a little bit of a chop in and around the hole, and by hole I mean around 100,000. The whole dollar mark. We'll be right back from Midday.
Fifth Third Bancorp making a mild move to the upside here. Now, to be clear, the bank is up on the day, but the reason I'm bringing it up now is because, according to CNBC, Josh Brown is calling this one as a long idea, basically saying that the bull market in this stock is ready to be renewed in this year, or 2026. So keep an eye here on FITB, a Josh Brown call. Back to you two.
All right, FITB, thank you very much for that. Adara, what's going on? Gravitated, I've been to Thursday, but never Canada. My son coming. Okay, that's good. Yeah, Machiavelli. How have you not been to Canada, my friend? But no, aside from that, hopefully you guys get to come maybe in the summertime. We'll get to see a couple of you guys. But make sure you get those dollar signs, vote, guys. APLD crazy today, says John. If it's crazy, oh no. We had this on our options activity this morning. APLD looking pretty good, guys. And I think there's some strong PA, yeah, on Friday. So you're getting the actual continuation and strength here in Applied Digital. And what I was looking for in Boeing, it's kind of identical setups, but totally different spaces. Head over to the daily. Nice, strong setup right here. Into Friday session, you get that gap up, you get that gap and go. So that's a pretty good look right there on APLD. I'm going to pull this up as well. Even though it doesn't even really matter, it's all derived from what we had earlier. It's all derived from the chain. But I'll show you, we were talking about this earlier in the morning, guys. So let's pull this up here. As soon as this loads up, we're going to take a look at it. There goes starting to head towards the high of the day. But here's APLD. We're looking at that $30 strike price, right? We're now trading a little bit north of that, guys. We're at 30.40. So that was a pretty good options play, I think, in my opinion. That's going to be expiring on the 16th. Sorry to get this. Okay, I don't know why that's. There we go. So yeah, there it is, guys. Strike price 30. That's going to be expiring next week. APLD being one of the strong ones. We had Boeing up there. So it's funny to say, I'm pretty sure SoFi, I haven't looked at SoFi this morning. So yeah, SoFi having a fantastic session, right? So these three names, SoFi having a fantastic session, APLD having a great one. And then the one that I'm going with, Boeing, decides to not as strong as it's as some of these other names, but that's okay. We'll look for some other signs. We got the right idea. We have the right names in play here this morning, with the exception of Boeing, not necessarily doing what we want to. That's why we're going to remain patient. This is the only ticker that I've traded throughout the intraday session. And I'm going to wait for some prime time opportunities. I think this market can potentially slowly curl over, but I think you want to be patient enough to wait. That might not be till the later half, right? Like 2 o'clock, 2:30, and that's when you start to see that curl over, and maybe you get that move back into the volume weighted average price. It may even be sooner, right? Hopefully, for the shorts it is, and if it's not, then sit on your hands, give yourself a couple opportunities to get involved with your pieces and your trades, and take it from there. But Netflix now putting in almost a new high today. You can see on the previous 5-minute candle, we did touch that. I like seeing that somewhat strength here in NFLX. I would love to see 103, so that's approximately $11 from here, and then I can slowly start to piece them out in my position. But we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, all right? If we do happen to crack that $90 level and hold it, then we're out of that trade. We're going to sit on our hands there where we're 100% cash. I'm into Netflix. That's my only position right now. And I know Machiavelli was asking, he said, you and Neil made a bet asking if I made a trade over my break. No, I did not. And I very rarely looked at the markets. Only a couple of times when I glanced at it because it's always on my phone, see what Bitcoin was up to. But I think it was just a good opportunity to reset because the market essentially never really does. It's just a continuous flow. So not once in a blue moon, it's not a bad idea to take a little bit of a break, reset yourself, and then just be prepared, getting back to the basics, writing things down, getting back to documenting everything that you need to do, and trying to perform as you best possibly can, getting in that performance, in that flow state, as they would like to say, Obi. If you can enter the flow state, then you are rocking and rolling. There goes Netflix, Obi, new high of the day up to 92.50. It's definitely been strong. So far, putting in a new high day as well, guys. So keep an eye on a couple of those names. They're performing pretty well on today's session.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of building back my watch list here of all the names that kind of looked like they were coming in on the day here, and yeah, some of the oil names catching a little bit of a bid back towards their opening range prices here. So I do have eyes on XLE. We kind of talked about it. It's kind of chopping around this VWAP as of right now. XOM as well. You can see catching a bit of a bid. Fire has been somewhat here since about 10. What is this? Around 10 o'clock, pushing back up to opening range high. So this is going to be interesting to me if we can get back to open on this. We did revert all the way into See, look at this bounce, man. Closing strong prior day. Pulls back, pretty solid selling off of the open, gap up, right? So you know, maybe bit of a gap up on oil. Participants maybe thinking it's a little mispriced, and then pulling back into prior day's highs, and that's where the bid catches on once again as well. So now the question becomes, are buyers now strong enough to pull through that opening range high, pull through some of these pre-market consolidation highs, and all the way pre-market highs are sitting at 128.52 here on XOM. I was looking at CVX as well, because Chevron definitely a little bit more related to the news, and they're saying about how they have the potential to ramp up to 50,000 barrels or something like that now, if the United States starts to really put their hand into the business there. But yeah, 164 is currently trading. Yeah, the gap up was interesting, but it was a little too far too fast, and that mean reversion, that balance, that correction came in quite nicely off of the open. But you know what? Seems like as of right now, definitely buyers in charge. So those are the two main names I have on watch on the day here in terms of the oil sector. Here, let me know in the chat if I'm missing any stocks as well. And other than that, I kind of mentioned the ones earlier as well, Pepsi and Coke. I'm involved with Pepsi right now, still holding in and around some of these levels, right? We're making lower highs as well. Let's see if we can kind of crack this once again. I'm maybe potentially looking for a mid to end of day continuation if we can kind of come back in through VWAP and sellers step right back in. I'm watching this price right here, 240 quarters, 240.25. That was in and around that opening range low as well on this name. I guess the opening session low, you can see here, if you're using a 5-minute opening range, obviously that's not as low. That breakdown was absolutely nice as well, straight through the 141s. That's kind of what I took there. I didn't realize I took the 5-minute opening range break, but that is what worked pretty well. Tests in the VWAP have been working well in terms of the sell side pressure coming right back in and around those areas. And if you take a look at the weekly as well, bit of a trend to the downside over the past 4 weeks. So this is it's confluence with more of the same. That's why I like this a little bit more as well. Now, of course, Pepsi is not something I trade on every single day, but when it is in play, I'm definitely watching some of the stocks that are in play and trying to exercise my abilities to the best. My abilities, yeah. So we'll see. What are you guys saying? Watching JPM and Silver Run saying they walk in. All right, so let's take a look at some of these banks.
Oh, I get it.
Here. So look at this weekly. Banks are so strong.
Yeah,
banks are so strong. Again, the Canadian sector, just TSX is absolutely strong as well. But Canadian banks are just straight ripping to the upside at the same time. So JPM, let's see what that looks like here on a shorter time frame.
It's funny that the TSX is kind of performing so well, but Canadian GDP is just going down the drain.
Yeah, I don't know how any of that works, but yeah, stonks are definitely straight up with the bids. Yeah, what's up, Adara?
Do you guys know what's happening in 10 minutes? I do. Qualcomm is starting their Snapdragon presentation, including the launch of X2 Snapdragon here, Snapdragon X2. That'll be at CES 2026. Again, it is Media Day. So keep an eye here on QCOM. Here's a fun infographic on X at TTV Research. Shameless self-plug here for QCOM that you can find there. I also want to let you guys know I am working on an infographic displaying all of the many prominent publicly traded companies that are going to be attending CES 2026. Given that it's like, around 60 companies, this might take a little bit longer than we thought, but that will be posted very soon here at XTTV Research. Of course, it will debut here as well on the show for all of you. Again, 8 minutes now until Qualcomm takes the stage at the CES 2026 event. And I also want to let you guys know, apparently they're going to be mentioning ARM integration as well. So ARM and QCOM, two tickers to watch for. I'll be keeping an eye on them myself, so I'll let you guys know how they react, if anything. Back to you.
Daria, Obi just talking about silver. I mean, we're not far off of the previous all-time high right now. Obi, it looks like it's going to head in that direction. This stuff is really, really strong. For me, I don't know why. I just have an issue just buying it all the way up here, but who knows what can happen. I mean, the gold and silver have been on an insane run for the past couple of months, even longer, guys, from those April lows. You're getting a triple here almost essentially, so you get 150%. That's a big time move from 25 bucks now trading up to almost $70 once again, $71. So that's a really good look. As for GLD, that is super, super strong as well, guys, as you're heading towards this previous high. I mean, I'm so surprised because at this consolidation, I'm like, okay, we're holding up. I was expecting a move, but maybe not this aggressive, right? Going from $300 all the way to 403. So you catch that 33% return in the span of a couple of months, right? From July to October. So that's really good. And then sure enough, you get that pullback. It wasn't deep at all. I think we're looking at 10% if we're lucky. Yeah, so there it is, 10.62%, a little bit less than that. And then sure enough, right after that pullback, you're headed right back in towards those highs. Once again, guys, at $420 here on GLD. Joe gave him 20 last 2 times. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you're saying. But yeah, that's what I got going on here, guys. I'm looking at Netflix. Maybe we'll head over to the quantum space. Here's PBR. This is Brazilian petroleum, just in case as to if you were curious about that one. It's not Pabst Blue Ribbon for all my fellow Americans. It is, hold on, let me pull it up here. I don't know what I did to my screen. So Pabst Blue Ribbon right here, Petroleo Brasileiro right there. So this is some oil play, guys, on PBR. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. It's starting to climb right back towards the volume weighted average price, so not too bad of a move there, guys. I'm just running through my scan. I don't want to sway too far away from my game plan, but you have to be nimble a little bit as well. So if that's going to be the case, we want to document as much as we possibly can. And as to why we're starting to sway away, one, I think I'm just a little bit too late on my earlier plays, considering I had QuantumScape on my radar. I had some of the other quantum names on aside. This is a battery play, but I actually had the quantum space on my radar. Those were performing really, really strong here today. So now Boeing not doing what I wanted to. What is that next potential setup? And I think we're going to be patient and sit on our hands a little bit here, guys, and wait for high quality. So just be patient with us and give us that time to find those trades, because once we do put them on, Obi had that really nice trade on Pepsi. We had an okay one here in Boeing, but we're going to put on plenty more. We're just going to wait for that quality setup that's going to put the most amount of probability within our favor there, Obi.
Yeah, I totally forgot. I just checked my morning watch list here. There was one more name on watch, and that was Comcast. Comcast did a little bit of a spin-off this morning or whenever recently, and we had a bit of a drop here. I think if I measured it, if I remember correctly, about 6%. Yeah, about 6% drop coming into the open, basically saying that the spin-off basically takes whatever those, I guess, some of those channels or news outlets and kind of takes that value out of the stock. Maybe investors thinking along the lines of that as well. But we had a bit of a bid coming in, but that bid seems like it's done as of right now. So back through this 28.80 level, couldn't really get through 29s. Let's see if we can get a bit of a reversion back down into VWAP here and see if those sellers can step right back in. But Comcast was another one that was definitely in play. But coming in off the open, I was looking for a little bit of a flush, that continuation to come in. That didn't really happen right away. So I'm looking at it, I guess, now, just thinking like, okay, cool. Do we get that selling pressure coming right back in? 28.90s is the high, currently trading at 28.50s. And I also got into a bit of Qualcomm, so thank you, Adara, for reminding us that that event is happening today. And honestly, I'm like, okay, well, if this event is happening today, we've been kind of grinding up. Is it going to be a sell the news event? Because most of these, I guess, a lot of these tech events seem to have a tendency to sell off the stock when they start or when they finish. So just getting involved a little bit lightly here just to see and get a feel for what the price action kind of looks like. But yeah, with that event starting very soon, I do want to keep eyes on Qualcomm at the same time as well. It was already getting a little bit of selling off of the highs there, 178s and some change, almost got to 179s, but pulled back, consolidated around 78s, now pulling back into VWAP, which is sitting just above 177. So just taking a quick little scalp to see if that'll come in, just feeling out the pressure there. But yeah, what are you guys trading? What are you guys up to? FIGR set a new all-time high today. Yeah, I know. I was looking at that a little earlier as well. Some of the pod members talking about that this morning. Figure Technology. Now this one was that recent IPO, right? Recent IPO. Let's see how long it's been since the IPO. It feels like it was just yesterday, but you know, it's I think it's definitely been a few months. Wow, look at that. Yeah, September of last year. So it's definitely been, what was that? 4 or 5 months since that happened, and finally consolidating and breaking out of that consolidation. You know, who would have figured this one out? Nice little hold of that 35 as well. So I guess, you know, I liked the IPO. It was one of the larger IPOs of last year. And it seems like it's coming along, getting digested pretty well here after a strong consolidation for multiple months in about roughly a $10, $15 range here on FIGR. So yes, thank you for pointing that out in the chat as well. I just remembered, and again, pushing to the day highs as of right now. So decent relative volume on that all-time high break, held VWAP, extending away from VWAP as of right now, and doing about 6.5 to 7 times relative volume on the day. Beautiful breakout of prior day highs right off of the open. Not even off of the open. Sometimes you see that pre-market action, the action that comes in right before the open. It's almost like that action is like front running, which I do think that's.
I think so as well too.
And then
yeah.
You get that continuation with aggressive strength and volume through the opening print, and that's exactly what we're seeing here on Figure Technology.
What do you like to see? So say the previous night before, whether it be on Blue Ocean or after the market close, you see a potential setup leading into the pre-market and closer to the open. We'll say the last 2 hours, so from 7:30 up until 9:30. What is something ideal that you're looking for within that pre-market price action?
Honestly, like I'm looking for anything that looks distinct. Has there been a buyer? Has there been a seller? Or is there a dominance there? Or are there levels that are easily pointed out? Sometimes you can see that, you know, maybe there's some resistance holding it down in the pre-market, or some support. But that pre-market range I really like as well. So like if we're taking a pre-market breakout or breakdown, I'm looking at the highs and lows of that time to be like, okay, do we get some sort of a breakout, some sort of a continuation through this, so we can take a quick opening scalp at the same time. So yeah, opening drive scalp, let's say. And yeah, that you know, when it works okay. But there's a lot of other nuance as well that's related to that, like you know, catalyst, relative volume, and prior, like weekly, monthly trends as well, daily breakouts, breakdowns. Do we have some sort of confluence with that? That can definitely strengthen some of those pre-market levels. But we're going to go to happening now and Neil's lesson of the day. See you guys soon.
This market is continuing to try to push to the upside after a strong gap up here for the NASDAQ. As you can see, a little bit of resistance here now at 620.80s. We cleared that previous area of resistance around 620. Currently trading near there. But what's interesting is there isn't really one story moving the market. Rather, there are a lot of themes and sectors on watch. NVDA breaking into a new low of day as we speak. NVIDIA and these other AI plays, including Intel and AMD, as well as Qualcomm, they're all going to be at watch as all 4 of the companies I just named are giving either presentations or keynote speeches at CES 2026. Again, I will have some content on CES for you guys at Exit TTD Research to shed some more light, so stay tuned for that. But again, in the meantime here, NVDA certainly selling the news on that. Also, a lot of upgrades and downgrades on watch. PYPL got downgraded this morning and does not seem to care. This is days highs for PayPal, with a negative note from Ines Crespi and Hart, literally saying they wish they had sold earlier. Then we've got UBER, much like PayPal, recovering from a lot of this early weakness on that downgrade. Other sectors on watch here, of course, oil with actions in Venezuela. As I mentioned, the UN currently holding a Security Council meeting on Venezuela. I'm listening to that. CVX initially pushing lower here off the open, but trying to bounce. One more sector to mention here is going to be in the crypto space. Coinbase and Robinhood both getting analyst notes from Goldman Sachs, but MSTR once again announcing more Bitcoin purchases. So quite a few sectors to keep an eye on as we head into the rest of the day. But before we get to Neil's lesson and then the rest of the midday, we're going to take a look here at Origenics, OGEN, because concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. So learn more by scheduling a meeting today. And back to you and Neil and his lesson.
lesson of the day here is with our incredible team putting out fantastic content, is if you make like the slightest slip up with any kind of a pun or whatever it might be, they're going to get you. I'll get to the lesson in a quick little second, but I got to shout. I actually don't know if this was Refrain or Fabian, but it doesn't really. Someone's guilty of this because I tried to attempt. I'm going to show you guys the link right here. I attempted this morning to discuss an actual oil refinery ETF, which so happened to be CRAK. And of course, it did turn into, as we have such a mature crowd, exactly what you think it should, because I realized that the second I said it, I was trying to be like half funny, and I thought it would just be that, then we could talk about the nuts and bolts, but you can check it out, some fun, either Fabian or Ramin getting us there. And look, don't get me wrong. I feel like if you speak long enough in front of a camera, in front of a team like ours, there's going to be some moments out there, whether intentional or not. That's how it's going to be. Anyways, that's not really the lesson, but check out the video. I think it's quite funny. And thank you to Fabian and Ramin and Andre. Our entire team is fantastic. But what I do want to talk about is there's different types of trades, and specifically, there's different types of longs that you might get involved in. They're all pretty obvious, but being able to distinguish between them can really make the difference in your day. And I just want to, there's three obvious ways that you can be long or you can take a long. Now, you can be catching the dead cat bounce or like a falling knife, where I think what you're looking for is something that it's downward trending, but you like a level, you like an area, you like a setup. You get in, you get out, and make sure that you're not fighting the trend. The example of that would be, say, an Intel. And there's nothing wrong with this long, but I'll show you some better examples that you'd hopefully have better stocks if you take advantage of. Yeah, you can bounce off that prior low. We can do a little trend break, but there's no follow through past the volume weighted average price. As a matter of fact, you see it falling lower. What you notice about this, where it's like the dead cat bounce long, usually it's a pretty, for lack of a better term, a lot of times it's an A+ short setup in disguise, false break of the high, big flush, big VWAP retracement, get the short, but if you're long biased, you really have to pick your spots very well. I always say I'm getting away with one on stocks like this because it's a very clear and obvious downtrend that you can catch some dips on. NVIDIA would be another example of something like this. The other type of long, I think, is a little bit more obvious. Something along the lines of what silver is doing right now at VWAP. By the way, this is distinctly different, so I'm not just sitting on the bid here. Where you're dip buying into a clear upward trend. Or you're dip buying, but you want to buy upward trend. Now, I didn't really add on silver, so I could make the example of something like an IBIT where it dips. I might have missed that, but then you're buying dips on an upward trend. This one, the way I see it is I say you, but I mean myself. I want to have more executions on something like this because you can be a little bit more aggressive is not the right word, but you can be less picky when you're buying the dip on an uptrend in terms of just finding a few longs. I can have one or two in here that don't work because you're getting some real continuation when you're with the trend. Whereas with the trade on an Intel where it's that falling knife kind of idea, if I'm not one entry, get in, get out kind of thought, it's against the grain. That's what I want it to look like. But if it's with the trend and you're buying the long in the dips, you can get away with a little bit more of an aggressive entry strategy. Now, there's one more out there, and I want to shout out to everyone that's been putting RKLB into the chat. I don't know that I would have seen this, and I didn't trade this one today. Was it Rocket Lab? No, it wasn't Rocket Lab. It was Roblox. It was Roblox. I know Sean talked about this one a little bit. No, it was Roblox, not Rocket Lab. And the other setup would be the reversal. And the thing that sets the reversal apart is oftentimes technically, it goes from being an obvious short, lower highs and all that stuff, to not only giving you a reversal entry, which can be explosive, but then it starts that trend trade, which can be a really easy setup to visually see when it does the reverse. Now, there's all kinds of patterns this could be. It could be like a clean V shape and then breaking out the top. this one isn't. This follows a little, this is about as clean of a W pattern as you're ever going to see. This is 930. right? So at 9:30, you fail that high and immediately start coming down. Make a double bottom, lower high. There's your obvious W pattern. I'm not drawing it for anybody. But then once you break back out here, not only is it a long all in here and buying back into that prior high, but then it starts working into the higher lows. So it goes from what is a short setup, where you might have been going for that Intel strategy, just catch that one long, to a reversal and then following the trend. When you find something like this, like you could literally be doing the best of both worlds here. You could be doing your picky dip buys. You can be doing just a clean reversal trade. Then you can be going along with the trend. The key thing is, 2 of those 3 strategies, it's okay to be aggressive on if you're taking multiple trades because there's something working about it to the upside. You don't mind if you're like long once, twice, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6. You could have 6, 7 longs in something like this. If you got a bunch of longs in silver or like IBIT today, you could be all over the place. You could be taking longs and they would have worked out. That said, if something is trending down like Intel or say like an AMD, which I was in earlier and I got away from, if you're just all over this, eventually you're going to get burned. So understanding the type of long it is can get you away from over trading the ones that aren't setting up for that follow through. And maybe if you're going to over trade or just take a bunch of trades, look for the ones that are with the trend or with some kind of a reversal. And maybe not just, hey, I'm just going to keep buying this and the one that's trending down and hope that it goes. It's such an easy and simple thing. But let's be real. If I was still on AMD, I might be thinking, but look at how well it's held 224. And it's not that it hasn't, but 224 and then stopping out here at 225, like it's a very tight range. It's a $200 stock. $1 is 0.5% on this stock. Yeah, sure, you could be doing that, or you could look at what silver was doing, where you're getting dips at 69.25, and then you're getting almost a full percent, and you're getting it more times, and then when it explodes, you're getting a much bigger move. Like you're getting entries on an uptrend where you could be holding a piece of it, and then you actually get more out of it because it's going in your favor. It's a lot easier to buy support on a uptrend, than it is to try to grab it on that flat bottom stock. Because what happens there is when the flat bottom breaks, you're going to get burned a heck of a lot harder. Here in silver, you're just worried about trailing out because you're on trend. And trailing out means usually that last trade's profitable if you're doing it correctly. So understand the different types of trades that you can be doing. There's nothing wrong with any of them. You could have made money on some of those other chip names off those lows, but it's just a little bit easier to be joining the trend. Or, like we showed on that Roblox, which I wish I was in, you can find some reversals, which give you multiple entries and exits. So, there's nothing wrong with being aggressive and taking multiple trades on an individual stock, but you want to have a preference to doing that in the ones that are setting up the best for it. Not just because it's working, you want to make sure you're doing more of the ones that are working better. There's your lesson of the day, and thank you to Ramin and Fabian for that fantastic video. Stay off drugs, but CRAK is an interesting ETF.
Yeah, I have a couple stories to tell you guys about. One of them involves MSFT, Microsoft acquiring Osmos. This was just announced here. Apparently, the goal here is to accelerate autonomous data engineering in Fabric, quote unquote. So again, autonomous data engineering acquisition for MSFT. Now, we'll talk here about CVX, also COP and XOM. All 3 of these companies are executives within the oil industry saying about these companies that the Trump administration has not had conversations with any of the 3 about Venezuela before or since the capture of Maduro. So again, CVX, XOM, and COP apparently not in conversations with the Trump administration with regards to oil in Venezuela since or before the capture of Nicolas Maduro. As we send you back to the Midday Boys.
Thank you.
So does that mean, thank you very much, but does that mean that the selling is going to come in on some of those oil names? I don't know. Did gap up maybe in anticipation, but yeah, it seems like, again, more reason to keep an eye on some of those stocks. NVIDIA, though, we were just talking about NVIDIA. Look at this breakdown that just happened on increased volume and maybe a little sustained volume. As take a look at those prior 3-minute bars, 4 of them actually, kind of all similar size, so maybe sustained selling there. We did see that on the chart, but catching a little bit of a slowdown here on top of that 187. on NVDA.
Say 187? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that 187.
That's crazy.
Crazy. Yeah, so that 187 coming in as the day low. Let's see if those sellers can continue to hammer that bid and see if that volume stays consistent as well. Disney ripping, saying the real Gary. Okay, real Gary up. Let's see if DIS has some magic for us.
There goes Bowie.
Oh, wow, look at this. There's a buyer on Disney. Hello.
Is there?
That's interesting. Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
That's just a straight line up. Very consistent trend here. So right away, you guys know what I like to do with these. Where are you running? Why are you running? I have no idea. But I want to participate when that buying is definitely done. 115 test as of right now here on Disney. So thank you for pointing that out as well. The oversold cup on 187. I don't know. Tesla trending nicely. A couple of people saying is at the same time. So let's take a quick look at Tesla as well if we're gonna watch some of these megs at the same time. Okay, high a day breakout happening here on Tesla. We talked about that Tesla earlier today. We said that was record back-to-back selling on Tesla that we hit on Friday. And yeah, coming in for a bit of a reversion, bit of a bid coming back in on the day today, back above 444s, that pre-market session in and around that area, and then the highs as well, 446s. So tight consolidation, about a $2 consolidation for majority of the pre-market session, and we come in and break out pretty decently to the upside on this name here. What's going on, Joe?
Yeah, some good stuff, man. I got my eyes on Apple, Gorev. There might have been a solid print there right at the lows, approximately around 12:11 here this afternoon at 267.73 is going to be approximately that low of the day. We're starting to get that pullback that we want here in AAPL, and the exact same with SLV. SLV I would rather go with, but it kind of just blew past what I was looking at, and this is going to be the exact 1 minute print here, right? I talk about the detail, and obviously price action is extremely important, and in my humble opinion, each candle tells its own specific story, and this is what we're looking for, is like, what is that next puzzle piece? What is that next step that we can take? So SLV is starting to see some buying pressure, and the key is, like, when you're trying to play these bottom catching moves, if you play it correctly, you can get some pretty good risk to reward ratios. There it goes. Okay, so it went past. We're going to post up there, guys, at 40s here on XLV to see if we can catch a fill. We're going to go half risk on that one. We're now printing, okay, so we're involved in some SLV, and I think I'm going to try some Apple as well, just in case we get a nice sustained bounce in a couple of these names. I mean, silver's been significantly stronger than AAPL, but I like what we got going on, and maybe we might be able to find somewhat of a recovery here. NVIDIA 5 minute, it says Gorev, but we're going to take a look at that momentarily, but here it is. I should probably look at it right now, considering Gorev's calling it out, and you don't really want to miss those call outs at all. So there's the 1 minute trend. Maybe we can get a move back to the top end of this channel on AAPL. So let's start really, really small here, guys. I found a couple potential setups that we're really liking. I'm going to post up at a price that I exactly want. And the great thing is that I don't have to risk much. Right? As soon as we break that candle, I'm posted up there at 85s. I'm giving it 20 cents. That's it. So as soon as we head into 65s, we're at a dodge. A nice little pop there in AAPL. Let's see if this move can be sustained. The top end of this channel would be prime time Deion Sanders. Now going back to what Gore was mentioning on NVDA, I don't even have to look at it. Obi and I took a quick glance at it not too long ago, and we're like, oh, okay, so this is an additional leg. So you have the move lower, you absorb some liquidity up here, then you move, consolidate for quite some time, and then now you make that additional move. So let's see what we got going on. It's at an extreme low, so if we get a lot of volume and we have an hammer candle printed at that specific zone, I like our chances. But there goes silver, a nice little pop in SLV. I don't even know how many shares I have, to be honest with you, on this thing. Oh, okay, not too bad. We'll take it for sure. A nice little pop to the top side there in SLV. LV, and then now we're going to wait for Apple to work out. There is NVDA as well. Let's pull up these names so you can see clearly what we got going on. SLV being the better performer currently, that things can change really quick. As of late, when I've been trading Apple, hasn't been the best for me, but I like our chances considering the market isn't overly weak and we could get a nice sustained bounce. So boom, just like that, we're in at 69.40s. We posted up at the exact level that we were looking for. So now let's see, we are risking 20 cents. That's going to put us around the low of the day. So we want to wait until at least a 1-to-1 or a 1.5-to-1 risk to reward ratio before we take anything off, so it's worth our while. All right, this can work or it won't. It's that simple. I'm going to make it that black and white. We don't want to complicate things. 69.20 is our out. Now let's see if we can get both of these names to start working for us. A nice little pop there, strong tape. I'm going to have to change this filter on this, guys, because this can tell us a lot. The ladder on the level 2, extremely important. Now let's head over to AAPL and see what we got going on that front. We'll head over to this so we don't have any mistakes. Boom. Oh, okay, so a little move. I thought we would get more of a bounce, but as soon as we break 62s, we're out. We're in at 85s. We break 65s. See you later. 20 cents worth of risk on both of these names. We're looking for 40. That will put us approximately at 268.20s there. 25s is going to be that precise profit target here on AAPL. That's going to give us a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Obi, what are you looking at, brother?
I'm looking at this market potentially turning here, specifically more on the Nasdaq than the ES. You can see here we did some wicking action here. We're still holding higher highs and higher lows, so I do have to remember that as well. But 25.7s. Nice little strong wick there on the 11:45 candle, pulling right back in. At the same time, we saw what NVIDIA did. NVIDIA kind of broke down pretty aggressively through the day low, through that 189 and gave us 187s. Let's take a quick look at what some of these, the rest of these mags are doing. Softy is definitely distinctly different here as it pushes up towards its highs. And there's a couple more that are kind of similar as well, and you guys have definitely pointed them out in the chat. Tesla as well, we just talked about that one. Tesla pushing its highs as well, and Amazon I just got involved with as well. Some strong selling coming back in at a place where selling was before. We attempted to push to stay high, only got about 20-30 pennies above, but you know, I gotta consider a little bit of this as well. We're pulling into this trend, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 4 touches. We're coming in for the 4th touch right now here on this trend. But yeah, a little bit of a break of trend. Let's see if that brings in some selling as it did before in and around this similar area on Amazon. Apple as well. You can see here going through the day low. So we attempted to push through 271s, didn't really happen. Made that lower high, back through VWAP, consolidation below VWAP. Now breaking through that opening range low, which is coming in and around 268s, 267.80s ish. Let's get specific. 267.85 was that opening range low there on Apple. And that is getting pushed through to the downside as of right now. So maybe slightly different than the rest of them. Google here as well. Google pushing through its lows, or it already did that a while back around 1150, but holding below that as of right now, holding lower highs and lower lows as well. One of the members in the chat did point out Google is one of the stocks that they were looking at. Maybe they were anticipating a bit of a sell, especially after that first candle gives us a strong wick, just being like, all right, well, we're going to attempt to push up decently as well. We're going to attempt to push up all the way from, what time is this? In the pre-market, in and around 9 o'clock. So the half an hour going into the open, we did accelerate with a strong bid. We got a bit of follow through coming in, but that got just slapped right down from 19s to back to 17. So that got pulled down maybe about, I guess, from the highs to that opening range low, about a 1% range. And now we've slowly trickled all the way back down. So some of these leaders are pulling in. Okay, there we go. There's a bit of a cover on Qualcomm, a quick 50 penny scalp there. Interestingly enough, I was looking at this earlier and I was like, I got to be in a little bit earlier here, but wasn't really looking at it until Adara brought it to our attention. Seems like it is working out as well. And the market tailwind is what I'm looking for here on this Amazon, which is by my standards, a little extended on the day, a little extended off of some of its opening range areas here. And if NVIDIA is going to pull back and Apple's going to pull back, again, one of the two top constituents of the market here, and I think Softy's up there as well. Softy's kind of holding the line here, maybe with the strong bid that's been happening. But I haven't been on, I think it's Slick Charts in a while. Let's take a quick look at what the composition is of both the ES and the NASDAQ as of right now. It's always a little bit of a race in terms of, these are market cap weighted indices. So just taking a look at who is the leader and just keeping that in mind as well. So right here, NVIDIA coming in at, where's the percent? Okay, right there, at a weight of 13.5, just over 13.58. And then we got Apple. So Apple and NVIDIA, the two largest constituents of the NASDAQ, breaking through their lows. Does that confluence with the break of trend on the NASDAQ as well? The NASDAQ did bid up, right? Because you have Google that was kind of chopping sideways. Amazon was ridiculously bid. Tesla is up here as well, number 9. But let's take a look at, I know Meta was being bid pretty strongly as well, so we'll take a look at that one in a second. But Meta and AVGO and Tesla, all kind of within the top 10. ASML here. Palantir, look at this one. This one's slowly creeping up to its highs, or the highs of the constituents as well, as it makes its way up maybe into 10th place eventually. Currently sitting at 1.24% weighting in the NASDAQ. So I like to take a look at these. Let's take a quick look at the S&P 500 as well. See what the constituents are looking like here. Similar story. NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, Broadcom, Tesla, but Berkshire's up here as well, so I want to keep an eye on that. And Lilly, JPM. So I like to look at these, Walmart, of course, as well. But yeah, some of those potentially coming in at the same time. Let's see if Amazon can follow through here. Google, there we go, more flushing to the lows. Let's take a look at Meta here. This is what I was talking about, Joe. I was like, yeah, very strong off of the open. Absolute strength through that 650, trading at a high, or hit a high of 664 halves, currently at 62s and some change, but reverting a decent chunk, almost 100%. Actually, yeah, exactly 100% of prior day's action where, we had some strong aggressive selling, almost 3% down from the day opening range highs to the day lows, but did a little bit of a balance going into the end for, let's say, I guess a 1 to 2, is this 1%? We'll say roughly about 1.5 to 2%. Let me get specific right here. Boom, right there. Yeah, 1.5% reversion back going into the close here on Meta. Bit of a follow through of that bid coming in now on the day on Meta platform. So Meta probably the strongest one out of the bunch, I would say, other than Amazon as well. And of course, Tesla's up there alongside some of those. So let's see what you guys are up to here. Mike the writer is laughing in the chat. I don't know what is the joke, but I guess I'll have to. This guy's always laughing. RDW, he's talking about. Okay, let's see what RDW is up to here. Redwire Corporation. Okay, nice. That's pretty strong to the upside. Breaking through that $10 as well, doing some relative volume at the same time. There goes the ES with a little bit of pullback. So hopefully Amazon can follow through soon enough. Let's see on the higher time frame what this RDW looks like and what might be so funny in the chat at the same time. Okay, so a little bit of a bounce off of these lows where buyers have been before. I guess in 24, there's some strong buying on this name from around these prices, $5 to $6 all the way up to 24s. Another bout of buying here in 25, where around 5 to 6, I guess $6-ish, 7 was the lowest we got, and then we got some buying all the way up to 21s. It seems like this is the area, Joe, that buying is happening over the past half a decade there. So came back into $5 here, catching a little bit of a bid at $10 now as well. So question, Mike the writer, are you looking at this weekly? Are you looking at the monthlies? And are you looking at these same areas where the buyers were there before and looking for that bid to come in and confluence some of that trade? That's the question I have for you. ONDS saying Rivian millionaire at the same time. So let's see what that is up to. I know some of my members in the pod were trading this name this morning as well. Very interested in this one. Okay, coming in for an all-time high break? No, it is a weekly breakout of this level. And what was that price? That was at 1170s. Today's high 1174. So we just pushed past it by 4 pennies. Let's go to a 15-minute chart and see what ONDS has been up to on the day. Okay, a little bit of a bid and holding near day highs as of right now, 1164. So good look there, guys, on some of those names you got going on.
Absolutely. So yeah, guys, we got stopped out of AAPL. We'll head over to that momentarily. I posted up at 69.60s again, but it came up against me. We only took a small bit off. This might come back to our break even, but we hit that one-to-one target, in which I was referring to. We're in at 60.40s. We're risking to 69.20s, and then we get some out at 69.60s. So holding our own on this front. Apple did not work out with us. Trying to catch a falling knife, and I'm glad we got out exactly when we were supposed to. That would have been not fun coming against us aggressively, and that's not how we want to start this new year off. Regardless, still slightly red on the session, but it's one trade away. If we can get back north of 69.60s on silver, we're going to hold some, and then I think we have a good opportunity to climb a little bit higher, but we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. So that's it on AAPL. And the reason why I'm saying, you know what, I don't think I'm going to trade this one for the long side anymore. Take a look at the daily. Right, this looks like we're going to head in towards some key support levels. You can head into 265. So I don't want to find a bounce, considering there might not be any form of a buy program stepping in here today. Now, as going back towards SLV, if we can hold VWAP here and not completely break down, I like our chances. But if we look at this, strong price action to the downside, some really, really strong candles right here. Trend still intact, something positive. But if we do give up the volume-weighted average price and have a 5-minute print opening up south of this specific zone, I'm still holding the majority of my position as it's starting to come back into our break even. So that 20 cents doesn't seem like we're going to be holding up there, guys. Should have took a little bit more off, maybe 50%, but that's what if. We document that, we write it down, and then from now on, we at our primary one-to-one price target, we're going to start to take some 30 or maybe even 40% off and leave the rest off for a runner. Higher quality, you can leave it for a little bit longer, but there's SLV starting to come back in slightly here, guys. Now only a couple pennies away from getting our break-even stop out. We took a little bit off, nothing substantial, only 10% right up here at 69.60s and starting to come back in. It was a nice little pop, but it doesn't seem like this is going to be sustained. Now, as for SMR, a nice bounce there, guys. We didn't get quite to VWAP, but that's okay. There's a lot of indecision prints starting to be formed. I have my time frames up here, the 1 and the 5 minute. We're going to head over to IBIT because it was strong today, and if we do get this candle to close like this, there might be a potential long. So let's start planning our trade right now, and I think what we're going to do here, okay, that's a nice print right there, Gorev. We like this right at VWAP, considering there it goes. I'm rambling on as the stock's starting to go away. We can risk 10 cents if we really, really want to. We can go to 89s, so we could post up at 52.99 or 53 flats and give ourselves to 50. Yeah. So that's a good 10 cents worth of risk right there. I like it. Let's see if Bitcoin's going to recover. This is exactly where we want to look for these indecision prints, especially if this silver trade doesn't work out. But right now we're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. I like IBIT. I haven't traded it for quite some time. You guys know this, and I love it when it's in play. It works really, really well. So let's head over to IBIT and start planning out this one and get involved. There it goes past 53s. Okay, so if we were in at 53.10s, that was the move there, Gorev. You can even see it on the 1 minute time frame, brother, as that is starting to climb a little bit higher. Now we just need to be patient enough and wait for this pullback. Let's head over to IBIT and see what we got going on over here. Oh, wow, Obi. Did you see this?
What's up?
Look at this. Oh, I didn't even. But dude, you said it was for like.
Yeah, so it's starting to roll in, is what I said.
Wow.
Look at that.
That is insane. Okay, guys. So what I'm
pull one of those up.
I don't know, but why is it doing that though?
I don't know.
Oh,
like,
okay. So what you guys, so guys, what you can see
That's
here,
the chain right
that's
there.
the chain right there.
That's the
Here
chain.
on, Neil, no one's here. Oh my God, what are we doing now? I gotta pull that back up. There must be some form of access to this. But guys, this is the options chain here on IBIT. You're gonna start to see this on the P Pro. Obi was telling us, so it seems we're getting a lot closer than people anticipated. So this is going to be that 50-50 call option. This is going to be a $50 call option. I don't know where the puts are. I don't know. Maybe you may not be able to buy puts, but these are all the call options here that are potentially coming to P Pro. That's going to be very, very interesting, and we're going to have a lot of fun with that. But enough of IBIT. That ship has sailed, considering we just got excited about having the options chain on this, guys. So get in the now. Let's head right back over to SLV and see if this trade is going to break that 69.60. I'll be patient enough to wait for the retest of 53. That way we can just give it to 52.90s. That's going to be our 10 cents worth of risk. We can get in full size if we're fortunate enough to get it. But I do like that indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. Now we need SLV to really start to come into play for us here, brother. But yeah, that was pretty cool. I just noticed that right now on IBIT. I don't see it on any other names, but in Bitcoin. Yeah, that's even a better question. Let's do it again. Yeah, let's do it again. I got my eyes on SLV
like,
here.
What's something that's like a liquid?
Can we do that? No, we can't. No, not yet. Okay. We're not there just yet.
We're easing.
Easy. Yeah, baby steps. But there it is, guys. Options chain on P Pro. That's looking pretty cool. I'm sure we're gonna have a bunch of fun with that. SLV still climbing a little bit higher, but IBIT seems like that ship has now sailed. I want to get involved with it. If we were right in at 53s, we would be at our 1-to-1 right now, but that's what if history, and that shoulda, coulda, woulda. So we're not involved. We just need that silver trade to hopefully come into play here and not get stopped out break even. If not, we have our eyes out on Bitcoin.
Yes, thank you very much. They're exciting stuff, man. Exciting stuff
big time.
On that.
You were telling me that it was only on like some like Japanese names or something along those lines.
I think it's just rolling in across the board there.
That's pretty cool.
But Qualcomm.
Well, what's that doing?
Thank you once again, Adara, for bringing this to my attention, because this is working out quite well now. Almost over $1 down from when we saw it there, and trading even lower. So yeah, this is. I asked the question: is this one of those times where Qualcomm starts a product event, and we do a little bit of selling on that? And it seems like selling we have been doing now. Of course, it's confluence with a little bit of that tailwind as well. That always doesn't hurt at the same time. But that's coming in quite nicely. Didn't really. We talked about this, right, Joe? And I was like, if it kind of consolidates underneath that VWAP. I'm looking to potentially add more in. Guess what? It did not do any of that, pulled right back in, and then pushing a little bit lower here as well. So yeah, this is where the bid came in and around 176.20s in the morning. When was that? That was around, I guess, 10:20-ish. Let's see if we can crack some of those lows and maybe potentially take out some more stops here as Qualcomm takes a bit of a U-turn. Again, the market as well taking a little bit of a pullback. Amazon's just chilling at 233s, man. So I don't know too much about this one. It is relatively strong, so I do need to respect that. And if the market takes a bit of a turn, then that bid has a decent potential of stepping right back in at the same time. So keeping that one on close watch. But is it extended? I think so, but there could be something else going on here. Apple, though, is the one to get short because it continues to make lower lows here. So let's take a quick look at Apple. Apple right there, 266s and some change, 2 times relative volume now on Apple. We've been maintaining that for a decent chunk of the day as we push lower and lower. And even through the low day breakdown, not a lot of volume there, but still trending to the downside here on the day. So let's see. Yeah, exactly. Word of the day, word of the year, confluence for sure, man. You got to look for confluence in your trading because that's what stacks your probabilities, right? It's all about probabilities. You make decisions based off of changing probabilities, and that probability increases or decreases when you have different factors that confluence either with your idea or maybe you can say confluence against your idea as well. But those stacking factors is basically what I like to look for, and this Amazon is slowly stacking against me here, so I got to deal with this one. What do you got going on?
We'll take a little bit more off, guys. Unfortunately, that Bitcoin trade was really nice and we didn't participate it, but we're posted up at 05s right now. We'll risk to 95s, 10 cents just in case we do get a little bit of a pullback, but we trim a little bit more as we head into this. It seems like somewhat of a supply zone here on silver, guys. We take some at 58s. We took it at 60s before, but if we can head into 70s, that's going to be really, really good, considering I'm still holding on to about 80 to 85% of the bulk of my position. So that we're holding on to the majority of it, and that's what we want to do. Lots of buying pressure. We can see the detail within these 1 minute prints. And one thing that I've noticed when I've been trading silver and gold as of late, there it is, Obi, a nice little pop up into 67s on SLV. We're going to take a small bit off here once again, guys, and see if we can catch that fill. Bang, there it is. Yes, that's exactly what we want to see right now. If this move can be continued, we like this a lot. Maybe I should have took it again. Why do I leave a lot on for runners? Maybe I take a little bit more off here. If we run into 70s again, I'll take probably 30% off just in case. But we're going to keep our eyes on the tape as well. If it remains strong, there's no reason. And that's why I kind of just piece them out bit by bit. But sometimes it's good to just get out a solid bit of your position and then leave some for a runner. All right, so 69 cents. There we go, 72s. Obi, I think this is my opportunity to take a little bit more out, guys. So I'm going to take 40% of what I have remaining right now, right where we're currently trading at. Oh, okay, so I missed that fill. Hopefully it comes back into 70s if we have any forms of strength. I think we have a good opportunity to do so, but I am posted up to take 40% of my remaining position out here on SLV, and hopefully it doesn't tank. We're still posted up at 05s here on IBIT. That's going to be 53.05, all right? So there it is at 69.70. We did get that level, and now I'm just thinking we should have took a little bit more. There is an inverted print here. You can see the detail within these candles. Channel to the top side, but this is a bearish print, and we don't want to see this whatsoever. Why? Because now we're starting to experience a pullback. We had the hammer candle printed. We got that strong move higher, and then now we're starting to come back in aggressively. So maybe a little bit more off, but that's okay. We'll write that down. We'll learn our lesson, and we're going to be keeping our eyes on Bitcoin just in case we do get that 10-cent pullback. That's going to give us our fill that what we're looking for. If silver breaks VWAP right at this zone, I'm going to have to get all out of this position because I don't want to give back too much unrealized, considering we were almost at a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio, approximately a 1.5 to 1, considering 69.60 was our 1-to-1. We run into 70s. That puts us at 1.5 to 1, so approximately 30 cents ITM on SLV while risking only 20 cents. Now, as for Bitcoin, starting to get that move that we're looking for, I took my eyes off of Apple, guys. Gorv, I don't know if you're still looking. Rusty Dutch, how are you doing, my friend? I've only hit the bang once since I've returned. Maybe I'll hit it a couple times. I'm sure you guys have been missing this one as well, too. I'll throw that one out there for the good old folks at Trader TV Live. That is going to be the stone cold, but SLV doing pretty good. Netflix putting in an indecision print as well, but we're not really close to the volume-weighted average price, but who knows, you might get a bounce. Considering I was talking about it this morning, we're down 32%, maybe a little bit less now, but as of the open this morning, approximately 32% on NFLX. So I'm like, at what point are we going to get that sustained move? So now we're back down to 30%, roughly around 31. Not too bad. One thing to note is that when I was buying, so this is approximately where I was buying NFLX, but I'm like, you know what? This isn't the best move. Why? Because Neil would probably agree with me on this front. That's really, really sloppy. But here, this downtrend is still fully intact, and it hasn't been broken. So until we sit on the backside of this move, you might not see a sustained bounce in NFLX. If we do break and then we have a daily print on the backside of the trend line, then sure enough, I'm going to have some more conviction within that setup. But there goes Bitcoin, Obi, now trading up to 53.22. That's a pretty good look. Unfortunately, we didn't get that pullback into our level, but we're going to hold up and post exactly where we're at, and we're going to remain there just in case it's going to take a little bit longer than what we've anticipated. That's what the market typically is. Your thesis is correct. You have the right idea, but timing slightly off, and that's something that you have to continuously find within your trading journey there, Obi. A nice move in Bitcoin. The indecision prints were there. It's unfortunate that we didn't get to participate in it, but guess what? There's plenty of time left within the day, and we're going to get involved in plenty of more trades. There it is. We run into my break even here. Oh, no, that's not okay. That's not good. All right. We run into my break even there on SLV, and then we get all out of that trade as it came right back into 69.40s. We didn't take enough off, so now we're going to keep our bid up here on IBIT. Adara, what do you have?
I don't have news, but I do have one final update on our Jimmy Carter picks. If you guys recall, just under a year ago, January 9th of 2025, basically all of the hosts here kind of made our picks for what we thought would be the best stocks in 2025. Here is the final looks. And again, I didn't do this from the start of the year. I did this as of the open the following day on January 10th. For parity purposes, I was updating this every single month. Here's the final look. As you can see here, best individual stock pick by far is Sean's Palantir. Worst by far is my UNH, although I think Sharif's UNG pretty darn close. Now we're going to take a look at the cumulative returns. I gave a little ribbon here for everyone. So in first place ribbon is Sean, basically just Palantir. His other two choices completely canceled each other out. In second place, we have Neil with cumulative return of 127%. And last but not least, Joe in third place here, 36.4%. I also did the average return. So across all of our picks, what was the average? Average here across the host is just under 21%. So this was a lot of fun here, guys. Exit TTV research. You can find all these visuals. We post informative content, but sometimes we like to have a little bit of fun too. Back to you. Oh, wait, what? You just want to see your ribbon again? Yeah.
Of course I want to see my ribbon.
Joe with the third place ribbon here.
But hold on. There's one thing that I'll mention. I was in dead last. I was getting destroyed because of Tesla and Meta, and to creep into that third place spot, I told you guys, watch out this year. I have every single intention to win this thing. I mean, I got to go up against Neil and Sean. Those guys are going to be some tough competition, but I am not worried about it whatsoever because I've been doing my homework. Adara, how about you?
Like, it was a lot of fun, yeah. I mean, I came in like fourth here. I had UNH, so like the fact I'm not dead last and or red is making me pleased as punch. So yeah, I mean, I think it just really shows that like certain stocks can really help you or hurt you. Like Sean's entire return is all Palantir.
Yeah.
Because his other picks were Coin and DIA, and they canceled each other out. Like they zeroed out. So it's a really interesting. I think it teaches you a lot. It's kind of an interesting look here.
Go back, yeah. There you go. That one more slide. I am one of two traders where all of our picks are green.
Yeah, you and
Neil. So watch out. I mean, I think I did mine in like an acronym as well too. So I wasn't even that serious. I was, and Big Spile knows this. So no, that was a lot of fun. And
how could we forget NEAT?
Yeah, exactly.
And how
NEAT.
you change your picks the last minute.
Exactly. So maybe I do it again, and you know what? Maybe I'll come up with a little bit of a better one there, and we'll find some of the picks. So we'll see what we got going on. That was plenty of fun. I'm sure we're going to be doing it again once Sharif gets involved, though. We will get your picks as well too. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. We're all out of SLV, guys, as that is tanking, and Bitcoin's still holding up relatively strong. So not too bad, brother. What do you got going on?
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of watching this this market kind of come in, but the Amazon position is not looking so hot. Qualcomm is working out right now. Pepsi, I'm still holding as well as that kind of chops around in and around. Where is it at VWAP? Last time I checked. Here, where is my? Okay, yeah, just holding VWAP right there, and VWAP's coming in at 140.25s there on Pepsi. So I did kind of add into that position a little bit, slightly, but I'm mainly watching this this Qualcomm and this Amazon as of right now, just to see where we go from there. Qualcomm continues to work here as we trade a little bit lower, back down towards 176s. Seems like Amazon is making a bit of a line towards day highs there. Day highs coming in at 233.85s. Currently trading 75s here on Amazon. So that's definitely not working out for me as of right now. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? Not really looking at too many names here. Market, I am looking at to turn back in, but if we make a higher low as well in and around this area, 25,600s, and then push back up, I'm more than cool with that at the same time. Seems like Apple is the one that kind of was sold off the most, and then NVIDIA as well. So those are the only two that I'm really seeing that out of the Mag 7 that could definitely be contributing a little bit to some of the selling pressure. But again, you got to remember, those are only the top, I think they only constitute like the top 30 to 40% of the NASDAQ. Again, you got to go back and look and get specific. It could also be the case that everything else is what was holding up this bid in the morning at the same time. So again, a little bit of a dance amongst the constituents there. Sometimes, sometimes the beta is very in line and you're getting a very market move that looks like the greater market, and then sometimes you get something that is distinctly different as well, and we're seeing some of that happen here on those two names I'm seeing on NVIDIA and Apple. Obviously, neither of those. You can see the ES as well. ES is much, much stronger than the rest of these. So the composition of the ES is distinctly different. Again, not as tech heavy as the NASDAQ, of course. But yeah, that's what I really have on watch. BKR says 10 design automation. Okay, let's take a look at that one. What is BKR up to here? That's Baker Hughes. Okay, a little bit of a range on the day, holding that 50 mark. Is it doing any sort of relative volume? Not really. Nothing. Oh, actually, you know what? It's doing so much relative volume in the pre-market that those candles mute the ones in the intraday. We were doing about 8 to 9 times relative volume here on Baker Hughes. Now, I don't know if these guys had any sort of news in the morning, but it seems like that $50 level has held as an area of selling multiple times here on the day on Baker Hughes. So good look there on BR.
Sounds good there, Obi. All right, SLB putting in some potential, some new potential signals. I'm liking this as we put in a new low. One thing to note, I will be looking for a tight risk to reward, so we can go 20 cents again. Is this going to be the balance that we're looking for? Volume holding up relatively well. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. SLV, but Bitcoin, man, if we were in that 53s, you'd be at your 3 to 1 approximately right now if you're only risking to 52.90s. So that's a pretty good look. Let's get involved in SLV one more time, guys. I mean, it's strong. The names are strong, and throughout the intraday session, we're getting a nice little move. So there it goes. The big getting, oh yeah, it's starting to go away. We don't want to chase this here. So we're going to get in at the exact price that we want. We're going to post up there. It might be gone now, considering, but we're going to go back to what we were doing before. 20 cents worth of risk, looking for that 2 to 1. I'm posted up there at 69.20s. And then sure enough, we're going to look for that move to 40s. We're only going to risk to 69s, so see if we can get that fill. Obi, I'll get you to take over it for me for a couple of seconds as I type something.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so got out of that Amazon as clearly we're just bidding up a little higher there. 234s coming into play here. I'll get out some of these Qualcomms as well if we continue to push up. You can see that bid on the market coming in. So we did hold, as of right now, a relatively higher low here as we push back to the upside on the market. Let's see if it actually takes us all the way back to the day highs as well. So this is what I have in terms of Qualcomm right here. So maybe pulling back up into VWAP. Do I really want to stick around for that long? No idea, but I'll try to take some off here if it'll have me as I continue to observe this Amazon, because again, maybe I'll admit it, I'm doing a little bit of tilt trading on Amazon. That's very true here, because kind of missed out on this piece here, and then this didn't really work, and I gave it to the high.
Yeah.
Being like, this is the risk I should be giving it, but again, sizing way too aggressively here, and it kind of stops me out and then pulls right back in. So
it looks like you got out when you were supposed to, though.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's
good. The thing is, I'm following my rules for that, but not necessarily following the rules for
the trade
sizing appropriately. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for here as of right now. Qualcomm pulling back up into its VWAP, like I said before. Let's see how our friend Pepsi is doing. Same time. I forget what the Pepsi slogan is. Like something about life or something like that. I don't remember what the Pepsi slogan is. But Pepsi just chilling, still at VWAP right here. So where did VWAP go? Right there. There it is. 140.26. So you can see nice little consolidation. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Amazon stepping right back in. Thank you. not the best feeling there, but
On
Amazon just comes in, can't print 234s, and then slaps right back in 50 pennies there for a pullback into 233 halves. Let's see if this this candle goes green to red here on the Nasdaq at the same time. So we were looking at the Mag 7s, nothing else really selling off that much from where it was before. In terms of chips, man, I was looking at AMD and Intel as well off of the open. You can see here both of these selling off pretty intensely off of the open, pulling back into prior day's levels, now continuing a little bit lower here as well. What do you got for us, Joe?
All right, guys, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And there it is, the boys' first ad read of the day, and we're right back in on some SLV. So what was my prior stop before is now my current entry around 69.20s. We're almost at a 0.5 to 1 right there. I'm out at 69s. That's going to put in a new low of the day here on SLV. Now, as for Bitcoin, that was a missed opportunity. A really nice trade, guys, as we're heading in towards the high of the day, the HOD. A really nice move. And what I was looking at over the weekend when I was glancing at my phone to see what everybody was up to, what the markets have been doing, is that you've seen that curl over in Bitcoin. Now, I want to pull up the actual chart of this, not on trading view, because I don't think it shows it as clear. We'll try it to see what we got going on. Okay, there it is, bang. And let's head over to the, wow, okay, hold on, never mind. We got to take some out here. Added 1 to 1 there, OB on SLV. So we'll take some out right there on SLV. Oh, I said I was going to take out more. I will do it this time. So I'm going to take out 30%. Let me take an additional, some more out. Did I get that, Phil? I did. Okay, good. All right, we like that. So we're still holding on to approximately 45% of our position. We like that on SLV. We posted up at 69.20s, and then we got that move at a 1 to 1, risking to 69. Let's see if we can get it to a 1.5 to 1. We'll take an additional 10% off. Now, back to what I was saying here earlier in Bitcoin was this move. So you got that slow curl over. You can see how some data is missing here, considering this isn't charting the continuous rollover of the actual underlying asset. But we have buying pressure here, and we're holding those zones. Guys, a long time ago, I believe it was with Brian Shannon, and we were talking about this. I'm like, how much weight can we hold on the correlation between the volume and what the price action is telling us? Well, fortunate enough, we didn't break those lows, and then we had an additional print, a daily print that is, so the higher the time frame, the stronger the print can be, forming, saying, hey, we might get somewhat of a bounce. So running into that 95,000 target might be in the works, guys. That's going to be, we're really close to that. That's one strong day away from Bitcoin heading to that zone. But we had that strong curl over, and we had the consistent buying pressure with the support levels holding up almost to a T. So I like this move in Bitcoin. Let's see if this can be sustained. Now back to SLV. Let's start to manage this position here. We don't want to micromanage it. Obviously, it's worked once. It's now worked twice for us, risking 20 cents. We want that move up into 69.50. Could this be the bounce? Why did I decide to hop in it once again? It's the exact same thing that we were talking about not too long ago. We had a nice strong volume print here, an indecision. Now there was a little bit more selling pressure than what we would like, but it's the volume that was correlating. And I said, hey, are we going to get that bounce that what we are looking for? I'm glad I took a little bit more off, even though I'm still sitting on approximately 45%. And it sucks to give back those unrealized gains, but you'll be more frustrated with yourself if that you take it all off when you're not supposed to, and then moments later it hits your target. So I'm okay with taking off some of my position and then allowing the remainder to get stopped out break even, in the hopes and with the thesis planning that we hit those higher price targets. And that is my goal here. And if we can crack this support level, you can see that was once prior support, can act as potential resistance, but if we break 69.40s and we hold that, I like our chances of heading into 69.50s, and that's going to be where we take a little bit more off, and that's going to correlate exactly with the volume weighted average price. So not too bad. We took 2 attempts. We go 2 for 2 on SLV. I haven't looked at Boeing since we were talking about it earlier in the day, so I don't know what it's really up to, but we told ourselves we took our 3 stabs. 1 of them worked, 2 of them didn't, and then we're saying, hey, the stock didn't do what we were planning it to do on yesterday's kind of pre-market, or sorry, game planning essentially, right? So when I'm building this thesis and I'm looking at a specific game plan to come into the intraday session, it didn't do it. We got the gap up, but there was no continuation in strength. And sure enough, we avoid that stock, we look for something else. So we're just being a little bit nimble, looking for some quality opportunities, and we're finding that right now in SLV. But the missed opportunity of the day is that rebound in Bitcoin. We're now trading at 53.49s. That might put us around the high of the day, guys. I gotta pull up our chart here momentarily, and I'm pretty sure it is. So a nice, strong recovery here in Bitcoin on the 5-minute, and yes, a new HOD on IBIT. Let's see if we can get this move to be continued. I mean, I'm obviously holding it in my long term, and it's my largest position still, even though we trimmed the majority of it. Indecision print at the volume weighted average price, a nice move heading into 53.50s here on IBITOB.
Yes, sir. So yeah, we still have about roughly about 2.5 minutes for this 15-minute candle to finish printing. It seems like my my ES chart is not or has not updated at all. I keep thinking that it's up here. It's only the Nasdaq that's really moving around. So okay, no, you know what? It is right there. The candle is a little hidden there. So let's just go down to a shorter time frame and then see if it'll come right back in here. Okay, no, that is a live chart. Okay, cool. I got confused. I was like, that's not really moving around. But okay. All right, so Qualcomm coming in as well, kind of holding on top of this 176 halves as well. I don't know what's going on with the event. Not really paying too much attention to it. But yeah, we'll see if that can come in and break the structure low in and around that 176 as of right now. So we were looking at some of these tech names here, and we talked about how AMD has been selling off pretty aggressively, as well as Intel here. So AMD looking like that, Intel looking like this as well through the day lows. But it's just not just these 2 names here. We have SMCI as well that is selling off even more. So that's down pretty decently from the high day to the low day, about 6.5%. So straight selling on this one as well. We talk about ARM. ARM's taken a little bit of a beating as well with relative volume to the downside, 117s from a high of 122.40s on ARM there. And yeah, Qualcomm looking like this is the consolidation below VWAP that I was talking about, Joe. Is this the consolidation where, you know, I have an opportunity to potentially take some more for the continuation to the downside here if it'll have me? But I think I'm gonna be a little bit patient, wait for this 15-minute candle to close, and see how we open up on the next to really make some decisions here as well. Pepsi still kind of holding in and around that level. IONQ Quantum is back in as well. We saw that this morning, just when we came on, a strong bid, and wow, look at that. I had to get involved with this one because that was a bit of an aggressive bid. And when that comes in, when that breaks, we revert to VWAP, consolidating below VWAP now. Is this a VWAP continuation flush as well on some of these quantum names? QBTS, let's take a look at that one. That one was a little stronger, in my opinion, and that hasn't pulled back to VWAP. And yeah, strength, I guess, showing us some of that strength as it is unable to pull back to VWAP, unlike IONQ, which again, more kind of choppy, maybe not as strong, $50 level as well, and that pulls in pretty decently at the same time, all the way to, I guess, high day 50s, 48.30s is what we're currently trading at here on IONQ. Netflix, that was another one. Here, that's pulling back as well. We attempt to break the highs, push a little bit higher than that 92.30 high a day, about 30 pennies higher, and then now pulling back in. But we're making higher highs. Let's see if we make some higher lows as well here on this name on Netflix. So we've got to keep a watch on that one. Amazon, I did get back in, but not really the best. If we continue to bid here, probably going to get out of this one relatively soon. At the same time, TQs was probably the spot to get short, man. Are you taking that market short as well? I see that you got out of all the silver, or
no? I'm still in. Yeah, I'm still in silver here. It's pretty close to my break even there, Obi, and it's not looking too strong.
Good long there, a good scalp there.
Yeah. I mean, I got like 40% off. It's unfortunate we didn't take any more off up here. I think at this point, Obi, unless we get some strong PA, you can just see like as soon as we run into specific levels, it's immediately met by defense. So that's not too good for signs of strength. We'll hold on to it until we come back into 69.20. That's a nice little pop. We'll take that one, considering we still have approximately, okay, we're at 60%, a little bit less. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. A VWAP 69.50 would be more ideal for me personally. Obviously, that'd be nice, and that's obviously a little bit more of a. It's a nice chunk out of the losses that would put us in a nice position to be one trade away from essentially going green again. But that Bitcoin trade was definitely the one that I missed out on. So a little bit of FOMO there, but see, immediately met by defense here, OB. So we run into a specific zone, something that was prior support, now acting as resistance. So the kind of that over-under play here on SLV, we're still in at a good spot, in my opinion. And if we can break through this, I do like our chances of coming up into 69.50. We took some out at the 40s. But other than that, that's all I really got going on. IBIT is what I was looking at. If we head over to the lower time frame, sorry guys, I was just thinking of something also in my mind. If we head over to the lower time frames here on IBIT, you can see the detail within the price action. Once this loads up, that this is essentially where you want to get in at. And the more detailed you can get, right, the devil's in the details, and that's when you can really start to hone in and hit those nice risk to reward. So you could hit almost approximately a 6.5 to 1 with risking 10 cents at 53s. I mean, I get it. That's what if history and shoulda, coulda, woulda. But if you write that down and you game plan, then just look to do that next time around. And that's exactly what we're doing right now in SLV. So a breakthrough here of the 40s, then I like our chances of heading into 69.45. Maybe we piece out a little bit at that specific zone, and then we leave some for 69.50 where we get out the bulk of the position. And then sure enough, we leave about 10, 15, maybe even 17, which is such an odd number to say, 17.5% as a runner or something, 20%, whatever it may be. But I do want to take the bulk off because it doesn't look overly promising considering we keep running into the volume weighted average price. See, the thing is, the data starts to be documented here, guys, approximately 6 a.m. So the VWAP is slightly different here compared to this because it's at this starts at 4 a.m. Nothing drastically, right? 69.48. And what is this here? We'll compare the two. 69.47. Okay, so the same thing essentially. So regardless of what happens, I guess sometimes it's a little bit different, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now. There we go. A nice little pop will be an SLV. This is exactly what we want to see so far. We never got that pullback in IBIT. There it is, Obi. There it is. We have to take some off here now, guys. We'll take a little bit more off as we head into 45. This is what we're talking about there. Now are we going to head into 50s on SLV? This is starting to work out pretty good, guys. Now we're sitting on exactly 50% of our position. I'm going to tap in onto 50s. If we can get that filled, that would be fantastic. We'll take an additional 25% off of our remaining position. So there it is. We're posted up at 69.50s. And you can see the aggressive rejection, but we did catch 69.45, so not too bad of a play whatsoever. We took off what we said we were going to, and then now we're leaving a little bit more as a runner. But we get that move higher, and then we get an aggressive move back down. So that's not overly positive, but we're going to stay optimistic, that's for sure. As for SMR, 5-minute starting to put in a print. Is that VWAP on SMR? I don't know why this does this sometimes. Like, just display it. It's not that complicated. All right, let's head over to SMR if that's going to correlate with what we are looking for. If this 5-minute print is right at VWAP, this could give us a good opportunity to get involved in some new scale power. Let's head over to that. It's a NYSE name. All right, so slightly above VWAP. Not something that I want to see, but we'll be a little bit more patient and wait for this. We're posted up at 69.50s on SLV. SMR up 14% on the day, though. That's crazy. And we got silver up 5.5%. So that's some pretty good numbers there, Obi.
Yes, sir. So I'm keeping a close eye here on this Amazon, which seems to have dropped another,
Oh, nice.
decent amount when I just happened to look away. So let's see if we can break back below this 233 here as we pull in a little bit lower. Watching some of the selling come in, pretty aggressive here, kind of slapping that bid and wiping the book there as well. Let's see again, a little bit of a red candle here on this here market. So let's see if we can kind of come into fruition here. I just got to do well to cover a little bit along the way and manage some of the stuff effectively. As when things are seeming a little hairy here. It's already stopped me out a couple of times. I already admitted that maybe slightly trading a bit tilted here. But at the end of the day, can I just recuperate? Can I put that mental back on and be like, all right, well, if the trade is coming in now, how aggressive can I get? And do I maintain the mental throughout that? So let's see if this will come in here. 233. This was at just that prior structure here. Let's see if we've actually broken trend. You can see I got involved here 233 halves and just stopped out because I was like, I'm going to look away for a little bit here, and then it's already down about 50 pennies off of that level there. So let's see what this brings us. Let's see if we can get to VWAP finally. The market, there it is. There's that red candle, that continuation I was looking for. So we had that green on the prior 15. We're wiping that right now, pulling back in. So when it comes to the Mag 7s, hello, let's see who else is pulling back. Okay, nothing too crazy. Alphabet's catching a bit of a bid. Apple's catching a bit of a bid. Softy is the one with the pullback right now. So Softy was one of the ones that was pretty strong at the same time. So let's take a quick look at Microsoft here, MSFT. You can see here that we were saying that this one and Tesla and some of the other ones were pretty strong, pushing their day highs. And this is the first one that's pulling back as of right now as well, while the other is kind of just dwindle there. So NVIDIA was another one that we were looking for the continued selling to happen. That's still chilling in and around some of its lows as of right now. Tesla was another strong one there as well. That hasn't really pulled back that much. And I guess Amazon, right? I'm involved in this one. Amazon was the third one of those Mag 7 names that did come in with that strength and now pulling back as well. There it is. There's some selling. Here we go. All right, so I was a little aggressive with some of those covers, but more than willing to get right back in for the continuation to the downside. IONQ was another one that we were just watching at the same time because I was like, is this a continuation play? We came into VWAP, maybe a little bit of consolidation there in and around VWAP, and then some more pushing to the downside. Wow, there is Amazon rushing
there you go.
through the bid. Fortunately, I covered a decent chunk on top of the 233s, but we're getting that continuation. And Qualcomm, that's coming in as well. So looking good here. I saw someone in the chat a little earlier saying that I only have shorts on in a green market. Well, it's just you got to understand that not everything is that green in the market. I've been pointing out stocks that are not that strong on the day and stocks that are looking distinctly different at the same time. So you gotta sometimes widen the perspective. We talk about all the constituents that are in the futures, that when people say the market, that's what they're talking about. So you gotta understand some of those are not always correlated on the day as well as some of the others. So it doesn't matter whether you're long or short. All that matters is, are you making the right decisions? So let's see what Amazon comes into if it does come into VWAP here at the same time. Qualcomm finally pulling in. 176 break is what I'm looking at here. I'm going to take this. This little wick is not at the right place, so let's just take that wick out of there. What is the low there? 40s. There goes. So right here. So this consolidation breakdown, that's what I'm looking for here on Qualcomm. Amazon's finally coming in here once again as well. So maybe worth a little bit of a push into as we look like we're coming into VWAP. But if that bid steps right back in, I'm more than willing to get out here and take the next trade. What do you got going on there, Joe?
Right on, man. We took a little bit more off there on SLV, so this trade has really started to work for us, and I like that. 69.20s all the way up into 69.60s right? So that hits you at that 2-to-1 risk to reward. We're posted up at 65s, just sticking to the guns, getting out when we were supposed to, 69.40. Way to get out when you were supposed to, though, at the high of the day there, Obi, which gave you another opportunity, I think, to get involved once again, and which I think is extremely important. So there it is, exactly what we want, textbook stuff. Here it is on SLV. We're getting that move that we're looking up for into 69, 65. I think it's only a matter of seconds until we get that print. One more clean flush, and there it is, bang, there it is, a nice move in SLV from 69.20. We like this move for sure. Katina Man, was that you, Katina Man? I know it was my guy. Yeah, man, what a great time to be back. But SLV working really well for us, up almost 6% in today's session, so that's a big time move. Bitcoin relatively strong, starting to come back in. I got my eyes on a couple other names. SMR, are you going to hold up here? I haven't taken any trades on SMR yet today, but Obi, do you know the guy in the chat? Have you ever seen him? His name is a guy from work. All right, so a guy from work. Did you get back into SMR? I'm curious to know. Please let me know. You got out when we were supposed to, but did you re-engage? I personally didn't. I rotated into some other things, but SMR, a nice recovery. I mean, we were trading as low as $14 almost, and then now we have a high of a day of around 19.20. Let's take a look at it from a daily. Can you please see IMBS, please? Absolutely, Arun. Anything for you. Considering you asked so nicely, we like this one. Damn, I sold a few SMR calls last week. Oh, hangry wife. No, that's all right. We'll head over to the daily, and then we're going to take a look at INBS momentarily. So there it is, a nice bounce off of SMR. I was long off of this. Right, we were long off of $19 roughly, a little bit higher than that, 19.50, and we got that move up into 23. I was looking for 26s, and then eventually I just got stopped out. I'm like, all right, let's get out of this, but then you're starting to get a nice little recovery there in SMR. Now, as for NIBS, that's the correct, is that it? No, that's not it. Let's see it one more time. Arun Warrior, where did you put it? NIBS, yeah, that's it. Yes. Nubis Group, that's exactly what we want to look for. Why do I gotta go all the way here? I mean, not too bad, right? Like this isn't horrible. We like using our April lows as a gauge. You're up 395%. That's not small. It's quite substantial, to be honest with you. Let's head over to the daily Nubis Group here and see what we got going on from an intraday perspective and what was Friday's session like. So today, lots of sideways PA. We had a high of around $95, and now you're trading around 91. So the volatility is a little bit increased here, as you can see. You're trading within that $5 range. Friday wasn't a horrible session either. You open up on approximately around, what is this price here, $87, and you climb to a high of around $90. So that's a 3-point move right there on Nebius Group. So not too bad whatsoever. But SLV has been a trade. I don't know enough about the company to be honest with you in order to say whether I like it or not. But what I do like right now is SMR and SLV for continuation. Let's see if we can find ourselves an entry here on SMR and get involved in that name. But what we had there in silver, been pretty good so far. Adair, what do you have?
Benign Caterpillar, guys. CAT launching a $1.7 billion debt offering in 3 parts. There's a $500 million 2-year fixed here at plus 27, $750 million 2-year FRN, and a $500 million 5-year fixed at plus 45. Again, 3-part debt offering valued at $1.75 billion, just launched by CAT. Now, they're going to be on watch because we actually have, of course, throughout the week, this CES 2026 event, Caterpillar presenting at that event at 12 p.m. on Wednesday. So CAT on watch ahead of its CES appearance about 48 hours from now. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay, so we just finished printing that 15-minute candle there, and we did break down this consolidation that I was mentioning earlier here on the NASDAQ. So yeah, some strong selling coming in here. The ES hasn't really curled as aggressively as the NASDAQ. You can see here, NASDAQ's recovered about 50% of that bid that we got off of the open, maybe even a little bit more, but the ES distinctly different. And there is 176s on Qualcomm. So let's go. That 177, 178 area was absolutely solid to get involved with. And we're getting that continuation back into some of these opening range prices here on the day. So yeah, good stuff there. That's working out. Market tailwind again was a decent factor that's helping us out for that one. IONQ continues to do a little bit of selling to the downside here. Let's see if we can crack that 176 and pull even lower. I have opening range low here on Qualcomm. That's a distance away, 174.10. So that wick right here is absolutely real here on Qualcomm, 174.10s. Let's see if we can get all the way down there. Currently trading at 175.90. So still a while to go if we're going to even get down there. But if we're going to kind of start selling this aggressively, I talked about they're having a potential event, and maybe that is a reason to do some selling here on the day. I don't know if that's the reason why this is selling off. I like it for multiple reasons as well, not just that. But if there's a catalyst going on, the technicals have more confluence for me, obviously, at the same time, and we had already broken a bit of the bid from the morning session there. There's a little bit of a puke happening there as we sell off even more. 13 minutes left for this 15-minute candle, just waiting, being patient. Where is the next trade? All these chips are straight up blood red, man. It seems like ARM especially has a bit of a seller here. Okay, things are starting to accelerate here, Joe. I don't know if something's going on, but there's some acceleration to the downside.
And you're still short Amazon?
Yeah, I got
Nice.
right back in.
Nice.
So we talk about re-engaging. So one of my main goals for this year is just like, okay, cool, dude. Like manage your risk, get out where you're supposed to, so that you give yourself the ability to get back in and get aggressive when you can, and kind of manage yourself that way. And hopefully, already starting to work here. And so that's like managing tail risk is going to make a huge difference for me, because there are days, man, when I did my yearly review, there are days where I'm just my reddest days are days that I shut down on things where I'm not taking playbook trades, but it's basically tilt trading. And I'm like, I already said, I was definitely tilt trading on Amazon. I called myself out for it. So that's even more reason to stop out where you should, even if it is at the high of day.
Yeah.
Right? And then that gives me the chance to get right back in and then maybe get more aggressive when it's even more confirmation. Like this was a stronger reason to sell, where you do attempt to break out of that, 233.85s was the high. We get up to the hole and we can't even print a penny past 234s, slams right back in, and then you see the sellers slamming right back in as well. So even stronger reason to sell. So even if I'm kind of getting chopped up, that's a stronger reason. So the question now becomes, do you re-engage, and how aggressively do you re-engage within your risk parameters as well, right? So that's the next trade for me. That's the next goal as well. So we'll see if we can come back down into VWAP here. 231s. The market tailwind definitely coming in. If the Nasdaq cracks this opening range low, I like it even better, and it seems like the ES is following back in roughly about a 30, again, just eyeballing it, 30% pullback right now, but 50% is what I'm looking for. Can the ES, gotta lean forward for plus concentration. If you're a gamer, you get that joke there as well. So, when you lean forward about 15 degrees, you get about plus 15 to 20 concentration in your stats. So let's see if we can get some of that flow state going on.
Ooh, you like the flow state. Yeah, I love it when I'm in the flow.
Always.
Okay, now I got to read this one out here. Melly is the most valuable company of I don't know what that word is. I'm probably going to say it wrong, so I don't want to butcher it. But there's SLV, you guys. A nice little move. Attempt number 2 as well, just re-engaging, as Obi and I've kind of been talking about that throughout the day. But I'm like, what the hell is this? What is going on here from $2,000 all the way up to $2,211, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. And this is Mercado Libre. Interesting stuff. I know Libre is library, I'm pretty sure, for my Spanish individuals. Yeah. I'm correct. Am I right? It's free.
Free.
Oh,
Libre.
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Libre is.
Oh, okay. I thought it was okay. Okay. No, what is library in Spanish? I know it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't tell me it. I should say, okay, you can tell me it now because I forgot.
Remember what it is
Biblioteca. Yes, it is Biblioteca. No, Nacho Libre. Yeah, I was wrong. So there says the guy who just came back from Mexico, messing that one up. All right, Mercado Libre Inc. is a Uruguay-based e-commerce business facilitator of the Argentinian origins, the e-commerce product. I'm not even gonna read the chat because you guys are probably just gonna chew me up on it. Yeah, okay. Enable retail and wholesale via internet platforms designed to provide users with a portfolio of services to facilitate commercial transactions. The company's geographic coverage includes 18 countries of Latin America. The primary offers an ecosystem of 6 integrated e-commerce services: the Mercado Libre Marketplace, the Mercado Libre Classified Services, and so on and so on. Biblioteca is the library, yes. Thank you. Someone who needs to touch up on the Spanish and just came back from that. So yeah, I mean, Libre is not library, that's for sure. All right, aside from that, guys, what else are we gonna be looking at here? Free market. Yeah, it is. It probably is, to be honest with you, on John Baker. It's up there in Duolingo. I just haven't been using it. I've been really lax on my Spanish. So yeah, once again, I apologize to all. I don't apologize for anything. But there it is, guys. A nice move there, eliminating half of my losses on that one specific trade. So we're just one move away, and we got to look for that next prime time opportunity. Please break down RIG. Ask a dare. Oh, say what? Chris Arthur, what did you say? Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it. It's $2,100, so I'm going to assume that it is. So that is not too. It's not my style, and I don't think very many of us here are going to be trading a $2,000 name. I remember a story from a long time ago when Amazon was like $2,000. Traders were just like with another place that I was trading with. While I was trading on my own, but people I was trading with, they're like, yeah, they just take like 5 Amazon shares, and then every like $20, they're just piecing like one share out at a time. Right? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Yeah, very true.
Fractal. You got to risk appropriately. If it's a $2,000 stock, maybe the spread is $20-$30.
Yeah.
Right. And whatever your relative risk on the day is, if you can size appropriately for that, then that's fine. Take the trade. I just think it's the trade. The trade is the trade.
I think it's really hard though with those spread, because you're down instantly, right? As soon as you know what I mean.
Like it does maybe take a little bit of a psychological hit, and that's the concern there. But I think. We can ask it there. How many times when you punch into a spready stock are you instantly out of the money? I think more often than not, right?
She's not paying. She's hyper-focused. She's calculating that right now as we're speaking. Yes. Come on, you didn't hit us. No, we'll hit this here. What haven't I hit today, guys? Man, we'll hit this one here because, we'll hit this one because we got that SLV trade. Boom. Right, it's back. We got the stream deck going again here. Again, I can only hit the stone cold so many times. I've been told, hey Joe, only 3 or 4 times throughout the day. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. It's something I typically want to say because I feel like it's one of the more popular animations that we got going on. Maybe next to this one though. Katina man loves hitting that one. Obi didn't hit the crickets on that. He didn't utilize the stream deck. I don't feel today.
I haven't, but I could.
We could.
Think about it.
We'll think about it. When the time is right, we'll get around to that. But some nice indecision prints, guys, on the triple Qs right here. Hammer candle right at those lows, starting to get a little bit of a bounce. Let's head over to the TQs and see what kind of risk profiles we might be potentially looking at. And now we're currently trading it at 60s. Okay, so we want to give it a little bit of room, 30 cents. All right, so we go in a third of our original size. That's not too bad. I might like that as a potential opportunity. I'm not going to bet against this market right now. We're in silver. That's getting a rebound, so I may as well look at the potential long here in the T triple Qs to see if we can get that rocking and rolling. How's your Amazon short? How are all of your shorts going? I see you're short 3 names right now: Qualcomm,
So the Qualcomm
Amazon,
is nice.
and Pep.
That came all the way to 75 halves. So in from 77 halves. there. So at the club a little bit on that one. Could definitely re-engage some here. We talked about consolidations below that VWAP. Amazon, I've been kind of chasing it down and covering most of it on the way. That's why my average is exactly where we are right now, looking for the stair step down. And if we change that behavior, then I'm more than willing to get out here. But again, keeping it very nimble here, taking 20 to 30 pennies off at a time with some size, and then looking for that potential continuation. So I'll just get out of this one now only in about 2 names. Yeah, there you go. So my Qualcomm's right here. Really like this one here. Covered most of it, 76 halves. That was the issue there. And then Pepsi we can take a look at as well. How's our Pepsi doing? Pepsi or Coke? That's a good question.
Pepsi.
I'm always a Coke kind of guy.
Katina, man, you're a Pepsi guy? Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Nice.
Got the Blues versus the Reds here.
You like Coca-Cola?
I love Coke. What do you mean? Yeah, Coca-Cola.
Okay, all right. I mean, obviously Coca-Cola, yes, absolutely.
No, yeah, Pepsi's coming in here. Where's the chart here? Let's pull it up. Oh, that's a strong wick right there.
Stop, please.
What is she saying?
Saying I'm always wrong. Listen, I came in 3rd place with the Jimmy Carter picks from dead last to 3rd place. So you know what I mean? Come on, I don't know what else to say. Start from the bottom. You know what I mean? Straight out of the mud. Straight out of the mud with that one, Katina, man. That's for sure. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Okay,
wow,
so I got
YB
the chart ready.
758. First of all, you can't say that.
Happening?
He's like, he said something in pubs. Oh.
Yeah, so this is the Pepsi chart here. So this is what we're looking at. Again, what was the reasoning for this one? Some of you asked some of you asked, like, why are you getting involved with Pepsi? And I just want to reiterate why Pepsi and Coca-Cola were very much in play today. So let me find that little blurb there as well, because I like the way it kind of worded it. Find it, boom, right here. So yeah, so Venezuela, in play this week, of course, has historically been a key profit pool for global soda makers, supported by oil-linked income growth, dense urban populations, and some of the highest, this was the one sentence that I liked, some of the highest soft drink consumption levels in all of Latin America. And then I looked at the chart. After I saw that, I looked at the chart here. Let's just pull up the daily. Now, I didn't see what it was looking like during the day. I just saw it on the daily and the weekly chart here. Let's get VWAP out of the way. And I saw that, okay, cool. We've been selling off since about last year, right? So that's December of 25 there, so the past few days. Sorry, that's what I meant. But we've been stuck in this range since the last year. That's what I was trying to say here. So, and we've been selling off from the top of that range, 150s, all the way back down into 130s, and we were doing more of the same. So coming into the morning, we were doing relative volume here. Look at that. Those are vol bars. Those were doing about 8 to 9 times relative volume, breaking below prior day's lows as well, and then cracking that pre-market low. So I was like, okay, if we see some selling, or if I see some selling off of the open, I do want to get involved. And I saw that it had already done about like 200-300K shares. So I'm like, not a lot of people are watching this, probably. And not a lot of people are going to be like, oh, is that really a Venezuela-related trade? Doesn't matter. Right here, the sellers come in pretty aggressively. VWAP comes in pretty aggressively as well. And since then, I have covered a decent chunk of the position, I would say over 90%. And now we've just been chopping around here in and around VWAP. So I'm looking for a bit of continuation back down if sellers can step back in. And if not, that's perfectly fine as well. But bigger picture trend, a little bit of a catalyst that's driving this as well. And then you have some strong relative volume in the pre-market as well. So a lot of factors of confluence to get with the bigger picture trend on the day. Unfortunately, I didn't take Coke this morning as well, but that one is holding up pretty decently. You can see here, and didn't really reclaim VWAP and pushing a little bit lower. So maybe people like Coke a little bit. People are a little bit more invested in Coke than they are in Pepsi here, and we're seeing some stronger selling happening here relative to some of these other names. I don't know if there are any other soda names that I'm missing here. But you know, maybe
Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is one.
Yeah, you know, you're right.
It's like Keurig Dr. Pepper, isn't it? Yeah.
KDP, yeah, you're right. Let's see if that one is showing some. Okay, that one would have been a great short today as well, but yeah, wasn't doing as much relative volume, so it didn't really show up on my scans either on this one, but showing a similar kind of price action here to that of Pepsi, reclaiming and holding on to it. So that was the reasoning behind this trade. And yeah, you just got to start to realize, like, stuff that you have a lot of confluence for, you should also maybe look to have a lot of size in as well, because the probability of things working out might be a little bit higher. But yeah, that worked out decently. Definitely have a lot to improve on. Market taking a little bit of a bid here back to the upside. So a good thing I got out of that Amazon. That Amazon's just chilling sideways in and around exactly where I got out, 232.60s, 232.70s here on the day. Qualcomm, I'm still watching that, but other than that, nothing really happening here on my blotter. UAVS, high a day, saying stand 6104. Let's take a look at how this one is flying around. Day, boom, $1.53. So yeah, coming in with some prior day action. We saw a strong bid, relative volume. I was looking at this on Friday. Unfortunately, not looking at it today, and we're getting that continuation happening here on UAVS as it continues back to the upside. So the weekly chart, let's take a quick look as to where we are relative to prior price action. Get that VWAP out of the way. Okay, so a bit of break of this downtrend we've been having since about September of 2025. This is a weekly chart. So a break of that trend, a bid stepping back in, holding maybe that dollar low. We've kind of double bottomed in and around this dollar here for now. 72 fours are the ultimate lows, and that's in pennies. 0.724 pennies is that low, and the most current low, most recent low, came all the way down to 81 pennies, trading at $1.53s now. So good look there on UAVS, strong with relative volume, and maybe a little bit of catalyst as well, as some of these drone stocks catch a bid once again. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? Yeah, UNH, John Baker, we were looking at that one a little bit earlier today. UNH was strong, and wow, it continues to be strong today, breaking out of this here double top that was made today. Opening range highs 340s, prior day highs 340s, comes in and around 1130, pushes higher, consolidates to 342s, and now pushing past 345s. Let's see if we can see 350s on the horizon here on UNH. We know that this one's been pretty beat down last year, and coming into this year, seems like getting bid up pretty decently as well. So I want to just go to the 3-month chart and see what's been going on here. And yeah, a little bit of a chop consolidation. Look at this chart, man. This thing broke down. This short was absolutely amazing.
What was that on UNH?
Year short going through basically 420s, 430s-ish, and that got slapped all the way down for $200, all the way down to 230s. Now, attempting to catch a bit of a reversion on a much higher time frame is this stock right here. What is that one? Okay, so Qualcomm trading back above 176s, but again, I wanted to take more on this one. Didn't really take as much as I should have on the re-engage. So I should have re-engaged there underneath 177s, where it's holding underneath VWAP and holding underneath some of this morning structure as well at the same time. That's the play.
Did you ever drink Mellow Yellow?
No.
No?
What is that?
No, it's like it's kind of like Mountain Dew, kind of. Yeah, Mellow Yellow, for those who remember it. A guy from work, I was literally just talking about it, and we were talking a little bit about SMR and how it's had a strong recovery. I personally haven't re-engaged, but it's looking pretty good right now. So optimistic on SMR New Scale Power as it climbed up to a high of around 1920. I was mentioning you not too long ago. So yeah, hopefully you got right back into it. I didn't re-engage. We took that nice little move there, and then we got out. So unfortunately, we didn't get back in. So I like it right now for a potential rebound. We'll head over to the daily one more time because you asked, and I was talking about you and you weren't here. So thanks for chiming in there, brother. So yeah, when we first were talking about this, it was around 19 bucks. I said, hey, we got to get out of this trade around the break of this level. It broke down, and then now you're starting to get a couple gap up. With a couple of sessions where you gap up, but now it's a little difficult to draw a trend line on this, right? That would be your break approximately, but we don't have that many touches. So if it's that difficult to kind of draw, then by all means, for me, this is me. I think that you might get somewhat of a recovery. You're on the back side of this, but it's too difficult to interpret what's going on, essentially. So I'm going to avoid new scale right now. I have some other names that I'm involved with, and I'm going to stick with that. Hopefully we get that, the trend breaks. But as for a long-term play, I think you'll be okay. I mean, this move from April went on a monster run from 11 bucks all the way up to 57. Am I saying that this is going to be a full-blown recovery? No, but this is some positive signs of strength, and we had some indecision prints. Sometimes it just takes a little bit longer of a time to turn around. Now let's go over to Meta. I'm kind of jumping around a little bit from sectors, but that's fine because we had the trend break, and then now we're starting to form this consolidation. So you can see how, from a technical standpoint, they're kind of similar, and the same thing is starting to form. You break, and then you have an additional gap up here, and then sure enough, you have a couple of strong sessions. So I think with Meta and SMR, if you continue, then by all means, you're going to start entering some of these gaps. So I'm looking for this here on META, maybe even a potential add here in the long term, considering I'm still sitting on a little bit of cash. There it goes. I'm out of SLV. That was a really nice trade for us. Came back into the break even of 69.20s, and then now starting to head a little bit lower, but that is SMR and META. Now, head over to SLV. I'll show you guys exactly why I got out. We're pretty close to touching that previous all-time high. I mean, not too much, only about 56 cents or so. But let's head over to the intraday price action as to why I'm specifically getting out of this trade right now. Is that it looks like we're running into supply zones right here around 69.65. All right. Double top on that specific zone, and then now we're heading to the lower neckline. So that's why I got out, came to my break even. Totally fine. I only had 10% of that position remaining. And I was looking at a reload potentially as well too. Let's head over to the 1 minute time frame and we can see it there. So here it is. Nice indecision print. So you get that move higher and then you have that pullback, but it seems that it wants to climb a little bit lower. So we'll be more patient. Maybe we take a third stab on it. The second one was significantly better than our first one, so I may as well stick with it. SMR is continuously climbing higher up to 1890. So a guy from work, nice lookout. Hopefully you re-engaged in that specific name. I'm looking to intraday standpoint as well. I want to head over to our scanner, guys, because we haven't really done that, or we looked at the best performing sectors. But first, we're going to head over to Adara.
I have uranium news, guys. U.S. Department of Energy announcing $2.7 billion to strengthen American uranium enrichment. Not much of a move here in CCJ, but if you look at UUUU or quadruple U, this actually did get a little bit of a pop to the upside. It's also trading at day's high, so Energy Fuels, again, quadruple U is the ticker for this one. Pushing higher as we get news that the Department of Energy is, adding $2.7 billion to strengthen uranium enrichment in America. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely got to pull some of those stocks up right away. Got a bit of a volume spike here in quadruple U. Maybe not as strong as the opening print, but definitely coming in a little bit here. Let's see if that news starts to disseminate and we start to get some continuation or some action here on this name. I'm waiting, I'm watching. Let's see if we can get that confluence as well. The news just freshly came out, and we did get some reaction there on this prior 1 minute candle. Let's see if it continues to give us a bit of a bid. Already uptrending on the day here pretty decently. Started off in and around 17s, reclaimed VWAP, stepped up onto 17 halves, which was also opening range highs, and now trading and trending higher here as we pull up into 18. So yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on this one. Can we push with some aggression? And this thing hasn't been moving around that much. It does about like 10, 20 pennies roughly every 3 minutes. So if we start to accelerate and get some of that, a range expansion, then I definitely want to get involved with this name here. Seems like whenever the White House or the president says something, especially the past year, the moves that result off of those pieces.
Nice move on Qualcomm there, Obi.
Yeah, that was great as well. Again, another news, I guess, driven trade that was brought
yeah, let's zoom in. Let's get it. Let's get
Qualcomm right here.
That down bigger a little bit.
So a little choppy, but I guess we can go down to the 1 minute here. Oh, that wick is going to come back. Yeah, this was what I was looking at here. I'll deal with this wick right now so we can get that out of the way and get us a better look here. 176s, 176.40s, let's say. That's the low. So right here, boom. So already had broken a bit of trend, already had sold off and broken the structure at 77.80s. And then I just came in, I was like, all right, I know I should be short in and around here, but I like the trade. Punch in.
And you added to it as well?
I did not add to it. We were talking about a consolidation below VWAP.
Yeah.
I think this is the spot when I take the second cover, like it wasn't for a lot, but when I see that happening and we're breaking this low here, I can definitely be adding through this VWAP and then adding once again here on the retest or an attempt, a push back towards VWAP. And then this is a little bit of a puke that we got. High volume, wasn't really watching it, 75 halves. That closely, but it seems like we are trickling kind of back up after that, after this volume event, if you want to call it that, there on Qualcomm. So that was quite nice. Quick little intraday scalp there. And again, was it Adara brought us that they had an event going on today, some sort of product event. So I was maybe looking for some sell the news event happening here. Don't know if that's why it sold off. I think, again, I mentioned all the other reasons to sell, which was the trend break, the reclaim of VWAP, the market tailwind as well. So a lot of different factors. I can be like, oh, it happened because of this, but at the same time, that means absolutely nothing, right? It can happen because of so many different things. You never know. But what we can do is try to make probabilistic decisions here of what we think is higher or lower probability and how things can kind of change in and around that perspective there. So just continuing to watch some of these chip names that have been sold off. And if you ask which ones, AMD and Intel are the ones that I have the closest eyes on, because again, sellers have been pretty much been in charge all day, looking for that to become distinctly different. The low day here on AMD is 220.50s, Intel as well. The low is 39.20s. A bit of a stronger bid coming back here on Intel, but Intel kind of does its own thing, and that's what I've realized. It kind of does its own thing more often than not. But today, it is following the market. So if you had a short on any of the chips, that worked out pretty well, right? So especially NVIDIA gave you that surprise flush at the end of the day, but it basically caught up to the rest of its peers in the sector there. SMH also is one to watch, right? So this one was kind of sideways, choppy, came up into its opening range highs, pulled back in, broke to the lows. 377.05 is the day low right now. And maybe, sure, it didn't get all the way to prior day's high, 376.30s, but 377.05s came down into there and catching a bit of a bounce as of right now. All right, uranium's not really doing too much just yet. But again, you got to remember, this is an Amex stock, trades on the Amex, does a decent chunk of volume there as well. And sometimes these things do move a lot slower than everything else. There's Qualcomm catching a bit of a bid. So now I'm out. Like I already got out of more than 95% of this trade here, just leaving a bit of a breadcrumb on for a runner. Maybe this is the bid on the chip sector here. Let's see what NVIDIA's up to. There's a bid coming in here on the markets as well as we pull back above 25,600 at the same time. What are you guys trading? I'm curious. Let's see. Someone saying Cuba and Greenland, watch out. I don't know what's happening there, but okay, what else we got? USAR, BB value level. Okay. Take a look at some BlackBerry here. I don't know how much volume this thing does. Probably not a lot. Okay, 5.9 million. Nothing too crazy, but don't forget, this is sub $4 stock. So that just means that, you know, we've been doing some dollar volume, but nothing too crazy on this one. Let's take a quick look at volume gainers as well. SIDU, that was the one from last week, man. I was like, if we break this I think the morning high was like 420s, the prior day high was 420s. I was like, okay, if we break these 420s, 5 is well within range, and we can definitely open the floodgates up until 5. Guess what happens? We open up above 5 here, get to 583s in the pre-market, and then get a little bit of a balance back down into that $4 level. Still continues to hold this trend that we pointed out last week here. Let me pull this up and show you guys at the same time. 15-minute chart, bit of a higher time frame. You can see here holding higher highs and higher lows, and now extending off of this trend as well. But yeah, good reason to maybe take a look at this in and around $5 as people may be looking to take some profits coming into the open, maybe even taking the opening print, or maybe getting involved in the pre-market as well, man. So yeah, a lot of good stuff happening here on SIDU. ONDS we've been talking about in the chat as well, pushing day highs as of right now. Plug Power, okay, attempting to push highs. Intel's up here today as well, doing some decent relative volume. MNTS, don't know what these guys do, aerospace and defense apparently, but it seems like another gap and crap where, you know, maybe you have some pre-market news here, comes in off of the open, strong selling right off of the open once again as well. SoFi, this was a reversion that I looked to maybe get involved with, but didn't really continue watching it. And it seems like it's working out pretty well here. Let's go to the 3-minute chart. You can see it a little bit better here as it comes in, slows down, breaks the trend, starts to consolidate in a trending fashion back below 2950s, and then now consolidating sideways on top of 29. So let's see if we can keep eyes on that one. But yeah, those are the only ones I'll cover. The top was the top 6-7 tickers there on the day in terms of volume leaders, right? All right, so that's all I really got. You. Catching a bit of a bit here.
You know, when we say you, it just leads me to the Drake song. I think it's, I forget what it's called. It's like, why you never come to where I stay? Anyways, aside.
I always think of Soulja Boy.
Yeah, okay.
You know, yeah, exactly.
All right, my guy, Adam James. Adam, where are you now, my friend? I know where you are. I hope South America was amazing for you. It seems like you had a lot of fun watching some of your YouTube shorts. But my guy says, DVLT gang right here as DV Data Vault continuing to climb higher on the intraday session. There goes my guy, Adam James, healing pain naturally with his travels across the world. Shout out to him. There it is, guys, DVLT, looking like it's gonna go and breach that high of the day of around $1.50. You had a low of around $1.13. Joey Hansen, Sports and Stocks. What's up, brother? Hope everything has been good with you. Glad to be back. There's IBIT continuing to climb higher. SMR is, oh my days, is continuing to climb. Guys, make sure you get those dollar signs in, please. Dollar sign, vote. I know what I'm gonna vote for, and we're gonna start it off with, because we got the afternoon rundown coming up momentarily in approximately 20 minutes or so, a little bit less. I'm voting SMR, other Zincs in the chat. Who else do we got? We're gonna do a last minute roll call because we are back, Obi. I've seen that you're in with me all week as well too. So we're gonna be partying. We're not gonna be partying. That's all flushed out because I went on my vacation. So we're not gonna be saying that anymore, but we're having a lot of fun.
Maybe on Friday.
Maybe no, brother. Listen.
No, not at all?
Yeah.
Okay,
so I think I'm really good at, if I say I'm going to do something, I think I'm pretty typically good at doing it. Now, Selena was too scared to bet me. I said, I bet you I could go a whole year without consuming alcohol. And she said, Joseph, I don't want to bet you because I know you can do it. And so I'm thinking about doing it because hiatus in Mexico. I'm like, dude, after day 3, I was ready to go home. I was legit ready.
So you pretty much finished your drinking quota on the third day.
I finished my quota. I was done. I hit all the levels that I needed to. Price target obtained, and I'm completely cool with not whatsoever for the remainder of the year. Obviously,
that's good stuff.
I mean, things can change definitely by then, but eat. No, I know. No, eat. Oh, okay. I don't know. Save man, woman. But guys, do it says hybrid. I would honestly. I have no issues doing it whatsoever. I don't think I'd lose any sleep. I'm not playing hockey for a year, so no excuse for me to have a beer after hockey, right? And then essentially I'll just be hitting the gym. Before or after the gym, that makes zero sense if you ask me. So aside from that, guys, get the itch out. It's been out, CEO Mixel Ventures. It's been out, brother. Trust me. But yeah, guys, get those votes in here. We have DVLT starting to climb the ranks. We have SMR as well too. IMBS, Palantir, Meta, Netflix on there. ONDS, Micron is well on it, guys. So we're going to be going over some of these names and the catalyst through the afternoon rundown. So make sure you guys get those votes in. We're going to add a couple of more. And it's going to be surprising. We got a surprise guest as well, too, guys. Oh, I shouldn't say surprise. Yeah, that's right. Neil's like, what? What's going on here? He's surprised. It's a surprise. That's it. So we're going to have a lot of fun parties. Yes, anyone in Mexico woke up with a tiger. Yeah, imagine I woke up with a tattoo on my face as well, too. That would have been a disaster. I don't know what to do. Shout out to the Hangover.
Action, yeah.
But yeah, it's classic movie. Just put some.
There's three of them. Are there not? Or
there's three. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. There's three. Oh, I had a question I was gonna ask you, Obi, but now it slipped my mind. Maybe it'll come back to me momentarily. Yeah, guys, put those tickers in. Let's get those votes in. SLV. This was definitely a better trader of the day in around 69.20s. Get out to a high of around 69.65s with only 20 cents of risk. You hit it approximately 2-to-1 on that one. So a nice move on SLV. I'll be keeping my eyes on a lot of things here. We have SMR, New Scale Power, continuing to climb higher. And then we have Bitcoin looking like it wants to go and test that high of the day as well, guys. So keep an eye out on a couple of those names. In the meantime, what we haven't done, I know it, Darren, but is we're going to take a look at the top performing sectors. You get it. I usually typically do this in the morning, but let's see what we got going on in the later half of the session. Leading the way, you would have never have guessed it considering what we got going on globally. Energy sector up 3%. And then we have the financials up 2.7%. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Consumer discretionary 2% as well too. Industrials up 1.55. Guys, not too much red here, and our green is relatively strong. Not often do we see these sectors up 2% plus. That's a nice move. The weak ones are the staples. Walmart, what are you doing? Healthcare down 0.5%. Utilities down 2.14%. Now, let's take a look at some of these dumpster divers over here. I don't know if that's the right term. That might have been a little bit excessive. But hey, let's take a look at what we got going on with Walmart. I still like this name. Doesn't matter. Everybody loves Walmart. America loves Walmart. Canada loves Walmart. And wherever else it is, I'm sure that they like it as well. But a nice little move. Oh, it's still relatively strong, so not too bad whatsoever. Trend is just steady and up and to the right. This is what you want to see from your investment returns. It's just a steady climb higher. You're not going to get the most dramatic moves. I mean, $38, we're going from 2022 to where we're currently trading at 200%. I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever. Good things come to those who wait, Obi.
Yes, sir. So it seems like we are continuing a little bit of the bid here on you with 4Us. After that report, you got that bit of a volume spike here as well. These are day highs at the same time. Not only is it day highs, we're kind of breaking out on a higher time frame. So let's take a look at what I mean by that. On energy fuels here, again, traded on the ARCA exchange. So let's just go to the weekly here, and this is what I'm looking at. So, okay, so you know what? The short was nice as well. When we got back through 18s, we hold 14s, and take a look at this. We're breaking out of this weekly kind of consolidation where we've been stuck since about November. Couldn't really get above 16 with any sort of distinction, but we were making higher lows. This week, coming in, we're breaking those highs as of this morning session. We kind of pull back into some of those levels and then push up even higher. So it's going to be interesting here, uranium, and then also getting a little bit of a seal from the U.S. government today, saying that there's going to be some money that's going to be pushed into uranium. I don't know the specifics, but into the uranium sector there as well. So let's see if we can get that follow through here on Quadruple U. but not really expecting too much. This thing moves like molasses, and you got to size accordingly for that. And yeah, let's see if we can get a few pennies out of this one. Let's see if we can get a reaction out of this uranium on the day today. But yeah, no, thank you guys for joining us. I'm gonna be here all week. Sharif's on vacation.
Where did this guy go? Didn't even tell me. You just got.
I don't know. It's his Christmas.
Oh yeah, that's right. Orthodox. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I thought that was on like the 30. I don't know. I'm not going to try to guess, but yeah. Hey man, hopefully you're tuning in.
Yeah, for sure.
We're back, and we're ready.
You guys keep sharing those great ideas as well. I mean, we saw some great ideas in the chat today as well. We talk about some of the oil plays, some of the chip plays as well at the same time. But what do you got going on? Oh boy.
Yes, we have to go immediately. I need to hear this. Adair, what do you got?
I have a kind of a fun one for you guys. Rumble on the move, RUM. This comes after a post 3 minutes ago from Dan Bongino. If this name sounds remotely familiar, you might know him as the former deputy director of the FBI. He just recently stepped down. Pretty long post here that he shared on X. But the reason I bring this up here for Rumble is because he's kind of, I guess, put out some questions here and speculation with regards to if he'll return to Rumble. He's saying here, quote, "Thank you for your interest in the show and its return date. We will have something for you soon." So again, Dan Bongino, former deputy director of the FBI, looks like he's likely to return to Rumble. Traders liking this story here for RUM. Back to you.
Yeah, well,
spikes happening there. Yeah.
Bitcoin, yeah, man. Bitcoin heading towards that high of the day at this point here, Obi. DVLT performing relatively well. Adam James, where are you? Because we went over your super chat. And I don't want you to be like, man, bro, Joe, you missed my super chat earlier when you weren't listening because we went over it on multiple occasions. But yeah, there it is. High of the day on Bitcoin. Nice move. We had SMR starting to come in off of those, off of the high of the day, but still looks relatively strong as the pullback volume is really starting to cool down. TMC, BMNR, a lot of things moving, guys. Let's get over and take a look at some of these here. So we'll head over into first one, TMC. Let's do it. All right, TMC metals, yeah, really, really strong. Let's change this here. I'm sorry that I have to do this every time, just so you can see it a little bit clearly. Do text. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, there. Yeah, okay, that's correct. So yeah, I mean, a bull flag starting to be formed here on TMC, the metals co. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. Now, as for BMNR, yeah, choppy. I haven't even looked at ETHA today, so maybe we're going to get a little bit of a move here off of these lows in BMNR. This name is still down currently 81%, a little bit less. We'll get more of an accurate reading here, and that's going to be 79 to 80%. So, yeah, that's such a tough look. What is MSTR up to? That's the thing where I can't wrap my head around right now with these specific plays, is that we're supposed to look at BMNR and MSTR as somewhat of these leverage plays within the underlyings. But if we head over to the intraday here on MSTR, look at this compared to what IBIT's up to, right? So if it's truly a leverage play, then why aren't we up equally as much? Well, I mean, from a double percent. I get it, it's not specifically a 2x leverage vehicle, but that's what it's supposed to be kind of acting as. And it's just not doing that. Bitcoin up, MSTR down. ETHA I haven't even looked at personally. Today, ETHA up, BMNR sideways chop. Now looking like it's going to break that consolidation. So, I mean, it had a solid session on Friday, but it just wasn't replicated. So I really have a hard time wrapping my head around MSTR and BMNR right now. But when there's blood in the streets, then, I mean, is it a good time to buy? Yeah, yeah, exactly, West, y'all. That's what it feels like. That's truly what it feels like. That's why I'm like thinking, so a lot of people are saying, hey, Joe, why don't you trade IBIX? I'm like, well, it's a leverage play, right? And you don't own those things long term. And I'm not saying that's the same case with Bitmine immersion or micro or strategy, I guess it's called now. If anything, I could get behind BMNR because it generates yield, just due to the fact of owning so much Ethereum. a successful treasury. But Bitcoin doesn't really generate any yield. It's not really, it doesn't. So I just have a hard time with what's going on right there. I mean, you could get that amplified move at some point, but it's going to take a lot for these names to recover, considering they're down substantially off of those highs.
Yeah, definitely, definitely ones to watch out for here on the day. And yeah, we only have about 30 seconds left here. So we were talking about that ES pullback. We pulled right back up. So ES is definitely distinctly different, relatively stronger than that of the NASDAQ here as well. The NASDAQ gave us a decent pullback, more than 50% of this morning leg that we had coming in off of the open there, and pulled back into some of these, I guess, pre-market session areas at the same time, catching a bit of a bid back through that 25,600. So yeah, I do have that on watch. Here, Tesla seems like it's about to break high a day there, so that might be one to watch as well. But NVIDIA, distinctly different, about to break lows is what it's looking like there on that one. So good luck, guys, with the rest of your day.
Oh, no way.
You're not going anywhere because you got the big boys coming up next.
Time flies.
But we'll see you guys soon.
Flies when you're having fun.
Tomorrow for me, rundown for Joe. Ooh. Stick around, guys. Take it easy.
He's not muted now.
I think Joe is the special guest that we may or may not be experiencing here.
The secret guest.
The secret guest.
That we were able to figure out.
Is Joe.
I don't think it's a secret guest. I mean, Sharif's off this week because it's Orthodox Christmas this week. So that's what he'll be hopefully enjoying. I don't know where he is, but hopefully enjoying himself for sure. But we're back. It's hilarious because the last topic of conversation was how MSTR was lagging Bitcoin. And I was like, oh, what's it doing? And I don't know, trying to catch up is the answer to that question. It's almost as if, like, Joe just pointed out how this was vastly different, but weaker relative to IBIT being up 5.1, and MSTR has gone a little bit, not psycho, but it's been speeding up. So interestingly enough, I guess it's not all bad, but I understand exactly what Joe was getting at with that, because IBIT's been an absolute beast all day long, and you really haven't got the outsized move to the upside you'd want. Because if it's going to be outsized move when it goes down, well, you want to get some more gains and not just sit there buying IBIT as your advantage. Because hey, if you're going to get less downside but more upside, then why would you not just ever only go long IBIT? But to each their own. I understand some people like this MSTR nonsense, but not going to be my cup of tea by a long shot. Just not a fan.
Yeah, you come back and you're seeing another trade here from you on NVIDIA. Unfortunately, just when we went to go get a coffee, we got stopped out right there, breaking that high. We got back and realized that exactly was the high. So we made the high again there on NVIDIA, and we just punched it right back down in. So from taking like a 15-cent hit to now in the money 72 cents as we continue to bleed down. We still got half of this position on as well. But welcome back, everybody. I mean, we're going to talk about some oil trading today. What's up, Randy? I see you in the background over there. We can look at some CVX. There he is. This is real Randy now. No, fake Randy.
Orange is
yeah, fake Randy is an orange shirt. Because you were off last week, we kept on putting on the fake Randy. I don't know if we have that at some point. You'll see it. Yeah, I think, is he doing the thumbs up in the fake one? Like, yeah. Anyway, shout out to Randy there.
Like
we're getting these desks all set up. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. CVX still at highs, really. I mean, sure, you're not exactly where you were at 9 o'clock, 8:30, but you have fallen back down just a bit to 160, now back to 165. There's CVX. Oil today, G, there it is, the February, doing pretty good, up 1.5 there on, obviously, tie-ups. There was Venezuela. We heard some trading over there. Obi talked about why maybe Coke or Pepsi might be moving around today as well. But these are the oil trades. And then Bitcoin. I mean, we have Bitcoin written down as a long, but we were waiting for dips, and that didn't really happen. But look at that, man. 200 period moving average, and then VWAP holding beautifully for IBIT as we continue to go high. There it is. Yeah, so it's an orange. It's that orangey ready shirt right there. So I am also short right here. Only because we're at VWAP, we are very capable of getting out of this one especially if it breaks above 54, which is your 200 period moving average right now on the NASDAQ. So yeah, we're short underneath the NASDAQ, so that should be okay. We'll just play VWAP there, and then we'll wait for NVIDIA. And then I guess it was Intel that was a really good trade there off that, and now it's really at a key level again of where we kind of went long the first time, but I'm gonna pass on that. Yeah, I think everything, that's what I was trying to do, is I'm short everything, so hopefully the weakness in the market continues. Next bid for me on NVIDIA is 187.11, which is the low of the day. So we'll see if we come into there. Good reshort, that's for sure. We did get stopped out there, which sucks. Wish that didn't happen and we'd still be down here, but we did reload it. So we're putting a little bit more money in our pocket there with this NVIDIA short, and we're gonna go through the rundown.
Yeah.
Which, hopefully you'll have a lot of those names on there. Yeah, BBAI green. Yeah, that's nice.
Well, you want the pain today. I mean, the market's been pretty good, but there's been some pain in a couple of places. Most notably, okay, fine. I don't know why I have NEO on my personal quote board. Don't own it, haven't traded. I think it's just a holdover that I just refuse to get rid of. But the second one on that list, you might know. Well, I mean, I would hope you know it. It's Eli Lilly, and it's down 3.8%. Novo had some positive news, but Eli Lilly, showing some signs of weakness. I'm flipped, like I was long Intel earlier, and I just typed in New York, it's Eli Lilly's New York, and I flipped into the short. It just comes down to, and we talked about this in the middle of the day, like the lesson of the day, well, it was downward trending, or it is downward trending, so we got away with a couple of longs, and then it comes right into one of our buy zones, and if a prior buy zone turns into resistance, short it instead, because that's a key price level. So you want to ideally trade key price levels in the correct direction. This case, we're trending down. And this has been the problem. Like the reason the NASDAQ's weaker than the ES today is mostly because of chips. Really, like at the open, they've been they were what was disappointing. You look at NVIDIA and AMD, very true. Even one of the strongest ones, like look at Micron. Like this morning, we were talking about how, the data names, boom, another bull run, another fresh set of highs, and that got squashed within like a matter of minutes, and they're all trending lower now, whether it's this or my good friend, SNDK, which I'm still surprised this isn't weaker than it is, to be honest with you. I would think this would be worse than Micron. But they'll be on the radar this afternoon. Hopefully, on the way up, some of these memory names, you took advantage of that upside, because they've been parabolic for a while. No one ever went broke taking some profits. So I know we're going to get with Joe a little extra time to set up there, as I can see he's getting ready for our rundown this afternoon. I have an idea what symbols are going to be on there, but I don't want to spoil it.
So right here it is, man. We are coming back into the dollar club. So we put, oh yes, NVIDIA cracking lower, right there into 187 right there. So there's your day low break, and we're short. We did get stopped out there. That sucks, but we'll put it right back on short for NVIDIA. And yeah, it's been a good day. We'll have to wait to see if these futures want to come down. I am bidding right here at 70s, just hoping that, we do get this 50 period. I mean, maybe 71 is exactly that, but we're gonna, okay, get down to 70, man, blow through, and then we'll see. Go. Oh, Memex there with a big bid. This really shouldn't matter when you're talking about the Qs or anything like that, so let's wait to see if the futures want to continue to make a move down. We are bouncing off the 50 period moving average. I mean, I could put a little piece out there at 71 in case it runs that over, and we don't, there we go. Well, now we get 70s as well, so we get 71 and 70s, and here we come. The futures finally making that move to the downside. We got the dollar on NVIDIA. Names like Palantir, like this is going to be the #1 P&L name for me today. It's not even close. This one, boom, to the downside right here. It's not an easy day trading. I don't know if Joe and Obi mentioned if they were green or red. I'm not sure if they are, but not the easiest day trading today. We'll be green, but it's been a tough one. We've had to battle some of these trades, including that NVIDIA one. The futures have been good for us all day. This Palantir one has been pretty good. We'll have to wait to see futures in and out right there. I do hear Sia talking about SoFi a little bit. So, wow, 29.30, up 7% there for SoFi. Man, these banks continue to rock and roll. That is for sure. 336 and change right now. I'm going to get another piece out of the TQs and then just wait to see about NVIDIA. NVIDIA just bounced off 187. I still think there's lower. Look, they have CES tonight, man, at 4 p.m. Is it 4 p.m. or 4 p.m. Eastern or Central? I think it's Central.
Let me
we have it at 4 p.m. Eastern on our.
See, I thought it was, maybe it's AMD that's later. And
yeah, it's one of them, because we have it right here, Eastern. 4 p.m. on our.
Lisa Sue's later.
Yeah, because it's in California, it's in Vegas, so it's you got to do the time.
And then Intel's at like 6 Eastern. It's like, yeah,
Okay.
they're all staggered this evening at CES.
Get down, NVIDIA.
Either way, it's not going to be when the market's open. Like that's the bigger takeaway.
Yes.
We're going to be reacting to CES pretty much all week, but we are now ready for the rundown. Let's go up to Joe at the desk. He's joined by C, as you can see right behind me, to talk about some of the names Tesla that you guys might be interested in.
Oh boy.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment where you guys get to pick the stocks that we talk about. So make sure you get in throughout the whole intraday session and get those votes in, especially with Obi and I. But let's start this off here, guys. Also, it's going to be Joe and Sia today. So we're going to take a look at some of the names, and we're going to get significantly more in depth with some of the news catalysts that have been partaking today. So as for the top of the list, guys, DVLT Data Vault AI shares are trading higher after the company announced a nationwide planned deployment of its Sanctum in partnership with AP Global to support near real-time tokenization and data exchange and agentic monetization in 2026. The stock is up 46% from Friday's close and continuing to climb higher on today's intraday session. See a big-time move here in Data Vault.
Pretty sure, yeah, a big-time move here. Also, Data Vault has agreed to issue 7.5 million shares of its common stock in exchange for certain intellectual property rights as of today. So that's also probably why it's trading up and doing pretty well today.
Asabsolutely. Shares trading higher, Data Vault, guys. Share offering, what do you think?
Yeah, it's kind of jokes. I'm going to put a ticket because it actually, in P Pro, we know Data Vault, we know DVLT, but it has the wrong company name in our dropdown, which is not that big of a deal if you know, but it doesn't really matter. Look, this for a $250 million shares, this is kind of dead right now, even though it's up 42%. That being said, like the move has been really good. Like you doubled up from the lows. To get 50 cents to $1 on Friday, and then a little bit of continuation here. But I think it's going to be that dollar that you need to hold on to.
Oh boy.
It's going to be the 200-period moving average. You already held once on a dip, so let's see if we can put in some higher lows. But I'm not see what I mean about the volume? Look at this day where it spiked in the morning and then gradually lower volume, and then you were gradually lower going into the close, except for one little bounce. And then look at what happened on Friday. Like on Friday, when it was trending up, you had volume spikes in the afternoon as well. So this is a little bit different. I don't love it as much as you would have in the afternoon on Friday because of this dwindling volume. So I'm going to call this one a bit of a disappointment. I'll stay away from it. I didn't pay for locates, wouldn't go short anyways. But again, I think it's a good move that it's having. But for this afternoon, I would probably sit it out just on the volume basis.
So guys, we just took out, I'm short NVIDIA here, we just took out the day's low there on NVIDIA, and I took a little bit more rate there. I'm lighter and lighter on this, like less than 20% now on NVDA, and half of our TQs. That's not going. The futures aren't really going downside as much as I had hoped for. We got a break of 70 when NVIDIA broke, and we're able to take advantage of those fills down into here, and then that was it, right? Our best fill there is 65. So, looking to see if we can get another fill in and around this area, and then breaking through into 55s would be our next sort of an area of concern there on the NASDAQ and on the TQQ. So yeah, Data Vault breaking through $1 is something that's interesting. I wanted to see Open Door, see if that can hold $6. GameStop also near that $20 market. There's a couple good names that we can always look at for you here every day, but this is Open Door right here trying to bounce off of this $556 mark. So this is an interesting name. This one can do hundreds of millions of shares right now, just 33 million. So not really on anybody's radar, but watch out for Open Door over the next couple of days. Could get going into that area. I like Open Door down here, but I like the TQs and I like NVIDIA going lower and lower right now. Now $1.20, in the money there on NVIDIA. It's too bad that we got that stop out there. It's good that we put it back, but we had to pay basically 20 cents difference once we took that 21-period moving average, and the roll on is real on NVIDIA. All right, I don't know what's next. We're going to go find out from Sia and Joey.
Yeah, all right, yes, guys. New Scale Power is going to be up next. The stock I mean, is down 66.7% off of its previous pivot high. But if we're going to look at it from an optimistic standpoint, off of these lows, we're up 33%. So trading from a low of approximately $14 up to where we're at right now at $19.16, that's a nice move here in SMR to the top side, almost 40% there, Sia.
Yeah, so the House Energy Subcommittee will also be holding a hearing on how to assist the deployment of nuclear power plants. And also, the U.S. House of Representatives will be focusing on nuclear power specifically in the new year. And that's also definitely a reason why it's doing as good as it is doing.
Absolutely. That's a big time play. We know the transition into nuclear power. It's going to be a nice move. And you can see the space all around. It's continuing to grow. A lot of the stocks have been hit over time, but finding a bottom and a nice recovery in SMR, guys.
Yes, this is a powerful day for SMR. It's going nuclear to the upside. I don't know, like throw in whatever pun you want, but you might not have to wait too long. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention this. This was, I should have said this morning. This is one of the patented, if you look at where the death cross happened on the daily, right here, $18, death cross, 50 SMA over the 200 period, which is actually pretty flat, so almost upward sloping. But we just broke back through there. So anyone that put a short on the death cross got out of the money just today. So just today they started to get blown out. I think that can be adding to a little bit of the strength on SMR. I think until proven otherwise. Day 3, I might worry about it. Like 1, 2, 3 spot, look for a pullback day, but so far it's looking quite good there. And I'm not saying like, oh, I have nothing against, if you like death crosses, golden crosses. I've just noticed that whenever you see something, a lot of times, more often than not, when I see something like this, like you put in a death cross on the daily, and then it gets back through that entry point, there's some explosion. Because it's like a stop out point for someone that just entered that short. It's a pretty popular technical trade, that SMR trade, so, or the death cross trade. So I like the explosion here. I did not get in. I was kind of sitting back looking at 13 on my personal account as a place to reload, but I think probably going to have to hop on the bid in the next available pullback in this one if I want to get a piece to start the year of what looks like a good run. Remember, ain't making any money. Okay, so like this is, when it goes up 20%, this stock is no trouble going down 20% too. It's just, you understand a shot play when you see one, but when the momentum starts going in your favor, that's a time to try to join the ride while it lasts.
Yeah, I'm a little distracted here because right now NVIDIA is just really hitting the skid right here to the downside, just keeps on printing lower, now $1.50, and we are trying to also negotiate the TQs as well as we get a little lower on these on the overall market right now. Trying to go, I mean, it feels strange because it's really just a story here of the chip names starting to go a little bit lower, right, including advanced micro devices. Actually, it's really just, it's NVIDIA there. I don't know, with that expensive DRAM and all that kind of stuff. Now they talked about some of their chips getting to be a little bit more expensive, and that could wind up, I guess, maybe hitting some of their numbers. We'll see what happens here at CES if Jensen ever gets questioned about that. I'm gonna take out another piece here at 67, cross up and get another piece out there. But yeah, we're getting lighter and lighter on these trades, and then the futures here, maybe you'll give it up, but I don't know. Another out right there at 60s. Now we wait for 56 for our next piece. Let's go back over to the desk. I like Oklo in this space more than SMR, but I'm only a shareholder in SMR. What's up, others? Zank, hope you're well.
All right. I mean, here it is, guys. NVDA down 12.23% off of those previous pivot highs. Sia, what do you got for us?
So NVIDIA was trading up by 1.4% in the pre-market. There's 2 reasons for this I'm sure about. So CEO Jensen Huang is set to speak at CES in Las Vegas this week. Also, the chip maker is probably doing pretty well, getting a lift from positive news for demand for certain artificial intelligence hardware from Taiwan's Foxconn, which is the Taiwanese multinational electronics company. You got something else, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. So we got the CES, obviously the keynote with Jensen and company. I think the real big question is what comes after the black wall? And that's what investors are going to be looking forward towards and looking towards, because that could be where the next step in which NVIDIA takes as a stock in itself. We've been consolidating for quite some time, and we're looking to take that next leg higher. What is going to be the driver of that move? Is it going to be the successor of Blackwell, or is it going to be more partnerships? What do the guys think about NVIDIA?
Well, I didn't know what to think about NVIDIA today. I was...
They were so strong this morning.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, we went long early on NVIDIA holding this 189.50, and then eventually it lost 189.50, and we got out there on basically a 189 break. So we held it. It lost it there. We got back in. It was a great trade. We were up on NVIDIA. We were still up on NVIDIA, and then we decided to flip short once this market happened, and it gave it up, and it was just like, see ya, all the way there to that downside. And at that point, it was like, let's just go short. So we waited for it to pop back up. It did exactly that. It came right into our levels, and we went short against the 200 period moving average. So now we continue to be short on NVIDIA, and it's a big stock today. It's a nicely profitable one. I just wish we didn't get stopped out right there, but that's trading, and sometimes you get taken out, and we put right there, you know, that sort of afternoon high is where we stopped out, 188.20 or so, but then just punched it right back in at once it broke 188. So 20 cents or so hit right there, maybe a little bit more to get it all back, plus as the market continues to bleed down, and we wait to see what winds up happening at 4 o'clock with NVIDIA. I know it's a hold, don't trade sort of stock right now, but I'm wondering if I just get out and dump this all in the NASDAQ. It's not trading like the market right now, down 1.2 with the market being up. You wouldn't have thought of that, but we'll wait for NVIDIA. I mean, tonight's the real story with CES, so we'll see if there's anything spicy coming of that. It doesn't look like it will be. I think it'll be a negative story, but
I don't mind holding them, but I think it's part of the reason why I was an AMD seller earlier is because I don't know if I need to have both of these things at these tops.
Yeah, probably not.
Like, would you want to own Nvidia, Broadcom, and Oracle, and maybe you already have like half the Mag 7? And it's a lot of exposure to have. But if it's confined right in AMD, Nvidia, and Nvidia's been, I'd take what Nvidia's been doing, all that consolidation over some of like the wildness of AMD. Look, I tried it. I said this morning I liked AMD and Intel a little bit better for trade, but wish I had sniffed out that nonsense on AMD. Like, you don't see topping tail candles like this very often on a 15-minute, where it's $4 to the upside, and then this candle ends up losing like $3 from the open. So it's like a $7 open candle, and it's a reversal candle. And the second one's like another $5 down. It was instantly nasty. So I tried the long. That didn't work. I was even, to a similar story, I was a long Intel this morning, and then that turnaround, now it's just a short on lower high. So look, everyone got touched here a little bit negatively, so playing the short has made sense. The only chip names that we're not talking about, but like, look again here, the memory names are down even worse, like Micron. So I'm not saying the bubble's bursting or anything like that, but going into what is supposed to be an exciting week of presentations in terms of what is next for AI, and what we're getting is selling across the board and some of the most explosive names. So maybe it's just a little bit of sell the news. I guess that won't be determined until after CES. If we're still turning around after CES, and I think you have a right to be worried, because then we're going to need those first quarter earnings to be a big deal. Because right now we're not even talking about them yet. And at some point we're going to have to be talking about first quarter earnings, and then it's put up or shut up.
Oh, all right. What's going on? All right, guys, next on the list, we have Tesla. All right, guys, so the China auto industry body SPCE stating that Tesla sold 97,000 vehicles in the month of December, some of its highest on record. The stock is also down 9% off of that $499 high, now trading around $454.
Okay. Also, another key thing to note, not specifically Tesla related, but in a recent X post replying to a claim that SpaceX will be building starships like airplanes, Musk wrote, yes, at a massive volume, maybe even as high as 10,000 ships per year, which is insane.
Yeah, that's a substantial number. And I think when we stay forward looking, and the boys are going to chime in here momentarily, is that with Tesla, you have to remain forward looking. Why? Because of the autonomy, the robotics, and that's the things that we're looking at specifically down the pipeline. Guys, what remains you bullish on Tesla stock?
5,000 million, 100 quadrillion optimists walking
Is there an asteroid headed for Earth that I don't know about, Elon?
He's getting prepared.
Yeah, man. Let the rest of us know if it's all going down. I need to contact Bibble and get on one of his spaceships and get out of Dodge. Okay, so, you know, like I thought it was a little bit ambitious to think we're going to have 1 million Optimus robots coming off the line in 2 years, but apparently we're going to have thousands of Starships. But, you know, like this is the Elon. It's part of the shtick, right? Like have huge ambition, have huge targets, and then obviously, you know, the idea that it's going to be completely realistic in terms of time frame, in terms of scope, is usually going to be a bit out of whack. That being said, you don't necessarily win betting against some of the vision. So I get it. I think, you know, I'm way more optimistic about this Optimus. Maybe a few years down later, it can be household than Elon thinks, but certainly that Starship one's a bit out of there. That's a bit out there for me. I can't get behind that. But Tesla is one of the strongest stocks here today. So it's always key, like forget about the fact that we had bad deliveries and then the flush on Friday. What happens when we get the reaction the next day? And so far today, so good. Now we didn't get through the 460 resistance. It never got to that price for a fade, and you know, we're not really, you know, busting through that yet, but it has held up better than the overall market. It's making higher, it's making a nice little bull flag here. So the buyers have responded once again to ignoring the delivery numbers en masse. It's like there's a panic sell when it happens, to the extent that you can call Fridays a panic sell. I think it was kind of like that. And then you're getting a nice little bounce here on Tesla. The other good news is, looky, that is a big time hold of the 50-period moving average. So I think it's a little short-term bullish here off that 50-period moving average. It was like 444, but now 445 here. Maybe look for the 450 to start holding this week. But yeah, some good relative strength here on Tesla. I think it's more of a buy the dip after the deliveries than anything to do with these ridiculous kind of targets or whatever that Elon's talking about. That's not the reason it's up 4%, because he says they're building thousands of Starships. It's because we've been buying the dips. The stock's been buying the dips after deliveries for a year now.
Yeah, I really like Tesla. I think if you're going to talk about the robotics, I mean, I'm in ARKQ, which is a robotics, and I actually just got a dividend from this stock, so that was kind of
What does that pay?
I don't know, nothing, I don't think. But yeah, I'm surprised it pays a dividend, period. But there goes ARKQ cooking right here. This is a great trade. We put this on with all of you, I think, well, anyone that was talking about it. The day was 108, 109, something like that, or maybe even 104, I can't remember. Yeah, it might have been in here. Where, yeah, it must have been right there. The day, early December, when the government sort of got on board with everything to do with robotics. So we hopped on this ARKQ trade. So this has been a good one. Has ASTS, has RKLB in there, and a few good names that should continue to benefit there, with Tesla being part of this as well. So ARKQ, really liking this robotics name, moving to the upside right here again today. So yeah, congratulations anybody on this one. I like this stock, ARKQ. I hope some of you took this advice when we had bought it. An ETF up now about 17 or 18%, with a good day today, man, 4.5%. So yeah, robotics on people's minds as we continue to be short NVIDIA and the TQQs. And then because we looked at Tesla today, you know, Rivian is going to pull back into some of these levels. So I'd say get ready if you're interested in Rivian, get ready for $18 or so. I think that's a key level that probably plays at some point here on RIVN. All right, man. Yeah, look, no matter how you're doing today, just keep looking for different stocks that are trading with volume. Like we're short NVIDIA. It's now at the low of the day. We're short the NASDAQ, which continues to go a little bit lower as well. So I'm choosing short. Let's see what these guys got behind us. Joe, I think it's one more name or two more names. Let's go back. One more name, and then we'll get out of here. Joe might stay.
It's got to be SoFi.
Let's go find out what he's up to. Maybe SoFi, $29?
Got to be SoFi.
Not going anywhere, guys. All right, they guessed it. Next on the list is SoFi. Talk a little bit about the technicals first. Considering we're down 10 1/4 off of its previous high, but it looks like it's breaking out and this move might be sustained. Now, if we're going to be looking at our previous pivot low around 23.45, we're up 26%. SoFi is scheduling its conference call to discuss its Q4 2025 and full year 2025 results. But one thing to note, guys, this is coming later in the year, 2026, January 30th. All right, so we'll keep that in mind. SoFi trading relatively nice, 26% off of its previous lows.
I also want to quickly remind everyone that SoFi over the past 36 months has skyrocketed, a dropping 510%, which is a big number, and around 900,000 new customers were seen in the third quarter that ended as of September 30th of 2025. The business now has over 12.6 million, Joe. That figure basically expanded 4 times since the end of 2021, which is a lot. And that propelled their revenue, which increased 38% year to year.
Absolutely. It's some great numbers and substantial growth, and that's what you want to look at from a fundamental standpoint. SoFi, guys, up over 5% from the open. What do you think?
Strong day for SoFi. So it needed to be the last one. 7% to the upside for SoFi. We get the earnings at the end of the month here.
There you go.
Well, it was 30th, so whatever. Day from the end of the month doesn't really matter. We'll get them at the end of the month. And ultimately, I think this is going to be a good year for SoFi. It hits on a lot of things here. You have the financials, which are going to be strong. You've got Fintech, which is the future, where some money is sort of shifting into more modern finance. I think that really bodes well for SoFi. They're trying to do a little bit of everything. I think next stop, and maybe you can make an argument that we got there today and pulled back reasonably at the $30 level. It got to $29.95, which is a local high. So a nice consolidation over 29 would be good, and then you can maybe get a clean break this week through that 30 level. That's what we got to watch this week. It's going to be 30 on SoFi. The fact that it got so close without breaking today, and that, wasn't even looking at this, but you could have literally just shorted the $30 level with 5 cents risk, but wasn't watching it. But I think that's going to be a potential breakout this week on SoFi. So, if you liked it at 25, well, maybe you'll like it breaking out 30. It's a day trade. We're going to be there for sure. Doubt it's going to happen today with the weakness we're seeing in the second half of the session here. But before we move on, I know that was the last one. Let's talk a little bit about OGEN, because when seconds count, you don't have time to wait for just treating symptoms. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're trying to help develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions, a devastating injury that I know a lot of athletes can sort of relate with, and not just athletes, whether it's car accidents, certainly affects a lot more people than I think gets acknowledged. So you can book a meeting with the team today. You can scan the QR code that I think will come up, or look at the link in the description, and shout out to OGEN. That is on the NYSE. There's our man, Buffalo Sabres legend, Pat LaFontaine. I should always say Hall of Famer. Hall of Famer instead of just legend, because you get in the hall for reasons. Like a doctor, you got to say Hall of Famer. Pat LaFontaine. He was one of my favorite players growing up. Like my babysitter, he was his literal favorite player.
Yeah.
Always. We used to have the what do you call the like that hockey?
Yeah, not air hockey, but I know. Yeah, I have that game.
Whatever.
I can't remember what it is.
So my babysitter, he would actually print out wenames and tape them to the back of the players.
Yeah.
So we'd have different lines, and he was all about, it was Leclerc, for whatever reason, it was Leclerc and LaFontaine were always his wingers. I don't know why you like John Leclerc so much.
We had different, you had the Canadians, the Leafs, there was all a bunch of different jerseys.
It's not foosball.
No.
Foosball's on the side.
It's just the air hockey table. It's not air hockey. It's the, we can show you tons of pictures of it. There's lots of people have those things.
Yeah.
I still have one. I know I have one at my house for sure, because we bought one for our kids.
Does it still work?
Yeah. There's new ones.
I thought it was an old one.
Yeah, you get them at Costco these days. All right. Yeah, so thanks, Joseph. Thanks, Sia, there. Great segment there.
Has his own specific route, you know what I mean?
Yeah. They're all locked in there.
Yeah.
Table hockey.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
I'm going to get an image.
Yeah. They're all locked in. I like that one too, Joe. So, table hockey blast from the past. Okay. Well, look, I was just saying, like, it's been a good day. You know, we've green, but wishing that we were up a little bit more. The problem is in Intel today, for me, is my biggest problem. You know, we lost early, made, you know, lost there, then made a little bit back, like half back or so of what we lost. But that's still the red stock for me today. We're going to have that, and then the futures right here we're going to wait for. We took it early. That was an early mistake there, and this is just trying to make that back right here and see if the market gives it up here into the close. You know, watching out for some oil names, watching out for Meta. That's a little low. JP Morgan is at, again, all-time highs, and the bank stocks just continue to work out. SoFi and Marvell, you know, those are going to be picks. I don't know when we're going to include them. We've already, we're going to do 2026 picks. I'm going to have SoFi and Marvell on there for myself. But I really like today, Meta up 1.69%. They were actually down a little bit earlier. It's Apple and NVIDIA today, which are kind of holding down the ES and the NASDAQ, although we still stay positive. There has been some weakness in the space, including Micron. This is what I'm trying to talk about. I mean, this has just been quite the run. Like, you don't see Goldman Sachs up 5% too often. And with this new environment here, deal making, you know, more deals to come through here, especially, again, with Venezuela opening up. Maybe there's some more deal making down in the oil patches and whatnot to open up for them. But yeah, Robinhood up 6.5% now as well. So some of these names just continue to climb higher here in the financial space. Retail today, we've got Lululemon going. We've got Costco. We started the day with a red Walmart, but now that's positive again. Amazon starting to go back up there to the upside, as well as retail trades coming right back in. And then, you know, consumer non-durables, as people maybe chase risk on assets today and less of sort of these names that will be flights to safety. There's Keurig Dr. Pepper, Coke, Procter & Gamble, and again, some South American exposure to many of these names, right, that come into play. So you got to just be careful with what we're trading on a day like today, especially when we have, you know, all that sort of rhetoric coming, again, from the United States and, you know, what they did do down there to Venezuela. A lot of people now getting very aggressive in the space and in the oil space, and maybe selling off some of these, you know, definite blue chip names like I really like Procter & Gamble actually heading into the year as well. So there's lots. If you check out we'll go to see in a second. If you just check out Procter & Gamble, this name's actually been hit pretty good. Still does have a real solid dividend. And, you know, if you look in I know for us, we just got off Amazon, by the way, little Cascade dishwasher pods last night. So I'm just thinking, like, those are probably a Procter & Gamble product, but this has been getting hit to the downside. Yeah, exactly. What don't they make? I put on deodorant after the gym, maybe TMI, but that's probably more information there as well regarding Procter.
How is that too much information? Isn't that just standard operation?
I mean, people don't, you know. It's standard operation. I would think
that's the assumption at this
point. I mean, yeah, I also put on face cream. That might be TMI as well. I got Kiehl's, K-I-E-H-L-S or something.
No, you were hella normal with the
face gets too dry
after, but now you're talking about you put on lotion after.
Damn. Need some of that cocoa butter.
Oh shoot, I forgot. I'm gonna drop a few of these this week because over the holidays
longer than that.
Isaiah Whitlock.
Did he?
Yeah, the actor who played Clay Davis in The Wire passed over the holidays, and he was an absolute legend. So every single time you ever hear, because I do it all the time, and the funny thing about it, if you ever watch The Wire, he was the only one that did that whole long
Yeah, I know. No,
everybody, it was like a Baltimore thing at that time. So like lots of other characters did it. He just did it a couple times so absurdly that it was almost like he did it as like a joke, and they just kind of like ran with the take because no one would actually keep it going for 15 seconds, and he kind of did. But anyways, this guy was an absolute legend.
Yeah, legend.
I
think it's Sia at some point. Whenever you're ready. Show that picture, though.
This is what I was going to get to.
Yeah, I want to show the table hockey.
This is the table hockey.
But that's actually on a table.
Yeah, but usually
mine doesn't have those legs.
Yeah, like when I was a kid, it was like way more thin. It wasn't this nice. Like these are like foosball handles. Ours were like little, like the size of like an eraser on the end of a pencil, and you were holding with your fingertips. But this looks pretty pimp. I think my daughter needs to get this for her birthday so that I can play it.
Yes,
is the first thing that I'm thinking about. That'll go really nicely in the basement, and there's some nostalgia in there. So.
It's
great parents like.
I'm going to see. I could bring my. I'm going to see what because I know I have. I know, but
we could put one in the.
The problem is, I think it's beat up a little bit. I'm going to check it out because, yeah.
There's like a really big open space to our right. Foosball table.
It'd be too loud. Too loud.
Yeah, Brendan would probably hate that. Let's go to Sia.
Brendan.
Very good idea, Neil. I absolutely agree with you on that. But we're going to quickly jump into this. So the ISM manufacturing PMI came out 10 a.m. today, previous standing at 48.2, forecasted at 48, and the current number came out at 47.9. Going to take a look at a couple headlines for today. Defense stocks are soaring after the U.S. strike in Venezuela. European and Asian defense stocks were soaring higher today after Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro was captured. But also in the U.S. fighter jets, Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman both went up by 2%. And also, another thing to note is the iShares U.S. Aerospace and Defense ETF was up more than 1% earlier today and currently is up almost 2%. Crude prices are also rising after the president was captured. U.S. crude oil has risen 1.54% to 58.20 per barrel as of 11 a.m. today. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Saturday that the U.S. embargo of Venezuelan oil will still remain in place. And since Chevron is the only U.S. major oil company operating in Venezuela, the company was exporting around 140,000 BPD at the end of the fourth quarter of 2025. CVX's stock currently is up almost 6%. That's all, and back to the guys.
Okay, thank you very much. See, as the market just continues to, let's go bearish. Which bear is this? And that's not the one I like. I like this one. All right, so yeah, man, we're now almost $2 in the money on this NVIDIA. NVIDIA was the easiest trade of the day because it showed its colors real early. And it was just, we kept on buying it, it wouldn't go, bounced off VWAP, got to it again, and then crack lower. And we just waited our time for it to find. I mean, if I wasn't here, I would have been short here too, which that might have not, I mean, it would have worked, and then it would have came back up. And we did get stopped out when we reshorted NVIDIA right there. And then once it broke back through 188, we could just put on our patient hat there and got patient with it all the way to the downside. We just covered some 186.30s right there as well on NVDA as that gets a little bit lower. Breaking news with Adara, who's back on the desk.
Keep an eye here, guys, on MSOS. Nice pop to the upside after the Marijuana Moment reports that congressional leaders have dropped their attempts to block marijuana rescheduling. Again, looks like, according to the Marijuana Moment, congressional leaders are no longer attempting to block the rescheduling of marijuana. And we have MSOS pushing to the upside. Other stocks you could check here include Tilray, TLRY. That's what this one looks like. CGC, Canopy Growth Corp, also pushing higher, and ACB, Aurora Cannabis, amongst others. As you can see, all of these, including MSOS, pushing higher on this news. Back to you.
Right.
That'd have been a lot cooler. I was trying to scramble because I knew it was MSOS. I was trying to scramble for that button so with time when Adara came in, but it was too quick. But
was it? Okay.
No, like this might be. I think this is what Brian was looking for. Just any kind of catalyst that could push this back through a $5 for a break on MSOS in particular. Because we had Brian Shannon on last week. Well, I guess we'll have him on tomorrow.
We will not, actually.
Oh, he's not going to be on? Okay,
No.
So we'll probably have him on next week, and we can follow up on this. Maybe we've already broken through the $5 level here on MSOS. But this move, this isn't going to be enough. It's not going to cut it. Good relief rally for a little bit, but as you can very clearly see here, you want this $5 break on MSOS. So I'm with that trade if and when it ever does happen. Maybe this week. I don't know. I guess it's not going to be. Look, it's not going to be today. You would think there'd be a chance, but I don't think so. So I'm going to look for this low of the day. If we bounce off LOD, one of the reasons why Intel bounced before is it's actually bouncing off Friday's close. So it tried to go red, resisted going red, and bounced. If it does it a second time, then I'm going to jump out, and I'm looking to short the pop back into the morning range high, which is back into here at 39.6. Ooh, we just got a super chat. Let me try to throw that one up on the board because it's Nick.
What up, Nick?
Doves. What up, Nick?
What's good, Nick?
Thoughts on TMC? You like the long swing to the upside? You know what's interesting? I mean, forget about like all this Foxconn and positive news about TMC. How about some of the reason why it's so strong was if you went in there and went after one proxy, does that give a little bit more strength to the Taiwanese name and like in its own sense? I think most of this is just going to be, let's be real. I like so much of the commodities out there, and I think if there's any further turmoil, like if this is a one-off, like I think you were already looking pretty strong in commodities, but if there's any further turmoil and it's all about resources, like that's what Venezuela is about, is that going to mean elsewhere? Like this is why all the Greenland talk, right? Because they're resource heavily. So I think anything adjacent to that, whether there's more action or not, there's certainly a theme that's going to give some strength. Now, for the next couple of days, what I said about MSOS at $5, apply that to TMC at $8. Like $8 in here. Look at all the resistance. I think that's your breakaway level. So I think it's worth a look. No questions asked. And good volume in here today. Maybe not much of a day trade this afternoon because you've already had the VWAP bounce. But yeah, worth watching it at $8. And if you get any more turmoil anywhere, and I'm not saying anything's going to happen in Greenland. I'm just saying, if this theme this year is going to be resources, then this should be a stock on your radar as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stocks. Let's see what winds up happening because there's still the Ukraine stuff and there's a whole bunch of stuff need to be settled out here. And we'll have to wait to see exactly what Venezuela means to the United States and how they decide to deal, with basically running another country and how that looks like and getting the independence back there for the people of Venezuela. So should be an interesting year, I think, needless to say. We just might have made the bottom. So the Qs just went into the low of the day again. And yeah, that's twice now. We've basically bounced off 53.40 or so. So, we're going to cover that. And we took that little last wick there to the bottom. We were actually waiting at 25s. It only goes to 35. So we weren't there. So we get a 45 on the way back up there and just say, you know what, we miss that ultimate bottom tail there and just cover more and more and more. And I'm still going to use 53.6. Actually, I was at the 200 period, so let's just cancel our current stop, which is at 54 flat. Now let's change it. So that's the 50 period moving average. We'll see. I mean, this looked pretty good, right? When we broke the first time, you wouldn't have got out until right into here, which turned out to be would have been a bad out, but there's the move down, then you would have covered more there, and then I guess covered there. So let's use this as our cover spot on the way back up. That's 53.60, so we'll put in a stop right now into this. It's getting close, 53.66. Let's just give it that. And we'll stop out of it all. If it goes back there to the upside, I think that's pretty reasonable to acknowledge a stop out if we go into those levels and break just a little bit higher through there. And then NVIDIA, lighter and lighter on NVIDIA, man. I mean, that got to 186. Like, I don't know what else we really expect from this trade. There is CES today at 4 p.m., so we are expecting them to have a little bit of a move back down, or at least a move at 4 o'clock when Jensen hits the podium, and then just starts talking hopefully about new innovations and maybe some new names that are using his chips, some different companies that are now invested in using either the H200s or whatever. And it's expected that he's going to talk about RAM prices and how high those have flown, and then possibly talking about, because RAM is a big part of GPUs, kicking up some of the prices of their most recent offerings by NVIDIA, which I think is not helping Micron today, but helping the move down on NVIDIA and on Micron, right? If NVIDIA lowers their demand expectations, that's not going to be a good sign for Micron. It's not going to be a good sign for SanDisk. It's not going to be a good sign for Western Digital. Oops. Not Walker, whatever that was, Walker Texas Ranger. This is Western Digital right here. Yeah, classic show there.
Watch that show?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Any show that has Chuck Norris. I mean, my mother used to love watching Walker Texas Rangers, so we watched that together for a minute there. But yeah, Western Digital down, as well as, yeah, maybe this is getting just a little bit more expensive due to cost of what these NVIDIA chips may wind up looking like. So
it's hilarious. Like whatever that Walker stock is, actually.
WD?
Yeah, it's whatever it is, it's actually trying to move.
Oh, like Walker and Clay or
break. I don't know much about it, but I can tell you.
Walker and Dunlop.
WDC, SNDK. I know everyone's talking about the next wave to the upside, but that might have been a temporary turn on SNDK. It literally wicked the high today and did a pullback. Like I'm looking, I said if this happened, I'm looking back into the trade the next day. So tomorrow, this is the confirmation you're waiting for. Like there's that topping tail candle at the high. So I'm kind of bearish on this. At least I know we got CS and everything, but starting tomorrow, I'm going to look for a little continuation pullback here on SNDK. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
I want to talk here about CES 2026. As Sean and Neil mentioned, we are going to be having some events tonight. Jensen Huang keynote, or what they're calling a special address, from 4 to 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Intel doing their Panther Lake launch event. That's going to take place from 6 to 7. And then much later, Dr. Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, taking the stage for a keynote at 9:30 to 10:45 p.m. So definitely check this calendar out here on X at TTV Research. I'm going to be dropping a link in our show chat right now, but as you can see, this is just like a publicly traded company calendar, so this isn't the full calendar. Tomorrow, we're going to have a Mobileye event right after the close, so you might want to watch Intel with that as well. Then Wednesday, we're going to get Caterpillar during the day from 12 to 1 p.m. After the bell, we'll get an event with Qualcomm, Adobe, and HP, and then throughout the week, we're going to have the show floor highlights. I have another infographic specifically about the show floor that's going to post tomorrow ahead of when the floor opens. But Rich Tech, Mobileye, and Serve Robotics all out to watch for the show floor this week as well. Before we send you over to Sean and Neil, I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at Global X. Because savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with their Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs, which feature built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves and minimizing the impact of currency swings. So whether you are feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for that one.
Yes, sir.
You have a thank you, Adara button.
Danaher.
For that one. What was that one stock, MNTS, that blew through $1? No, it was DVLT. Momentous was the stock, but the DVLT was the one that blew through the dollar.
Oh,
we can have a double check on that one. Momentous, again, comes right up into $11. This top, we have never closed above 950. So, you know, if you're going to look for a number where Momentous may target into that close, 950, and you can zoom all the way back out, man. You can go all the way back to last year, well, January, last year, right there where we had touched out in and around here on Momentous as well. So, there it goes. Upside play recently on MNTS and just running into other levels here of concern. That's for sure on MNTS. So just look out here. Maybe there's something to talk about eventually on Momentous. But coming into that 950. And then this is DataVault, DVLT, which gets the news today and breaks back above that dollar. There was a story, we talked about it on the rundown, but I can't remember exactly what it was, but there goes DataVault today, huge amount of volume, and breaking above $1. We'll see if it holds it. My guess is no on that. We'll just see tomorrow. That would be your out, right? That is also where the 200 period moving average is, by the way, here. If I zoom out, I'm sure, maybe that doesn't even have 200 days, but right there, $1 or so, the spot. So we had tried to break it before, lasted just a day or so before getting hit back down. Today is that day. So if it's going to peace out like it has in the past, we should be on the way back down in the next little while on DVLT. So don't get caught with your tail between your leg on this one. If you do have a long on DataVault, make sure you do take something out, I would say, on this name. It's just in the past, man. That's all we can do is show you what it's done in the past. It's been up here before and gotten hit back in. So just be careful on DVLT for your momentum trading today. DataVault. Nicely cooking there. We are about to get, and I'm going to throw it over. We'll get some more ideas cooking in a second, but I'm about to get out of all of these names if we break above the 50 period. So we're pretty close there on NVIDIA. And the TQs, we already talked about that. That's in the 60s. So that's getting closer. Maybe I'll take another bid here at 49. Just sort of, okay, there we go. I'm also bidding 40s. See if we can get something out on that end of it as well. But yeah, so far so good here. Let's see if we can get a little bit better though on the shorts. I don't know. What are you in? Okay, good.
I'm about to trail out because I think it's just a little bit of a bounce here. As I said, Intel has resisted from going green to red already once today. It just ticked into the red, so it gets into the low of the day. If it breaks back above, it's about 39.42. I'm going to trail out. Look for a re-entry if I can get it. I do have some eyes on IBIT, and don't at me. I was only long IBIT today, but you know when you look at where we're at. We kind of made the move all the way back to the 50 period on the daily. Resistance at, it's like 53.8 on IBIT. On Bitcoin, it's just a little bit above 94K. So call it 94.3, 94.4, I believe, is the actual level. So that resistance has been pretty real on this daily chart, and that's more or less where we've triple topped. And now you're finally getting, it's higher. It's been higher lows, but you just broke one of those supports. So I'm kind of looking short IBIT here with like a 59, maybe 56, 57 stop in this consolidation to play back into VWAP, because you did triple top that. I said this morning, I like the long going into that level, but if it showed a setup short, I wanted to play the short on Bitcoin back into the volume weighted average price. So that's going to look for here. And again, sometimes you can like the long up into a certain point. Then after that point, I'm going to start looking for the short. The same way, Intel was a long early and then it turned into a short. I think IBIT, I'm just looking for this turnaround into the volume weighted average price. Still think Bitcoin. Let me just go to I want to go to a daily chart, because I still kind of believe that even if you take out 94.4, I have some eyeballs on this former trend line, which it's a little closer to 97. Unless this prior support that's turned into resistance gets broken, I'll still always be somewhat skeptical of a bigger and more explosive up move. So a great day on IBIT today, but I'm looking at the short now back into the volume weighted average price. As we're starting to pull back, and realistically, this is one that's kind of breaking that upward trend that it had all day. Really, from the open, this has been pretty strong. Not so much all of those treasury names, unfortunately, but Bitcoin's been holding its own. Just looking for that turn now.
Yeah, I mean, I like Bitcoin here. I mean, it was one of the #1 ideas that we had written down on our list today. We had IBIT long, we had Intel long. We lost on Intel's my worst stock today. We had the Qs long, we're short now. We had Oscar written on here for, we haven't looked at that. I thought it was up 10 or 15% so far, 12%, so between 10 and 15 almost exactly. Yeah, Oscar at day's high. We should have just, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Easy to say we should have just bought the open there on Oscar, but we wanted to be a little more patient, and we wrote down $15. And was it 15 or 15.25? 15 long, so yeah, okay. So it only wicks down to 15.40. Either way, whatever we wrote doesn't get it. We were just hoping for this 200 period moving average on an upgrade from Barclays there for Oscar Health. So this is a good name. I'm in this name, and let's just see where it goes. We were lucky enough to get something out north of $20. And then actually loaded it up again down into here, let it go up, didn't do anything, and now we're still in this name. So Oscar, a name that I hold long. Right now I also hold Samsara long. I like the Internet of Things. Here, that hasn't really worked out. That actually got to $45 and then came back in. So relatively small position on IoT. That's actually coming quite nicely. There it is right there. Wow. Crazy recovery there on IoT, so watch out for Samsara. Not trying to make money, but not. And then Big Bear AI, I gave a bull case there on Thursday, Friday of last week, saying how much I like this stock. And yeah, there it goes off of 550 again. It's a 200 period moving average. So Big Bear AI, with just a couple days from hitting its 200 period moving average, bouncing once again, technically, really doing well to the upside there on Big Bear AI. And again, it's the airport scanners and things like that that these guys are all about, and just airport security, and with FIFA and with World Cup, hopefully getting a few more orders in for Big Bear AI, and they can show a nice little turnaround on their next quarter. So we'll have to wait to see what Big Bear AI is doing. Tesla today, that's been one of the stronger names, and I actually said that earlier, that this could have been a trade. Breaking the high of the day on Tesla, 446. That was a great one, man. It broke it, went up to 448, came back in, hit VWAP, and then nothing but upside. And look how much it's been since upside. It's been VWAP, it's been VWAP, it's been VWAP again. So we do have a super chat. We could throw it up there, Andre, if you want.
Oh, I love this one, David. This was good on Friday if you picked it up. Catherine Duddy texted me, best trade of the day, AVAV and KTOS, very clean moves. Dave approved. Well, I approve AVAV, because what were we saying on Friday? Look, man, if I knew there was going to be this action I would have done the poly market thing, man. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have been, I would have done some other stuff. AVAV is just my preferred drone play this year, and it bounced off the 200 period. So, that was it. It bounced 200 period. I was like, I'm buying this sucker. We said this on Friday just because of that. That was the reason. It's basically blind luck that this happened, because it's up 17% because of the Venezuela action. Like just any defense stock would have worked for you if you pulled the trigger on it. But I'm an absolute fan here. I think like they're like going to be one of the standard plays and maybe a safer play in the drone space. And then when you think about how much it's already given back, the fact that it gave you a 200-period bounce, I'm with you on that one, David. KTOS, certainly another one. Kratos, another good one in the space. You're going to be up double digits here as well. So you almost couldn't have gone wrong after what happened over the weekend. But they were both good technical trades. Like one 200-period, this one was a 50-period bounce. So congratulations to you, David. Was that, I believe we're going to the desk with Sia? Yep. Oh, okay.
So sorry, I don't know what happened there. Crypto will happen later, but we're going to dive into small cap for now. If you're missing the green lushness of the summer, don't worry. The Russell has got you covered. Take a look at the board. It's all green today. I'm loving that. Russell is up almost 2%. Let's dive into a couple individual tickers for now. BE is up almost 6% today. UMBF is up almost 3%. But I would also like to talk about Bridge Biopharma, BBIO, is having a bad day. Stock is down 7%, but the company will be presenting at the 44th annual JP Morgan Healthcare Conference in San Francisco on Monday, 12th of January, around 7:30 a.m. Also taking a quick look at Fluor Corporation is up almost 7%. The company will be holding a conference call which will be accessible to the public on the 17th of February to discuss and review for its fourth quarter that ended on the 31st of December of 2025. The financial results will be released before the market opens on that day. And we're also going to take a quick look at the S&P, the sector for today. As we discussed, Tesla is doing great. Electric tech not looking the best as of right now. But I do want to quickly talk about Amazon in particular. Amazon has launched as of today Alexa.com. So Alexa.com is going to, obviously this is going to be a competitor to OpenAI's ChatGPT, but I'm really excited to see what this offers. And I myself am going to start using this. And I'm going to explore this for sure as of today. But I'm really excited. So you can basically access Alexa Plus on your browser, dive deep into the topics. And it's basically going to pick up on your conversations right over here, just like ChatGPT. And you can pick up where you left off. That's one of the features. It's like connected to the Alexa app. It's going to be available on all your devices. And you can just access Alexa from your browser. And you don't need to have a Alexa machine right next to you. I don't know if I said that right. Okay, that's all. Back to the guys.
That's how the only thing that's going to result in is spending more money through Amazon. No, I'm being dead honest. Like I'm on Amazon Prime now, and they have the ads, right? Like so, if you don't, if you're watching some of the ads, like it'll come up before the show, and then all of a sudden it's just like the little thing in the corner comes. If you would like more information or to purchase this, and just make it so easy. It's just way too easy. Unfortunately, I have some bad news for the small cappers out there. Didn't mean to jinx Momentous when it got brought up the other day, but the Momentous is now halted to the downside.
Okay, we were just talking about it.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? It was underneath VWAP anyway, so I don't think anyone was that bullish on underneath VWAP. But the tap is it's actually very ugly. What? So the tap was just 7. Oh, now the tap is 708. So halted down at 798. The auction price open is indicating a 708 open. So it just dropped $1 and is indicating it's going to drop another $1. So I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that's a jinx sometimes when we bring these names up. So
maybe. Well,
good luck if you happen to be there. I trailed out of Intel. I'll show you that one in a quick second. But I did jump into that IBIT for that lower high play. We could still play off. But I'm going to go for the lower high short only if it comes in again over there on IBIT. And then Intel, while we were talking about other things, I said I was going to trail it out if it broke. It broke that top. It's still at the low of the day, so it's still heading to the downside. I want the short to come in a little bit higher, though. Like I want a short only pops in here, like significant. Like I don't want it to go up like 5 cents or so. I want to get a significant pop to try to come back in. As long as it's underneath Friday's high, that was kind of that turning point, and then play inside of the range, at least for now. Oh, that's what it was. That makes more sense, Joseph Burch. MNTS. I didn't
Yeah,
see
it's
this.
$5.40.
Yeah, it's 540 offering,
Yep, it's there.
which would explain why it's going to go down that far. That could provide an opportunity because at least when you're down because of an offering, it gives you a shot to maybe catch a bid if it reverses the entire move. Because it was basically at these prices, like that 540 was where you spent most of the day on Friday. So if it does head all the way down there, it gives you a bit of a bounce spot. Kind of wishing I'd paid for locates on this thing, because my guess is it could open up, maybe try to find its way close to at least about $6, if not even that 540 altogether. So, now 728 is what it's saying, but still to the downside here at MNTS with that offering. Intraday offerings are never nice, but they're a good reason why you should use stop orders, especially on some of these small cappers.
Yeah, I'm trying to cover some of these shorts that I do have on, and we were talking about the ARKQ. This is why I'm invested in it, is to get a piece of all of that. So thank you to David. There's KTOS, so I'm into that, and there's your AVAV. I just bring it to people's attention in case it is a name or something that you guys are interested in, as am I, right here. So this is part of the reason why that ETF that I'm in continues to march higher. And I didn't even, we went over this. We got Archer, so it's a little Palantir. I'm already loaded on that one, but we've got some good looks here on what is owned in this ARKQ, which is a robotics ETF brought to you by Kathy Wood. So that's just something there if you guys are interested in doing that. And of course, Tesla, big holding there. The number one, I think I just saw. I ignored it because it was Tesla. Yeah, Tesla, the number one holding in this as well. And this is what it looks like, man. This is the ARKQ. So we just being a little educated about, the robotics. As soon as we heard that story, I actually punched right into the pre-market. No, I think I bought market on open that day, and you can see the robotics ETF ARKQ getting higher right now as he got all those names invested into one space there. Pay Kathy to manage it for you, and the rest is history. All right, because NVIDIA is kind of just hovering around right now, we haven't done anything in 25 minutes on NVIDIA where we got 30, so let's get 50s. So we do take a piece right there. We got 64 right there, and then the same thing with these TQs. Haven't done anything in a minute, so I'm waiting on the bid right here. This is where I'm bidding 50 on the TQs, hoping to get, it has to run through, I'm using ARCA, so it has to run through me here, and we will be able to grab that soon. 50 coming into play there on the TQQ. So hopefully we can grab that one. All right, so Google might be at a spot right here. It's showing up on one of my scanners. Yeah, just I guess just these low takes right there. And then also on the 50 period, the 200 period moving average right now as well is Google. So a possible trade down there on Google. I did put in another bid a little bit lower here to get some more Netflix. So if Netflix, excuse me. Oh, there we go. We get that bid on the futures. We get that bid on NVIDIA right now as we just ticked a little bit lower. But for me on Netflix, we can call it up on a little bit of a larger scale here on eSignal because it just works better over here. We don't have unfortunately, our charting does not have the look that we need. Yeah, sorry, the split adjusted look on that. So I do apologize for that. But yeah, coming into $90. So I just think that this is a decent area there for me to possibly look at for some Netflix at those levels. So I'm going to try to dip by a little bit more into there as the deal is still what the deal is, and they should be able to take on Time Warner and grab that into their portfolio. So we'll Warner Brothers, and we'll Time Warner Brothers. We'll see if that continues to hold. But then, that ultimate bottom, saving some sort of arrows in the quiver for an 84 or so area there on Netflix, because you never know, right? The market's holding out okay today, but as you've seen, when a stock falls out of favor, like in NVIDIA today, there is no basement, and some of these names can continue to go lower. But AMD, people saying hold that short. Well, I've been holding this NVIDIA short, and NVIDIA's been great. It's going to be my number 2 P&L name today. But yeah, hold the AMD short too. Looks great, man. That 231 down into 220. The only thing is you're at 220. Generally speaking, a good area of concern, the 20, like an even dollar area. So I could see it bouncing off 220, which it already did. Pretty clean there. Well, 220.50, but bouncing off 220 is a thought of mine for AMD. So just be careful there. And then obviously with the NVIDIA trade that we have on board right now, still getting lower, but a bunch of outs. So we're in the power hour now. I don't think we're expecting too many crazy imbalances today or anything like that, but there's CVE. So we get a little
Here
energy.
you can see some weird stuff. I would expect to see some energy imbalances, maybe one or two.
Yeah, we do. We have Rig on there as well. Nubank made new highs today. This is a name that I have as well in the portfolio. South American exposure, new holdings there. Once called by our good friend Warren Buffett, the SoFi of South America.
Did you say Brazil?
It was South America, but it is located there in Brazil. BMNR on the sell side right there as well, so that could be something. Toast, Toast, what a disaster. You know what, man?
That was a bad IPO.
You guys could all follow.
Was it?
Nah, man, it's my guy Josh Brown there, who just now is just a pumper. But there this goes, man. Toast. Like to hear what this. Let me guess, he's probably out here at $50. But at the end of the day, this is a name that keeps on getting pumped by Josh Brown as well as Pfizer. So if you guys are sitting in those names, congratulations. But we'll see if I don't mind Toast here. That is the organization of. Restaurants, order taking, bills, all that kind of stuff. So Toast definitely looks like it's toast right now, breaking below the 200, below the 50, and keeps on going just a little bit lower. So, just wait for the next time you see Josh Brown on halftime, and then he'll either talk about Toast to try to get it up or Pfizer. So get ready for those. But anyways, Toast, it was on the imbalance there. So interesting.
Which you don't usually see. I wonder if I haven't, what I didn't do this morning? I didn't really
Burnt toast. That's
look
a good
at
one.
any of the indexes to see if we're supposed to see any action today. But you know what? Just because it happened here, I do also point out when a death cross works. There it is. I don't only criticize that setup. I just think that when that setup turns into a technical breakout long, it gives a little bit more juice. But that actually, when this death crossed, that's about literally as perfect as it could be. If you shorted that the day after, it was resistance instantaneously at $39 on Toast. So I'd watch out for that level. But the imbalances, I'd say a little bit disappointing, but it's only 310. I'd expect that you might see not just energy names, but I would look for maybe even some defense names as well. They could be picking up. One of which, all right, so here's Halliburton is a name that's held VWAP pretty cleanly. It just bounced off VWAP. Now, ultimately, I'm going to show you, it's where I was long it before, but it's a clean bounce off VWAP, and then for now a higher low off about 32.40 here. So I want to see this hold on. If it can hold on to 39.4, kind of a reversal candle. I don't necessarily love that. So I'd like it to see show some green here, but up 9% and better than Chevron and better than XOM. And I think that's sort of one of the themes that you'll see coming away from this weekend is there were a lot of maybe not direct oil producing names that were really the strongest. And sometimes it does have to do, you have to look on the outside and you might see some of those start to pop up where, when was the last time anybody was talking about Halliburton? Like this stock is, let's be real. Halliburton has stunk for a while, like a really long while. Like it spent all of last year kind of at the bottom, and then it spent all of 2024 like falling like an absolute rock. This had broken trend and was already trying to break out. I think this is going to be good for a hot minute here on Halliburton. But right now, I'm going to look for this VWAP bounce if we can get back in to the volume weighted average price, or we can just break this consolidation. Lots of strength in that bad boy. Visionary Tree asks about two names that I think if you're talking defense names like I just said, Boeing and Lockheed. I'll take Boeing over Lockheed, but I think they can both work. That being said, I told you the stock I recently bought was AVAV. I thought a more direct drone play. I didn't own it before. I still own Boeing, so I just chose something I wanted to get into that's new. But I wouldn't take anything away from what's going on in Boeing. I know it's already gone $50-$60 here, but it's just approaching a good double top. And let me just take advantage of E-Signal because I want to quickly throw up a monthly chart if I can on Boeing, just so you can get a bit of, this is the monthly chart on Boeing. It could get, I understand it might have some trouble at the 265 to 280 area where there's resistance, but man, look at that hold to the low, look at the higher low, look at above both major moving averages on the monthly chart, and then you're kind of working yourself into a breakout of 240. Like you open above 240 next month or March, whatever, maybe it'll be after earnings. I can't predict when, but when it does happen, I think there's some explosive upside in Boeing. I just kind of liked AVAV as more of a pure drone play, but I think you got a good one here with Boeing. And like I said, nothing against Lockheed Martin. I just kind of a similar breakout, I suppose, here on Lockheed. You can't go wrong with the defense stock today. Let's be real. But there's been stronger ones. I think the drone plays have just been much better here today than sort of the traditional names. And I also like Raytheon over both those names if you're going strict defense.
Okay, so yeah, I was I bought Boeing at $200. So we just, like Neil is adding to the position. I know AV is a new one for you, but yeah, I don't mind Boeing. We do have Joby and all these guys starting to report or show up at JOBY, show up at CES. So there's something there for Joby, and there this name goes as well. So like there's so many opportunities across many markets to trade many different names, and Joby, there it goes as well. And it's been hit for a while, and just giving you that $13 long and back up to the upside. Archer, Joby, all these kind of plays there continue to go upside with CES today. So Consumer Electronics Show happening in Vegas. Would always thought I would like to go to that, but I think now it's a little over my head. I kind of would like to go to it to see like the cool TVs and phones and all that. Now it's just like there's so much to deal with, but I think it would be kind of cool to see some of the innovations there, including whatever winds up happening with some of these helicopters and things like that. Because now you can fly from like Brooklyn to Manhattan and back and forth, and Jersey, and I think there's going to be some interesting things there with Uber and whatnot as well. So
you would imagine someone's there's so many available ways now. You don't have to be at an event like that. You can sort of consume it through someone else's walkthrough. Cool to be able to do that. I'm sure someone has that virtually by now as well. You
for sure. There's probably live stuff at
like
CES,
live walkthroughs,
right? Yeah.
Some of that stuff.
My kids love still putting on the Oculus and walking around and doing all that, although they keep on going back to the elevator game where you have to walk out on a plank. Oh yeah, I should bring that in. I said I would bring that in actually.
And then we'd all like see how.
Yeah, we'll embarrass ourselves. That would be kind of fun to do that actually on live. I don't know what you are about heights.
Okay, so here's.
I still feel like I'm there.
I'm not.
I cannot.
Like I'm not it's a weird thing. Like I'm not afraid of heights, but there's something about the void that gets me. Like if I'm high up, like here's the example. You know when you take
I don't like heights anymore.
The cable car?
Yeah, trolley
in a cable car that's like swinging around. And you think that'd be freaky. Like I'll be really chill on that.
Yeah, because you know it's
put me at the top of like a hill and
looking
standing
down
on a cliff where there's no barrier, and that void is like
no barrier.
That a little crazier. But if I'm just in something safe, I'm like, what?
Okay, then I'm gonna see if I can bring.
But I feel like that void will get me. Like I'll probably be like, what the heck? There's nothing under.
Like you know that you're in the studio. You know you're in your house or the kitchen or your living room or wherever you are. But you put on this Oculus and it acts as if like you hear the wind blowing and you don't. I don't know. For me, it's a lot. I just think it'd be kind of cool.
My only question, as long as it doesn't. Because I've had some. I'm getting older, man.
Yeah, vertigo.
Some vertigo issues.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It'll mess you up.
Like if it does mess me up,
it will.
Watch a brother pass out here.
Well, we're not going to be doing anything that crazy, but no. Neil, it will mess you up. That's the thing. We'll have to watch out.
I like trying.
You can take it off. That's the thing.
I like trying new things.
Yeah. Like you're not. You could literally just take it off, but it's tough. So we'll bring that in. I think that'd be funny for sure if we're able to do that live here. Okay, just again, we talked about DVLT trying to close near that $1.50 again, so watch out now. You're forewarned, and again, everybody trade their own books. Neil and I aren't the ones here to tell you what's right or what's wrong for you guys, but we've seen DVLT. If you just sort of zoom back out, I just want to show it to everybody. This $1.50 area right into here, man. It's been here before, and downside closed there. Nice move there, went to the downside, nice pop there, went back to the downside. Now, sure, you got some extensions. It's not to say this is not possible that we get going again on DVLT, but here you go right into this area. So I was just going to say, like, maybe you want to get out of something and then hold for that dream. Data Vault could go tomorrow on a deal. Thank you to T Money there in the chat, brought the news to us on DVLT there. So we'll have to wait to see if that continues to work out. I really like Marvell. Again, another name to look at, bouncing off $90. We'll look at the $90 mark tomorrow. I'm not sure it's going to come in today, but if it does, I like Marvell down there at $90. Coming into one more time there for MRVL. if there's any other names, SMR, what happened? Did it fall down again, or is it just going up? Is that why? Yeah, SMR. What's up with that? Up to $19. Yeah, no, it's going higher. No problem with SMR. Look, I heard Joe mention this, and I know we all talk like this too. It's that what goes up doesn't necessarily always come down, but you can't be surprised when you start ticking up and you fall back in 50 or 60 cents. We can't wave the white towel too much on this stock. And if you're going to do it, that's why we have something called VWAP right here, the volume weighted average price. And what this blue line will tell you, which is this line right here, this line will tell you if the stock is trading above or below its daily volume and what prices are associated with that. And that gives you right now 1860. Above there, the bulls win. Below there, the bears win. So if you're going to really worry about this stock, I don't think it's a spot to do that until you get closer to VWAP. And then you say, okay, the day started down here, 1750, 1780. We did have a nice move down into 1750 where it was bought up at the 200 period moving average, bought up again at VWAP right there, bought up again at VWAP, bought up again at VWAP. So I don't think you panic until you break that. But if you're looking for trend trading, this is the 50 period moving average. Now, you ride it all the way up, and then you basically broke it right there at 1930, and you get another attempt right there at 1930 again, basically, to get out of your trade. So now you've broken lower. So I would say if you're in this name for momentum, the momentum is a little gone now. If anything, it is to the downside on SMR. Wait for VWAP or wait for the 200 to get back in to SMR right now. Because see, when it broke right here, you did have a nice move. I can't see, my face is in the way there. Once it breaks the, thanks to Andre, when it breaks the 50 period right there, it does make a move into VWAP before getting bought back up. So going to be opportunities for you guys in Sam Michael Roberts, SMR. And then Oklo, for me, I just thought because it was bouncing off of the 200 period moving average Thursday or Friday is when we talked about this name, and the 200 period is going to be right here. That's why I liked it. Let's see, go. Okay, there it is. Boom. So this will be the recommendation that I made on Thursday or Friday. And I didn't buy the name, but just in the space, just looked a little safer because you had some coverage there of your 200 period moving average. But yeah, man, so far so good here today. Slow though, but very, very specific in what we're doing. Intel, the loser, and everything else is flat to up.
You know what else bounced off the 200 period moving average? MP material bounced clean off of that as well. Like, you've seen a lot of these, as Sean was saying, what goes up must come down. Like, you can't be surprised if it's parabolic up, that it's a nasty move down, but you can be patient about where you buy into it. Thankfully, it ends up breaking out to the price that I already bought the first time. But this is one I'm looking to add to it this year. I didn't pull the trigger because, well, I bought AVAV on Friday, and this one was I had to pick between the two. One of them I didn't own, so I'm going to get into it. But I think as we're talking about the commodities and it being I don't want to call it a commodity war this year, but it kind of might be, where everyone's looking to secure resources. Like, there's a big concern about power. There's concerns about input costs, and sort of solidifying that to make sure your economy grows is going to be a big theme. We already saw the start of that this weekend, and it's been ongoing for a while. So I don't think that's a theme that is going anywhere in the short term. I also promised that I would look to see if there were any index actions at the end of the day. The only one is just that there's that Versant Media was that spinoff. It's supposed to be I think it's supposed to be an upweight today. So it was a spinoff, really dumped. It was probably like a hedge where they went down and the other name went to the upside. But I think it's very likely this will have an imbalance, though it's going to be tricky because it'll be an upweight from one index and a downweight in another. So that could be a little bit very, very tricky. But right now it's just CVE still with about 25 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. As Sean said, BMNR, Toast, RIG, SMR, NU are the ones to watch. Of those, I feel like NU is going to be the biggest one. But unfortunately, what looked like a potential setup is turning into no, Halliburton is not holding VWAP. It just broke the volume-weighted average price. It did find support at 32 before, so maybe I can wait for a bounce off 32, but that's still backsliding here. Up 9%, but as I said, it's backsliding. Want to see it above VWAP, or at least maybe breaking this little trend here. If it can do that, give me a reason to get into it for one last salvo on the day. So there's a lot of There's a lot of things that have moved, but just because they were bullish in the morning doesn't mean they're bullish now. I'm only chuckling because I pull up Halliburton and someone's like, Tyrese Halliburton. It's like, yeah.
Indianapolis Pacers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of unfortunate injuries at the end of last year.
Yeah, Tatum is hurt still, right?
Yeah, it was it was disappointing because like there's no worse way than to go down. Like if a playoff team loses a big player like right at the end of the year. And the difference between the NBA and other sports is, well, the NBA is literally star driven.
Oh, that's it. That's
like
the only thing they have, and then they sit when they don't feel like playing.
NFL teams, like even like in most sports, you can rally around losing. Even like maybe not the starting quarterback, but you see these situations where a couple of big guys go down, and you can rally around for a couple of games. And good coaching and scheming to make it work. In the NBA, man, you lose. I remember, and I was not one of those people that was cheering when KD went down against the Raptors in the finals, but I remember the game that he started out having and being like, "We're screwed." Because you just a feeling that he was, you couldn't guard him that day. Yeah. And then the second he got hurt, I was like, man, I don't want to see any star get hurt. But the second he got hurt, you're like, we're going to win this now. It was just one of those situations. But I hate to see star players go down. Like I dread the moment.
Especially with the way they're paid
Iron
these
Man,
days.
this guy,
too.
He never misses a game, but like, I don't even see a remote possibility. Like,
yeah.
Bills are what, a 7 win team without that guy? Maybe even less. I'd like to hope it's.
You guys are the Jets.
We're not the Jets without him.
Okay.
The Jets?
Have Garrett Wilson.
Come on, give me Miami at least. We're not the Jets.
Okay, I'll give you Miami either way.
At least give
unfortunately, I can't show this on our chat because I can't find it on there. But I just opened it now. But can you please show your TQQ short? So what's up, Kunal? Thank you so much for the message there. So basically on this move up, I got here. I'll show. Oops, not even on the stock. I got stopped out on all these breaks higher there. Unfortunately, I didn't adjust. That was always the 50 period, and it was just 53.60 if you guys remember. Yeah, it wasn't not much going on here on the Qs actually today. We tried that long the first time when it dripped into VWAP at that time. We got out. We should have held it against 200, but we didn't, and then it kind of popped. So the long was basically a pretty epic fail by me right there. And then, just my opinion was to go short the futures once we gave up VWAP and we traveled around here. I started a little bit too early. I never take, just so you guys know, in the middle of the day, we need to either be at VWAP or at the 200 for me to actually start dancing with something. And I'll show it to you on NVIDIA if you want. But this was a much bigger trade, so we just kind of average it in there because I don't know where it's going. Like, I didn't even take any out when this came back in. These are 5-cent areas. This is nothing. That's 71, and that bottom is 65. So that's only 5 cents. But then it ripped up into VWAP where we really started to go short there, basically against VWAP or against that high of 90. And then it just bled down. So that short is 80s there against 90. So that was about 10 cents worth of risk. And yeah, then we got much more than 10 cents. That's 80s there. That's 40. So we got about 40 cents. And it didn't really play out. I mean, sometimes the NASDAQ will really tank in. And so where did we cover, man? A bunch of covers right there. And then I think I told you I had about 20% and we started to get out. So probably about 10% I can go check the trade list. I mean, I wish we still sort of had it on. So whatever you have on right now is where I got out at this area. So if you guys still have it, that's the short Kunal that I had and why I had that. And then for NVIDIA, again, kind of the same way. We started to come back up. We got stopped out against that recent high, but never really put on a huge amount of shares because we didn't get into the 200 or into VWAP. And then again, once that broke right there was 187, then we stopped out of the rest of our NVIDIA. So that was a good move to the downside right there. So my number one trade today is just, this is always the way it is, man. Just a clean trades. And there's Palantir. As soon as we bottomed out at 172 there, I was like, okay, man, let's just see what we can get from Palantir. If it does fall back into 172, let's take it and then basically use like 50 cents or so as our gauge to get out. And that never came in at all. So it just, we got ran over, almost stopped us out, and then it just took off. You have to remember something. In the beginning, in the first 10 or 15 minutes here, this has a lot of like price action, and the liquidity is very, very limited. Like, you could get stopped out. It could tank $1. That's the way this thing moves off the open. So just like this, how fast it went back up, we did a lot of covers here on Palantir and right into some of these pre-market highs where we were able to cover it all until eventually we lost VWAP or whatever it was at that time, and we got out at 174. So that's a 172 take there. Worst out 174 at the end of the day, and a couple outs on the way back up. So yeah, Palantir really hit it for me, and then Intel was the hit it and quit it trade early. And then for some reason, we tried to buy that dip at 40. That didn't work. Eventually busted the long of 40 and then got stopped out there once we broke lower. So up on Palantir, down on Intel, NVIDIA, good trading there. We wanted to look at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. It looks like I do have a mark on here.
On those?
No, and that's why. So I tried to get involved here on it, and it was just like in and out, nothing, and then drop back in. So you can't trade Fannie and Freddie until there's some volume. And this is, you know, we had Jeff Mendel on last week, and I don't know, just so you guys can see this, look, that's 28. You know, the next tick before, like this down here is 25. So you have like 15 prints in the last 4 minutes. And look at the volume, although the volume's not bad, a couple thousand share prints, that's not enough for me to sit here and look at. So I do have it up. If there is action.
You know what is moving?
Yeah. Yeah, I looked at Open Door earlier, long off 6.
It is. It's not crazy today, but the thing that's interesting about Open Door is it's breaking trend a little bit, and it went right into 550-ish bid support on Open. And I know for some people, 3.5% is a big move. For Open Door, 3.5% is not that big of a move. So I think there's a chance here for something a little bit better. But it's been slowly grinding higher, and what I see, I never really draw these, but if you get the idea. There's your rounded bottom on Open Door that is now filled in the gap to where it started that rounded bottom, and all you got to do is break out this top. So it is more or less here, like 633 or 34 would be that high. So volume, there's nothing special about the volume, unfortunately. It's just like every other day. Ideally, you'd like to see the volume increasing on breakout trade, but I think this is one that I'm looking for momentum in tomorrow. Yeah, this Halliburton doesn't seem to want to hold that volume weighted average price. Like, it's kind of going, but it's 330. It's getting a little bit late. It's actually resisting VWAP instead of breaking it out. It's close. It's just not really seeing the opportunity yet. For that. A little bit disappointing. Oh, there was that MNTS. Remember the offer, the $5.40 offering that got dropped? Well, I guess you, instead of, I kind of thought that if it would drop down and fill in the entire gap, you could look for a bid. This actually opened up in front of that $7 level, and that was the buy. So they bought that one up immediately after the down halt. Never a chance to get it back into at least somewhere in the prior day highs. I find if you can hold levels like that, it's a little bit easier to buy the dip on an offering like that. It's just if you're, I get it. Like if you just bought that open, like I'm gonna buy the dip. Well, I mean, it worked for you. I just don't know where the heck your out's supposed to be if you're taking that shot. I just feel like if you take the shot here, like maybe you're stopping out at 6, or maybe you take the 6 long and you're stopping out at the prior close. Like you've got some better risk to reward if the stock had fallen further, but it didn't. It is what it is. Like I can't really will it into some existence that's not going to be there, unfortunately. Roger Noonan says buy Halliburton leaps. Yeah, you know what? One of the questions that I saw in the chat was specifically about UU, energy fuels. I just sort of feel like any of these resource breakouts or defense breakouts, it was like, do you think it's a long swing? Like pretty much. I don't know, like I'd call it like 70 to 80% of these types of plays that have made this move after this weekend, they all look pretty good for continuation technically. But like for myself, it'll be like AVAV and what
So these are fairy tale.
Holding chocolate and all.
I don't know what these are. These were in the lunchroom.
MP, but no, I think they're all continuation plays. What are those?
Obi's had 2 of them apparently. Wow, Obi. So last week we had the turtles and you took caramel. So here's a caramel one.
Thank you.
I got walnut. There's strawberry or raspberry swirl.
Brownie.
I don't know what these are. These are called fairy tale sprites. 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 Right here. So I don't know. These were in the They were in, so it just contains eggs, milk, walnuts, and wheat. That's it. Like, pretty simple stuff right here. What is it?
This has like corn syrup and.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, does it? That's just, mine just, I didn't read the whole thing. It just says that's
Unsweetened Belgian
contains.
chocolate.
Okay.
Oh, whatever, it tastes good. I don't care. Thank you. See how
Yeah.
quickly I lose my train of thought.
I like the walnut. I like pecans, anything like that. I like the
No, I like salted caramel.
These nuts.
I like caramel in general, but like the salted caramel is.
I had to take the opportunity to do that.
I think you have to go with the D's.
Always have to do that.
Thankfully, my daughter never. It was never a thing.
Yeah, you don't want to be telling that to daughters or kids of any age, really.
Oh my goodness, we were tobogganing yesterday. And there was, thank goodness. So my daughter's friend had a GT, one of the GT races.
Yes, we have those too. Love those.
So they're going down, and Erin was driving with her friend from class, and then this other girl's little brother was there.
Yeah.
And he was, whatever. He's used to being like to get the attention, but his sister is with a friend. He's not getting the attention.
Yeah.
So they're going down together, and he was mad that he didn't get to go with them. So he just starts.
Jumped him?
No, he just starts sliding, chasing.
Yeah.
He's on one of
my
the that's faster. So he starts beelining in front of them on the GT. And so Erin, my daughter, to get away from him, literally had to turn in the direction of the woods. So so to not run over the kid, she's steering literally into
a
some
tree.
trees.
Yeah.
And we're all freaking. So I'm running down there. The other dad is running down there. And she manages to miss him, go around a tree, find a little soft spot, and she comes off. She's like, "How was my driving, Dad?" I'm like,
avoided it. How big is this hill? How big is
No, it wasn't a big hill. It's just like
I know it's
the
nerve-wracking.
chance that she wasn't going to hit a tree or the other kid looked like it was pretty slim from where I was standing.
Yeah.
So I was just relieved, and of course she was like nothing even happened.
Dude, kids are honestly
They don't
like,
care.
No.
It's just that you react so crazy, and they're like.
She was probably loving like the fact that she was able to sort
thought it
of
was super exciting.
maneuver that. Yeah.
Now she's going to want us to get a GT. That's the other thing.
These are not tilapia flavored brownies. I mean,
We didn't have a GT growing up, man. We were gangster toboggan.
we had GTs. I actually got the GTs for the kids now. The GTs are our age.
Yeah. Well, this one is way nicer than the stuff that we have, that other people have.
I know. We have
way
a nice,
faster.
We got here.
It's actually really maneuverable too. Like it's much more. The handling's pretty good on it.
These.
You guys know what GT races are, I think.
I went for $2, $100 for this one.
Nothing, man.
Yeah.
Factor in inflation. That's actually probably much cheaper.
Ooh, this one's got like the little handle. This one's got the handlebars. Come on, man. We're not trying to. Yeah. Okay. Here's.
What the heck is that?
Oh shoot.
Oh,
See, this one's saying deny. Yeah. So these things here, yeah, they're a lot of fun, man. These ones got the padded seats. It looks like.
Padded seats.
See, this is like my kid. Get out of here. This is like my kids, but they ain't wearing this. They ain't wearing this stuff. It's generic. They're supposed to be probably
Helmet.
Helmets. So my guys are wearing this stuff for snowboarding.
I have never
down like Mount St. Louis and stuff. Get out of here, man.
I've
Too many
never
ads.
seen a kid. We go tobogganing all the time in the winter. I ain't never seen a kid with no helmet on.
I mean, those kids are way too responsible.
I'm not saying you shouldn't wear a helmet, because obviously if you run into a tree, it's probably not a bad idea if you have one. Or if you're building hills, if you're building ramps that you can jump off of, that's another reason why you should maybe have a helmet.
You have to build a ramp for them. Yeah, exactly. The cardboard is what it's at.
Or you could do
big ass cardboard. You had the
Chevy Chase. Which one was it?
Chevy Chase. That's my favorite movie, pretty much. He had the top of a garbage can or whatever. It's,
and then he put the
cooking oil.
Cooking oil. And then he just goes ham.
Yeah.
That's some fun stuff.
That's National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. We saw the other one just called Vacation. I don't know if you've seen that before. Ed Helms. No. It's Christina Applegate. It's the son. Isn't Ed Helms called
like
Vacation?
A remake?
Yes, it's hilarious. It's on Netflix.
No, get out of here.
It's pretty funny, actually. Yeah. I don't know if you guys are into watching that, but it's called Vacation.
I have not seen
Christina Applegate and.
Hold on a second. Oh, you know what? Maybe I have.
Ed Helms.
Is that the one with no regrets?
No. Isn't No Regrets? Isn't that the Hangover? No regrets.
Isn't that
Ed Helms?
If it's that movie,
I mean, here you just had it up.
We are in the Millers. I'm mixing up with a different.
Anyway, it's called Vacation. It's on Netflix. It's pretty funny. They go to what they call Wally's World, and they just travel around. It's like in honor of Chevy Chase, who's in it as well. And near the end, he's the dad. So it's the kid Rusty. Anyways, we saw that last night. I believe. Oh, we're the Millers. Meet the
That's
Millers.
what I'm thinking of. Meet them. I'm mixing up the two.
Yeah. So people in the chat. The chat is forever
Never lose.
undefeated right there as well. But yeah, okay. So we are now 20 minutes away from Jensen taking the podium. So an awesome opportunity to, of course, close out the short there on NVIDIA. We've already done that. We made those bottoms, and I think it's probably worth just closing it out on anything today. We have Lisa Su coming as well to CES. That's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. Central. Jensen's at 1 p.m. So right now coming up Central time. This is located. Is Vegas still Central time, or is that like Midwest or something? It must be Central. Sorry, Pacific time, sorry. All of that is Pacific time, so 3 hours difference, I believe, in Vegas than it is here. But anyways, for sure, AMD downside there. Of course, we are located in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada, where it was snowing earlier, and I believe it is good to go right now. Just quickly, I'm going to throw to Neil in a second. Uber was the one stock today that started the day pretty red and got hit real early, man, like real bad. And then the recovery, for some reason, got hit back up. I don't know if that's Bill Ackman or what buying this. I know he's in this name. Buying this name right back up, but $83 seems to be the high there for Uber. We'll figure out if there's a trade on that when we get back from Neil.
Well, if you're looking for trading opportunities, or maybe you just want to stare at how gorgeous a monthly chart looks like on NVIDIA, maybe that's your cup of tea. Either way, for 1 month free, or the first month free, that is, you can try out eSignal. The deal's been going on for a while, but it's been used for a very, very long time on this trading floor by many traders. Whether you want to back test, forward test, link up to like 30 plus, I think it's actually 50 brokers at this point, and directly trade through eSignal. You can go ahead and do that. Level 1 access. The imbalance locator, which we'll see in about 10 minutes, will pop up here. You got 5-second charts, lower time frames are going to be able to work it. I saw someone today in the chat, I was drawing a trend line on a 3-minute, and they were saying, oh no, I don't have a 3-minute on the charts with my broker. Like that wasn't an option. And this is not to crap on any other broker, but if you want something which has pretty much everything, eSignal is going to be for you. It's highly customizable, entitlement-based, so you pay for what you choose to pay for. And as I said, the first month is going to be free. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Shout out to eSignal for sure. And as I said, if you just want to stare at how gorgeous a monthly chart of NVIDIA is, then you can go ahead and do that, because that looks fantastic. No matter how bad your day is going, there's always a gorgeous looking, or just, you know what always makes me feel? Whenever there's a really bad day in the market, pull up, like I do the Qs now. You can pull up the SPY. It doesn't really make a difference. Just pull up like a higher time frame, like a monthly or like a 3-month of the overall market. When the market's having a bad day, or when a stock is having a bad day, that's what will make you feel better, because then you'll realize what buying and holding quality companies can do for you. Oh, we got a couple.
I love the last one.
I just saw it myself. Let's throw up these super chats.
White Tokyo is too much.
That's a good one. Yeah, no helmets needed, or
Origenics. Yeah, shout out to Origenics.
I mean, still, maybe let's. Yeah,
it's funny because my cousin Tim, you know him, he got in an accident when we were, like less than teenagers, like probably like 10, 11, 12 years old. Same kind of thing, man. We took the GT Snow Racer right into a tree. I can laugh now, but I'm pretty sure he was concussed.
He seems like a daredevil type too. Like he just.
I don't know. Yeah, he's not too. I don't know. He was younger. I was probably responsible for that. So shout out to Origenics. Coach, make sure you do check them out.
You get in trouble? Did George come down on you, boy?
No.
Okay.
I mean, the man drove himself into.
But you're older than.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was probably responsible.
If something happens to my younger cousin, we go out. I remember this happened one time because my cousin from England, remember Maz? He's visiting from England. Things go down.
Yeah.
And my mom is ready to snap on me. She's like, I'm to call your Uncle Sonny, and you're like, no, you can't let anything happen to your cousin. No. You're responsible. So I think you got away with one.
No.
But Danny's boy.
Oh, here we go, another one. Okay.
What up, Danny's boy? One of your largest holdings is Rheinmetall.
No idea.
And you also own RNB.
Okay, so pink sheet name.
Can you guys
both in pink sheets?
Difference in the two?
So one is probably A shares and one is probably B shares. That's the only way I could say it. So one of them is going to have a right to vote. You can look them up.
No, look, if you ever have two instruments that should have a direct correlation and don't, you're probably talking about different share class, or because in this case, you're definitely not talking about some kind of a leverage. If it's leveraged, then that maybe you could have a difference due to some decay, but that's got to be A and B. But I'm not familiar with them, so I can't. Sometimes it'll say
RNMBY.
It doesn't say on our drop down.
What was the other one? What is this? This is, Rhine.
This is AG.
Okay.
What's the other one? F shares?
I get
We don't even have the F shares. Okay. We don't have access to the F shares. We have these. We don't have the F shares, unfortunately.
So I could just say maybe there's a currency issue there. One of them could be hedged against the U.S. dollar. One could be something else. I don't know.
Like Gemini that.
Yeah, for me, without knowing. Yeah, exactly. That's a good question. Yeah, ask a large language model. But I know that's not much help from us to give that to you. But I'm not sure. That's the thing. Like, when you go with BYDDY is, one set of shares. And then so you see that BYDDY. So that's down 2.6%. And then BYDDF is another. So that was down 2.6. This is down 2. So these two actually match, and they're actually pretty close. So I'm not sure about that metal company that you're talking about. Potentially, they're invested in different mines, maybe. I don't know. All right. Thank you for another awesome show.
Good-looking break.
You're welcome, Vizbot. Had a hectic day of trading. Okay. Listening to y'all, good. And help me stay calm and focused on this green day. Thank you to you guys. So you're welcome for that one. Thank you. You are awesome, Vizbot. And thank you for always coming back, man. I mean, it means a lot to us that you guys appreciate sort of the show that we put on as far as entertainment, and then hopefully some of the trades as well. And to me, it's not just about the trades; it's about explaining them and helping you guys get better in your daily trading. It's I like to think that sometimes we know a little bit about what we're doing. It's about trying to explain what we do and try to get it to you guys. And that was sort of the whole point of the show initially. I used to do this just for fun with all the offices that we had here at Real Trading, and we brought it into a show format, and it really took off. So we want to thank everybody for continuously supporting what we do around here. Coinbase. Yeah, go. Oh, you found, okay. Well, did you Gemini it?
I did Gemini it, but the thing is, like, if I just read the answer, the other thing that I hope you'll realize too is if we don't know something, we're not going to sit around and pretend that we do. So whatever. Like I didn't know this was Rhine something?
Rhine Metal.
Rhine Metal.
I don't know.
I wasn't familiar with it. However, according to Gemini, it is like one is in foreign ordinary, and so one's the ADR. It's just an American depository receipt with a 5-to-1 split into a 5-to-1 ratio, and the other one is foreign ordinary, and it says a 1-to-1 ratio. So it doesn't seem like it's a class of share issue, although it does say that the RMBY is a better choice for retail because the price ends up being lower, so you can buy it in smaller amounts. But that's sort of an obvious observation, really. But again, and what I found, the reason why, just a bit of an aside here, we've sort of found that recently, no one chat GPTs. I found that for finance questions, it tends to be like Perplexity and Gemini tend to be better. Overall. That said, I never trust everything 100% that I find there. I find it utterly hilarious that every single mode of all of these large language models, like all of these, 100% of them are absolute trash when it comes to like basic sports, like trivia knowledge. Like they'll get stuff wrong, and I'm like, man, even I know a player has done this before. Like there's a lot of stuff that you just can't seem to find that are on databases that you should be able to search. But for finance, I find that Gemini is pretty good, and so is Perplexity over ChatGPT if you happen to be asking. But with only 4 minutes to go to the imbalances, Halliburton's not happening. Why did I went to ONDS. Wow, the stupid blue ocean drop down.
Oh man,
killing me. Halliburton continues to drop and pull back, but here's one that. ONDS at the high of the day today, triple top, it's up another 12 points. This is one of the most popular, you see it all over X. At least I did over the weekend. You're like lots of news over the weekend. There's lots of posts about these guys breaking out. Yet somehow, I don't see many people talking about it here in our chat. Maybe we're just missing them, but that is a 52-week high breakout. I saw Grunfeld in the chat pointing this out. This should be on the radars tomorrow for some continuation. Kind of got lost in the sauce here today. But 12% compared to some of the other runners wasn't that big, but structurally this is a pretty hefty move. Higher lows, whole deal, right space, very popular pick for a lot of people this year is going to be ONDS. As I said, I like my AVAV. And, well, the NASDAQ might break through VWAP with only 2 minutes to go to the imbalances. We still looking at, BDN, I'd said that VSNT was an index action, but BDN is actually an S&P 600 deletion, potentially 21 million shares.
Okay. So that's why it's there.
Yeah, that's why it's up there.
All right. I mean, you never know what is going to be happening with those imbalances. We did get a question there. We haven't addressed the, where was it? They want to know if the Academy was still going on. It is. We're working on it. We're making sure. There it is right here. I'll put this on send selected. So we had advertised a little bit. We put out a video. We talked about Sharif, myself, Neil, Adair. I think we're all pretty much in that. Brendan's in it. Yeah, is in there as well. It was to be released. We hope for basically Jan 1, but we're just making sure that we release it properly and get all that going. So stay tuned on that one. You will hear from us when that does come through. So working on that.
Right.
Yeah, a lot around here, people on vacation and all that kind of stuff. So you got to make sure the IT and all that works on that. But yeah, it's definitely still happening. So thank you so much for asking us about that one, and we'll keep you, everybody, posted when, if the Academy, or when it drops, not if, when it drops. So, you just saw GDX was another big balance there. This is the gold miners ETF. So GLD would more track spot gold. This, of course, all Newmont or any of the gold miners with a percentage involved there. Barrick Gold, anything invested in or looking at the gold space. So GDX had a little bit of a bias. Was it a sell or buy?
GDX is a small. It's a sell of 1 million.
Yeah, so sell of 1 million there, along with XLF too. Wow, I mean, you wouldn't have thought they would have seen XLF up here as a sell, but again, at all-time highs there for XLF. Look at that, man. What a big middle finger right now. It's kind of like your end of your hand there, but big one. The upside into $56 as JP Morgan, everything, man. Goldman, they all start to take off here today. What a day it was for the banks. Wow. 334 and change, pulling back a little bit, but up 3%. Like, not often you get Goldman up 5, it's probably up 4 now, but was up 5% at one point. So was Goldman Sachs up 3. Goldman Sachs is still up 4. JP Morgan as well. We just talked about Citigroup up 4%, Wells Fargo up 3%. But here we go, man. It is now, the imbalance is now hit. All right, Neil talked about that as an index play. Marvell, yeah, get that bid. So nice little move up from 90 to 90.50 there. Oops, don't want to cover these up. Marvell, AAL, Amazon, just to see if there's any. Let's go over to Tesla. 1 million. There goes Tesla. Whoops. This is why it's very difficult to be in something just like at the end of the day, because like you could have loved Tesla VWAP and it was cooking, and all of a sudden, boom, these little imbalances hit Apple finally with the bid. Apple's been really pulling back off of all-time highs. I'm trying to buy weakness on Apple, just trying to get a lot weaker than this before we get in there. And then there's your DVLT. Will it or won't it, guys, get into that level of 150 there, DVLT we talked about? That's the danger zone for DVLT, but we'll see where it goes from here.
Danger zone.
Yeah, danger zone there for DVLT.
You haven't even seen Archer.
Oh, I know. I've seen a few episodes of that, but sometimes I just know the way to throw your voice based on what you're doing with that and things like that. I never even watched.
Archer is a great show.
I know Archer. Archer's another one. My eldest son used to watch that, so he's all about Archer. So.
Baxter has,
and then also Rick and Morty, Pickle Rick.
He knows all
as well. He told me about Pickle Rick when my mother. He forgot. I was telling the story. He forgot his bathing suit, and then we had to pick him up one. And my mom picked him up one at Walmart, and it had Pickle Rick all over it. I was like, "What the hell is this pickle on the bathing suit?" And apparently, very famous Pickle Rick.
My daughter loved. We went to Walmart in Florida. She's like, "This is so nice." I'm like, we've been to Walmart.
Well, the Walmart in Florida was nice. Oh, okay.
I'm like, it was marginally bigger than the one that we go to here, but like for some reason she was really, really excited.
Yeah, she's down with that.
Okay, I'm like, can I buy stuff? I'm like, well, fine, but it's Walmart, man. Like, there's nothing here that we couldn't get at home. Thank you to, it's Easy Peasy 369. Easy Peasy. Great name. Hopefully it was easy peasy for you today. Your 2026 promise, 0.1% TTV, only 1K, but profitable.
Okay.
Well, congratulations. Oh, wait, if I'm reading.
He's going to give 0.1%.
Oh, I see what you're getting.
Every time he's profitable.
I mean, look, we appreciate it. You don't have to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. We don't ask for anything like that.
We'll just keep marking it down.
You know what? Everything, you see us we're trying to make the show bigger and better so you guys get a better show. And we're here every single day the market's open for it's free on YouTube for anyone to consume, and that's what it's all about. I
free 99.
I love this ticker. I just can't wait till we can see that ticker maybe a little bit better. This ticker just, of course, I love that ticker, and then it freezes like right as I'm talking.
Well, now it's on that board. That's better. It's on where Brendan sits now.
Yeah, it's just, I think you need like a higher shot to maybe.
I like that.
But it's still pretty cool. Like you can see it.
You can see right at the close. Like you're looking at silver there going through there.
Perfect.
It's
great. It's easy to read, and I can look back and see SMR, ONDS, INBS. What the heck was that? Intelligent Biosciences? Oh, yuck. Okay. Anyway, there was a lot of small cappers that just did not hold on. Wow, they really did sell off that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Halliburton really started losing the bid here.
Oh, Halliburton, huh?
Yeah, well, it's a good thing we didn't try to go along that one. I still believe this is not, I don't think this is a one-day type of event, but a lot of these names, your bets were early, and then they weren't that strong in the afternoon. So I think you're going to look for your continuation. Maybe we have to apply the 3-day rule to some of these gap ups. Just let them settle down for a couple of days, because these are some pretty big breakouts after this weekend's action. And if you bought tops early, and for holding on swing trades, you might be in some trouble. But if you have entry prices, like for the day trade, it was fine in the morning, but if you have entry prices that are all the way up here, because you got in off the open or got in early, you may not be loving it. I think you can pull back into prior highs. These can all work. You just got to pick your poison.
Thank you to Joe Bolton for becoming a member. Of course, if you become a member, it's $5 a month. You get the morning notes. You get emojis. But what we really want people, and thank you so much for doing that. We got to get these going though. The subscribers, man, 5,000 watching. Forget about it. If you want to hit the like button, hit the like button. That's okay. We would like you to do that. But yeah, we got to get to 550. Who's over there? Andre. Thanks, Andre. 550,000 subscribers is what we're looking for. So if even half of you that haven't subscribed yet right now, because we have this little thing that Fabian built, 22% of you are not subscribed. So hit subscribe right now. If we get 22%, if every single one of you that's not involved in the subscription right now hits it right there, it's completely for free. Just hit the join. No, sorry, you got to hit the subscribe button. So once you do that on this bell, does that mean I'm not subscribed? If I have that, or is that just alerts? I'll say all. Okay, there it is. So yeah, you got to hit the subscribe button and get going there. 550,000 is what we're looking for every single day at 8 a.m. We are live now. So, set your alarms just a little bit earlier. Join Neil, myself, all of these guys, man. Joe, Sharif, Adara, who am I missing? Sia, Brendo, all with a morning rundown. And going forward, make sure you join us in the new year at 8 a.m. There's Obi and there's Joe.
Focused.
Yeah, they're just
Joe with the two indoors.
There's Joe. He's on his phone. Looking up hockey sticks.
Obi's just locked in. Locked in.
Yeah, honestly, here we go. He's got to get his mic on.
Honestly,
only 5 minutes.
If we did have that table hockey, that would be so.
We could eventually get that.
No, we straight up the trading floor years ago used to have. We had a foosball table, and the only reason we got rid of it is, let's just say, the back office would constantly complain about the noise.
Yeah, well, it was not. Yeah.
Well,
it's very loud.
It's not our fault. Instead of putting it anywhere near to the trading floor, it was literally in the hallway. Next to the back office and beside the elevator. Like, it wasn't our choice to put it there.
Watch the Team Canada game last night.
I've been watching every single game.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. These 2000s kids aren't built the same like the 90s.
I think they're going to be really. I think these guys are going to be good, man. Martone and Gavin McKenna and all that.
But they're not good enough to.
The world's catching up, man. It's just.
Yeah, they lost to Czechia again. The United States lost.
The world's catching up, Neil, but you're supposed to be the greatest at the sport. This is our sport.
They still are. It is still our sport.
Exactly.
You can lose every once in a while, my guy.
Okay. Brother, they've lost 3 years in a row to Czech.
Okay, so but look at basketball, right? I mean, the U.S. is getting a huge competition. Most of the best players, almost all the best players in the NBA are born outside of the United States.
The U.S. World All-Star, you'll see what's up.
Yeah, but I think basketball is still considered to be dominated by the U.S. But
you are closing the gap.
Yeah, so I think that's a good point there.
It's more of a challenge. The boys have a lot of pressure.
Obi just is like, sports. What are you even talking about right now? Obi, what are you listening to then?
I'm listening. This is called Lyft.
I don't think they can hear it.
Whoa, Tesla's really
LYT. Lithe, what that is, Lith. Trading some lithium and listening to some Lith
Australia
as well. All right, guys, thank you for checking in. We'll see those guys tomorrow on the Midday Madness. Peace out. Thanks, Joe. That was fun to do that. We'll be listening to Lady Gaga. Yeah, maybe there. You never know. I don't mind some poker face, mama poker face. All right.
My Tesla sell-off.
Yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ's getting hit right here. We could check out on NVIDIA here into CES. You are now 2 minutes away from Jensen. I mean, go right from our stream right over to NVIDIA. We'll see what CES is all about. I think NVIDIA tomorrow will not be at 188. That is for sure. So watch out to see what NVIDIA does here. Only down 0.4. No, the sky is not falling on NVIDIA today, but it did make a nice little downside move there as well. So we're moments away, and then AMD as well tonight with Lisa Su. So if you're looking for something to watch.
In between, though.
Oh, Intel?
It goes 4 o'clock, NVIDIA
presentation,
6 or 6:30, and then AMD is in the late evening. There's a bunch of other stuff, but those are, I think, the big three.
I think it can only go good for Intel. It can go bad for the other two.
I would tend to agree.
Watch, it could be the other way around, you watch.
Well, the U.S. government is invested in Intel.
Well, I just think that Intel has good things like NVIDIA and AMD are worried about the demand and all that kind of stuff. I think you just want to hear what the roadmap is maybe for Intel and what they're planning on. And
if they can just improve their yield.
Yeah, I mean, Intel's the one that's
one big client, it's game over.
I mean, Intel's still underneath where it was like 2 years ago, right? So we still have a lot to get up
if
to.
NVIDIA, if they get their yield over 50%, and NVIDIA's like, okay, we trust them now. Once they get their foot in the door with NVIDIA, who's already invested them to fabricate some of their chips, then that business, the upside is going to be huge because there's a genuine intent.
Andrew Wiggins.
They want them to work. So with 40 seconds to go in here, it's really Tesla. The market's falling. Tesla was the strong name that lost a bit. There were weak names already. Like NVIDIA was weak, and the chip names were weak, but Tesla was strong all day and is now getting a little bit of a sell-off going in the last 30 seconds here, unfortunately. Robert calls this hot potato on Tesla. Yeah, it goes from all kinds of support, and then that support just got dropped here right at the end of the day. Still going to be a very good day for Tesla overall. Heck, it's still going to be a green day. Even the market doesn't look good, but it's going to be a green day for the market. This closing bell brought to you by Origenics, transforming concussion carrots, OGEN, listed on the NYSE. Want to shout out to them. And now your Monday bell, the first Monday trade of the new year. Yeah, the first full volume day of the new year, really, because Friday was,
it was a full day, but the volume was not there. Today we go the NASDAQ up 0.77, so 0.8, and then ES 0.63. So what a great start to the year, as we said, although it is the second trading day. We'll watch out for NVIDIA to go, and we'll just cover this all tomorrow. That is for sure. So what a great day. Thank you, everybody, for watching again here today. The market's up and down, silver moving. Bitcoin, what a great day for Bitcoin, up to 94.1 again there today. Silver and gold both upside there. CES starting to kick, so I think that's going to create a lot of news coming through. Make sure you get our watch list every single morning. We'll cover all the stories for you. You don't need to go anywhere else. Sign up. Get that link in the description for the watch list, and you'll have everything in your inbox tomorrow at 8 a.m. You don't need to even worry about what stocks are moving around because we'll be covering them. And if you like to read, then you can read. I'm over at hockey tonight, so we practice where the Leafs practice. So if they're in there today, I'm going to give them some, for their recent play. We'll talk to the Maple Leafs. They probably won't be there. They were in Long Island I think they actually at home to Boston maybe next or something. But they're 2 points out of the playoffs. They're okay. Hopefully they can make that. But here we go. Not a bad idea tonight to have lower bids on NVIDIA. If
Blue Ocean's gonna be wild.
If you do like to potentially watch out for stock, if NVIDIA says something, if Jensen says something, maybe you do get a nice move higher or lower over there. But all right, so it's hockey. You guys don't have anything tonight. We just have hockey.
Well, we're free. There's we don't start anything back until swimming on Wednesday.
Okay,
and then I don't think Girl Guide starts back again until next week. I don't think they're not on this week. So we're pretty cool. Pretty free. I'm kind of hoping to get a little bit of outdoor tobogganing when I get home because we got a bunch of snow. So hopefully it's clear.
By the time you get home, though, you got to go. Are you at a place that has lights? Because it's gonna be pitch black by the time you get home.
Well, we can kind of use like a local in our front yard when we have enough snow. Like I can make a little bit of a hill she can dive down.
Oh, on your front. Okay.
Oh, and we can do it in the back too. It's a little bit of work to create something that works, but no, it's not anything crazy. And we'll do like snowball fights and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Good. Okay, good show, man. Have fun with the snowball fights. Don't take one to the face. And thank you, Obi. Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Brendo, Sharif, Sia, everybody. Yeah, watch out for those headshots. That's where my kids be aiming, that's for sure. All right, thank you, everybody, for watching. We're back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Make sure you do see us then. Follow us all on social media. We're all over the place. Some good Instagram reels and whatnot tonight. I think that's what they're called. All right, that's Neil. I'm Sean. Ciao for now.
Peace.